Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. More children, more blessings. Start with the 9 Nether Empress. Chapter 61. Unify the Northern Domain. Han Wanxiang was even more shocked. He didn't expect Dongfang Yuan's ambition to be so big. Unify the Northern Domain. Does he have this strength? You know, the Overlord-level forces in the entire Northern Domain all have the background of holy soldiers and are extremely powerful. As for Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, although Dongfang Yuan is mysterious and has advanced cultivation, Han Wanxiang believes that he does not yet have the strength to unify the Northern Domain. Even their Endless Pleasure sect can only dominate the Northern Domain. It is almost impossible to dominate the entire Northern Domain. At this moment, Zuo Shang came in from the palace door and reported, "Your Majesty, Manchuan and Lang Yao from 10,000 Beasts Forest have arrived at the palace door. Go and bring them in. Besides, ask Tai Poyan to go to Tianlao to bring Man Gang over, and also ask General Feipeng to come over." Dongfang Yuan ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." Shang Zuo also went down immediately. Dongfang Yuan also planned in his heart to let Feipeng show his skills. He and Chonglo have just broken through Semi-Saint, so Junchengzi is the best candidate. If Medusa were to take action, it would be a bit too fussy. Not long after, Fei Peng, wearing a suit of silver-white soft armor, walked in slowly. "I have seen His Majesty." Fei Peng saluted. "There is no need to be polite, General. The General will wait nearby for now. The General will need to take action at that time to scare some young people." Dongfang Yuan said calmly. "Yes, Your Majesty." General Feipeng also stood opposite King Tianyu, with a calm expression and no emotion on his face. Dongfang Yuan never thought that 10,000 Beasts Forest would have a good deal with him. If they did not retaliate, then they would not be 10,000 Beasts Forest. Shortly after, Prime Minister Zuo walked in with the people from 10,000 Beast Forest. Wan Beast Lin is led by Manchuan and Lang Yao this time, and behind them are some beast race strongmen from Heavenly Venerable Realm and Law Manifestation Realm. Both Manchuan and Lang Yao looked like humans, but they did not hide the aura of monsters on their bodies. Manchuan's face was serious. When he came to the main hall, he showed no respect at all. Instead, he called by name, "Dongfang Yuan, where is our young master?" "Bold, My Majesty, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, is also someone you can name by name. Quickly kneel down and admit your mistake." King Tianyu stood nearby and immediately yelled at Manchuan. Even Fei Peng couldn't help but give Manchuan a cold look at this moment. As long as Dongfang Yuan gives the order, he can immediately take action and suppress all these people. "Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk about me? We, 10,000 Beasts Forest, are the overlord of the Northern Domain, and I am the second strongest of the Bear clan. It is you Yuan Emperor who need to salute me." Manzun's tone was unkind. At this moment, he was already angry and had the idea of taking action. Fortunately, Lang Yao held her down and asked her to calm down. Lang Yao stepped forward and hugged Dongfang Yuan. "Emperor Yuan, we have brought all the things you asked for. Where is Man Gang? If we don't see Man Gang, we're afraid we won't be able to give these things to you." Lang Yao's tone was quite normal. After all, he knew very well that the purpose this time was to save Man Gang first. If Manchuan were to take action directly, if something happened to Man Gang, they would have failed. Lang Yao Venerable is a smart guy. Wan Beast Forest sent you to keep an eye on this stupid female bear. It was a wise decision. Dongfang Yuan laughed. "You." Manzun looked angry and was about to fight back, but Lang Yao held her down in time. "There is no way, the bear tribe has a bad temper by nature. Compared to the cunning and keen wolves, there is a huge gap in IQ. Yuanwang, the aggressive method is meaningless. Please let us meet Man Gang first, and then talk about other things." After Lang Yao stopped Manchuan, he still had a smile on his face and said unhurriedly. At this time, his eyes swept away, and he suddenly discovered that the woman standing on the left of Dongfang Yuan turned out to be the Saint of Endless Pleasure Sect. How is this going? Endless Pleasure Sect Saint Han Wanxiang, how could she be in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty? Could it be that the two forces secretly combined? Just when Lang Yao was thinking about it, Dongfang Yuan said with a playful face, "Don't worry, the Emperor has already sent someone to bring him over. It won't be long, At this time, in the prison, Tai Poyan came over with a few soldiers and opened the cell door, and came in to have a look. Tai Poyan was a little confused. What's the situation? Man Gang was lying on the bed with an expression of enjoyment, while Ying Yidao was massaging and pinching Man Gang's feet with disheveled hair and injuries all over his body. This situation immediately puzzled him. Mangong, Ying Yidao, what's the matter with you two? Tai Poyan frowned at this moment and asked. Oh. As a result, Ying Yidao turned his head, his hair brushed aside, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and not a single tooth was left, so he couldn't speak at all. Shadow Knife, the third elder of Fengyan sect. Where is he? Man had just heard the name Ying Yidao, and at this moment he looked around curiously, not realizing that Ying Yidao was this embarrassing old man who was being beaten all over the ground by him and was giving him a massage. Tai Poyan didn't speak, just looked at him with a frown. Man Gang looked into his eyes. Suddenly, he jumped up. Looking at the face being beaten by himself like a bun, Ying Yidao was a little unbelievably shocked. You are Ying Yidao. Woo. Ying Yidao couldn't speak, and could only nod wildly. Just to take a breath. He actually beat Ying Yidao into a pig's head. But that's not right, where did Ying Yidao's cultivation go? He is a heavenly venerable realm expert. How could there be no cultivation base? And just when he was about to continue asking, Tai Poyan interrupted him. Okay, if you have anything to say, let's talk when you can still see each other. Take Man Gang away. Yes. Several soldiers went up immediately, and left the sky prison directly with Man Gang and Tai Poyan. Where are you taking me? Is someone coming to save me? Hey, talk, comma. Man Gang's voice became farther and farther away, until it disappeared completely, and Ying Yidao lay on the bed. Crying loudly, crying with resentment on his face. The tiger falls in Pyongyang and is bullied by dogs. Dongfang Yuan, Man Gang, after the old man leaves, I will definitely make you double the rewards. I'm going to lock you all up, cut off your flesh one by one, and then poison the wounds to make tumors grow, keep cutting. I want you to live forever, life is worse than death. Shadow Yidao roared inwardly. He swore that for the pain and humiliation he had suffered these days, Dongfang Yuan and Man Gang would definitely repay him 10 times when he got out. On the main hall, not long after, Tai Poyan brought Man Gang in. As soon as Man Gang saw Man Xuan and Lang Yao, he immediately shouted excitedly, Mom! Uncle Yao, you guys are here to save me. Seeing that the 10,000 Beasts Forest had indeed sent strong men to save him, Man Gang felt confident in his heart, and his expression was very ecstatic. Little Mom, Dongfang Yuan smiled on his face. This Bear King is really powerful. Rabbits don't eat grass near their nests, so Manzun is said to have some blood relationship with him. He does this. Tisk, your circle is really chaotic. Ganger, are you okay? Don't worry, little Mom will rescue you today. Man Xuan was relieved after seeing that Man Gang was not seriously injured. Lang Yao frowned at this moment. He originally wanted to act according to the original plan. From the moment he saw Han Wanxiang, he was a little shaken. The wolves are still very vigilant. At this time, Tai Poyan was also holding on to Man Gang and had no intention of letting him go. I just brought it to you. What about the things I asked 10,000 Beasts Forest to give you? Dongfang Yuan sat at the top and said slowly. With a gloomy and solemn expression, Manzun took out a space ring and threw it directly to Zuo Xuanqi next to him. Zuo Xuanqi took it and checked it, and after confirming that it was correct, he said to Dongfang Yuan, Your Majesty, there is enough. Good, I have kept my word, Marshal Tai, let him go. Dongfang Yuan said with a smile, and immediately, Tai Poyan let Man Gang go. The latter ran over immediately. Mom, it can't be settled like this. They locked me up and didn't give me food or drink. You must help me take revenge. Man Gang looked aggrieved and pitiful, and complained to Man Xuan. Don't worry just now, as long as my little mother is here, I will definitely help you get revenge. Man Xuan touched Man Gang's head and comforted him. At this moment, those powerful men from 10,000 Beast Forest who came with Man Xuan obviously had no intention of leaving. Power gradually gathered in their palms, and as long as Man Xuan gave the order, they would take action. Manzun, what do you mean? Now that the deal has been completed, you can leave. What? With this aggressive look, do you want to avenge Mangang on the spot? Dongfang Yuan said with a subtle look on his face. Seeing the expression on Dongfang Yuan's face, Lang Yao immediately made a conclusion in his heart. He is fearless. At this time, Lang Yao immediately advised, Emperor Yuan has misunderstood, we will leave immediately. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lang Yaoyan planned to change his plan immediately and go first. When he turned around, he gave Manchuan a look. She didn't expect it. At this moment, Manzun's inner fighting spirit has reached its peak. What are you going to do? Kill me. Today's Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, leaving no one behind. All die. Boom boom boom. Manzun roared fiercely, and immediately, the aura of the Heavenly Venerable Realm from her body emanated from her body. Including those strong men from the 10,000 Beasts Forest, they immediately took action against Zuo Xuanqi, Tai Poyan and others. The violent beast power ravaged the entire hall, and Manchuan turned into bear paws, bursting out with extremely violent beast power, and killed Dongfang Yuan. Han Wanxiang watched the situation on the field change with surprise, and the look on her face also changed. Her hands unconsciously grasped Dongfang Yuan's shoulders, as if she was afraid that something would happen to him. Medusa's face was expressionless, and there was only an indifferent look in her eyes, as if everything was just a trivial matter to her. Lang Yao didn't expect that Manchuan would explode so fiercely. He had no choice but to kill Dongfang Yuan with Manzun. Dongfang Yuan's face remained calm when he saw two powerful men from Heavenly Venerable Realm 8th Heaven grade coming towards him. Let's do it, I saw Dongfang Yuan making a soft voice. The next moment, an unparalleled power of semi-saint enveloped the entire hall in less than half a second. Everyone seemed to have stepped into a magnetic field. This semi-saint power made many people in the hall change their expressions and become horrified. Half-saint realm strong. Lang Yao was the first to speak in horror. He was so heartbroken that he had no time to think and immediately ran away from the palace. But at this moment, Feipeng stretched his hand in midair and suddenly pressed down hard. Bang bang bang. Ah! Everyone in 10,000 Beast Forest was instantly suppressed by this semi-saint power. The huge volume of Manchuan and others smashed hard on the ground, and the temple stone cracked instantly. Everyone who came to 10,000 Beasts Forest this time, including Mangang, were all subdued on the floor at this moment. The power of semi-saint was like stars pressing down on their backs, and they couldn't move at all. Fei Peng slowly withdrew his hand. At this moment, Han Wanxiang, Zuo Xuanqi, Tai Poyan, and King Tianyu looked at Fei Peng with extremely intense shock. Semi-saint. This is an ancestor-level figure of an overlord-level force. Basically throughout the northern domain, it's the old monster level. And Fei Peng turned out to be semi-saint. This is too shocking. Especially Han Wanxiang. She is the saint of Endless Pleasure sect, and she also understands the value of semi-saint in northern domain. That's why she was so shocked that Heavenly Evolution Dynasty actually had semi-saint. However, what she was even more curious about was how could this semi-saint be so obedient to Dongfang Yuan. This man has too many secrets. It seems that there is really a big difference from other men. Han Wanxiang didn't know that his hand at this moment was still holding Dongfang Yuan's shoulder. Dongfang Yuan unknowingly touched her smooth and tender hands. We miss Han, are you scared? It's okay, anything unexpected will happen to me, so you don't have to be too shocked. Say it. Dongfang Yuan pulled his hand, but Han Wanxiang didn't notice and was directly pulled into Dongfang Yuan's arms, above the main hall, in full view of everyone. Han Wanxiang reacted and his face turned red instantly. Dongfang Yuan, you. Great Saint Han, a sensible woman will not let her man lose face and thus be unable to step down. If you break away from me now, where should I put my face? Just when Han Wanxiang was about to speak, Dongfang Yuan secretly sent a message to her. After Han Wanxiang heard the message, he hesitated and became entangled in his heart. In the end, she did not choose to break away and let Dongfang Yuan hold her, his hands touching her delicate thighs. Snort, I'm not your woman. This time I'm just trying to save your face so that you don't retaliate against me. But it's just this time, I won't do it next time. Han Wanxiang was still a little embarrassed. She wanted to save face. Being a little arrogant, she secretly sent a message to Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan smiled lightly. Although Han Wanxiang said so, subconsciously, he did not resist. Compared with the discussed before, for Dongfang Yuan, winning Han Wanxiang is more than half of his success. His hands gradually went up to his crotch, and then lowered his arms around his waist, the tighter he hugged him. Han Wanxiang's face became a little redder because of shyness. Semi-saint. How can it be? How could you have semi-saint? Man Xuan looked terrified at the moment. She couldn't figure out why there was a semi-saint in the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. How can you know the background of my Heavenly Evolution Dynasty? Man Xuan, Lang Yao, you two are the core executives of the Myriad Beast Forest. If this emperor kills you, you say, what will happen to the consequences? Dongfang Yuan hugged Han Wanxiang, with a playful smile on his face. If you dare to kill us, you are declaring war on behalf of the Myriad Beast Forest. The three kings of beasts will definitely avenge us, and with you Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, we will never die. At this critical moment, Man Xuan is still threatening Dongfang Yuan. Sure enough, Cao Meng had something to say. Anger can make a person lose his composure and lower his IQ. This sentence is very reasonable. But Man Gang was already trembling with fear at this moment. Lying on the ground, he dared not speak at all. How ecstatic he was just now, how embarrassed he is now. He really didn't expect that the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's Fei Peng general would be a semi-saint. Man Gang, who had already learned the lesson from the last time, did not dare to threaten at this moment, and chose to remain silent. And Lang Yao's face was completely pale at this moment. How could he not know that Dongfang Yuan has now suppressed them with a semi-saint? It can be said that the lives of all of them are now in Dongfang Yuan's hands. The most important thing at this moment is to beg for mercy and save my own life. Instead of being stupid and wanting to threaten. He is really not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but teammates who are like pigs. Lang Yao's face was pale, and there was already a hint of despair. According to what you said, isn't it true that the emperor can't kill you? Dongfang Yuan said with a playful smile. Snort. It's good that you understand. Even if your Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has semi-saint, my forest of 10,000 beasts is not without it. Besides, we still have the background of holy soldiers. If we are really immortal, you will be the ones who lose. Man Xuan couldn't see the expression on Dongfang Yuan's face at all because he was being suppressed on the ground. She heard what Dongfang Yuan said earlier. Besides the truth, Dongfang Yuan was very afraid of the background of the 10,000 beast forest and did not dare to kill them. Dongfang Yuan nodded playfully at this moment. Okay, if that's the case, then the emperor won't kill you. Marshal Tai, tell the soldiers to prepare charcoal and roast all these people in the forest of beasts for me. Just send the fattest meat from the bear clan to the emperor. As for the rest, you can share it among yourself. Besides, the beast heads of Lang Yao, Man Xuan, Man Gang and the others will be sent directly to the 10,000 beast forest after they are roasted, for Shang Wang and the others to taste. Yes, your majesty, come here, take them all away. Tai Poyan immediately took orders. Afterwards, he yelled, and hundreds of soldiers came outside the door, holding Man Xuan and the others to drag him away to roast and eat. Lang Yao's face was pale and hopeless, his lips were trembling, and he could no longer speak. Man Xuan finally had fear on his face at this time. Bake, Dongfang Yuan, this is treating them as food. Even Han Wanxiang, who was held in his arms, was shocked when he heard Dongfang Yuan's words. Grill the monsters from Heavenly Venerable Realm. This is definitely the first time in the history of Northern Domain. It's too crazy for something unprecedented. People in the entire Northern Domain may have eaten some wild monsters. But eating the 10,000 beast forest, and being the core executive of the 10,000 beast forest, this is absolutely unprecedented. As if sensing Han Wanxiang's surprise, Dongfang Yuan touched Han Wanxiang's thigh, and couldn't help patting Han Wanxiang's flesh a few times. He said aloud, after it's baked, call Shinru and Qingli, let's taste it together. Han Wanxiang didn't refuse all of a sudden. To be honest, she herself was curious about what the meat of a Heavenly Venerable Realm monster would taste like. Okay, Han Wanxiang responded in a low voice. Afterwards, Man Xuan and others were gradually dragged away. Dongfang Yuan, I was wrong. If you go around us once, I will be your cow or horse, don't roast us. Yuanwang, Spare me. Don't roast me. I'm still worth it. You can use me to blackmail my father. Yuanwang, please forgive me. At this time, Man Xuan was the first to beg for mercy. When he heard that she was going to be used as an ingredient, it was 10,000 times more terrifying than killing her. Just imagine, if you were tied to a wooden frame, sprinkled with seasonings, and roasted on top of the flames when you were conscious, what a terrible thing it would be. Not to mention Man Gang, his legs were so frightened that his legs were weak, and he even let Dongfang Yuan threaten his father with himself in order to survive. Really a big dutiful son. In addition, the Heavenly Venerable Realm and Law Manifestation Realm of the Forest of 10,000 Beasts also had a large number of begging Dongfang Yuan to let them go. But Dongfang Yuan no longer wants them to live. As they were dragged away, their voices gradually disappeared from everyone's ears. After everyone left, Dongfang Yuan brought Han Wanxiang and Medusa to Qian Xinru's bedroom. Xiao Qingli is also there. 5 people gathered around the table. What are you asking us to do here? Xiao Qingli couldn't help asking. My dear concubine, don't worry, you'll find out after a while. Dongfang Yuan smiled mysteriously. Not long after, several palace maids brought over several plates and put them on the table. When they were opened, they were all golden bear meat. This is, Qian Xinru said in surprise. Dongfang Yuan explained everything to them. These are the flesh of Man Xuan and the Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouses of the bear tribe who just followed. I didn't expect to be able to taste Heavenly Venerable Realm level animal meat in my lifetime. It's really a blessing to your majesty. Qian Xinru said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, Xinru, now that you are pregnant, you should take care of your body. Come on, eat more. Afei, Wanxiang, Medusa, you can eat too, the freshly baked ones are still warm. After Dongfang Yuan's voice fell, everyone started to eat. For Han Wanxiang and Qian Xinru, this meat is definitely a good tonic, and it is extremely delicious. But for Medusa and Xiao Qingli, it is not so amazing. After all, when Xiao Qingli was the Empress, she was real. She ate a real dragon with the blood of a divine beast. That kind of delicious meaty taste is delicious to her. After Dongfang Yuan finished eating with the beauties, he returned to his bedroom. In his current warehouse, there are still a few pills that are useless. System, use the cultivation improvement card. Dongfang Yuan said in his heart. After being introduced by the system before, he understood that this cultivation upgrade card is like a lottery draw, and it all depends on your European spirit. As using stare, the use of the cultivation improvement card is completed. Closing square bracket. The host's current cultivation level is the peak of Heavenly Venerable Realm. Closing square bracket. Heavenly Venerable Realm is at its peak, not bad, just so-so. But I still have 2 more. System, use another one. Dongfang Yuan thought for a while and decided to use another one. As using stare, the cultivation improvement card has been used. Closing square bracket. Now the host's cultivation level has been promoted to the 2nd level of Saint Realm. Closing square bracket. Dongfang Yuan was a little surprised at this time. I didn't expect that I would be promoted to Saint Realm. Feeling the holy power in his body. It is indeed completely different from the previous power. Now, for him, killing Heavenly Venerable Realm is as easy as crushing an ant. Even if he kills Semi-Saint, he can still be destroyed with his hands. System, at what stage is my true combat power now? Because it was the first time for him to break through to Saint Realm, and he had never fought against a strong player of this level before, there was no definition of Saint Realm's strength. System, host, you are now at the 2nd level of Saint Realm. Your true combat power is comparable to the 8th level of Saint Realm. Closing square bracket. If you use the Chenkin Thorn, your power can reach the Saint Realm 10th heaven grade level, which is the pinnacle of Saint Realm. Closing square bracket. Saint Realm is different from Heavenly Venerable Realm. Saint Realm has 10 small realms, divided into 10 heavens. After the 10th level of Saint Realm, you can enter the realm of Great Saint. Okay, Dongfang Yuan's current strength is quite acceptable. By the way, system, use the 9-turn reincarnation pill. I want to understand the power of reincarnation. As using, Dongfang Yuan suddenly felt his eyes go dark, and then, his consciousness seemed to have fallen into reincarnation. After he used the 9 reincarnation pill, 9 reincarnation memories appeared in his mind. In his first life, he was a flower picker who targeted women from good families, with a record of more than 3,000. In the end, he died a bad death. His meridians were severed and his body was thrown into the wilderness. In his second life, he was an ancient great emperor who dominated a world and had the power to reach heaven and earth. But in the end, he died tragically at the hands of the woman he trusted most, and the plot was extremely bloody. In his third life, he was a doctor, specializing in treating some difficult and complicated diseases. Finally, he gave birth to 18 sons, who provided him with a peaceful old age. In the fourth life, he is a demon cultist. Because he fell in love with the demon sect saint, he worked hard to grow, and finally became the leader of the demon sect, and embraced the beauty. But the end was not very good. Because he wanted to seize the position of leader, he secretly killed the saint's father. In the end, after the saint learned the truth, he died with him. In the fifth life, he was a monster, who was swallowed by a real dragon as soon as he was born. The sixth generation, he is a generation of pride, who became famous in the 3,000 worlds at a young age, but it is a pity that the trees are beautiful in the forest and the wind will destroy them. When he went out, he was attacked by someone and eventually died. The seventh world, he is a divine master who once discussed with the heavens. In the eighth life, he is the king of 10,000 GU, refining tens of thousands of GU in the world, and harming the world. In the ninth world, he was an ordinary person in the world, married a wife and had children, and finally stayed with the world of mortals. After experiencing the reincarnation of 9 lives, at this moment, Dongfang Yuan's eyes slowly opened. He spread out his palm, and a trace of the power of 6 paths of reincarnation lingered on his palm. Yes, after 9 lives, he was very lucky and successfully comprehended the power of the 6 reincarnations. System, how should I use these 6 reincarnations? Dongfang Yuan couldn't help asking. System, host, the 6 paths of reincarnation is one of the most mysterious forces in the world. Closing square bracket. System, if you want to use it, you must at least cultivate to the stage of Shaocheng. System, after a small success, you can use the power of reincarnation to condense the gate of reincarnation and send anyone into the gate of reincarnation. If you are strong enough, you can also summon some powerful beings who have entered reincarnation from the gate of reincarnation. Closing square bracket. After listening to the system's explanation, Dongfang Yuan was stunned. That is to say, I only have enough strength, can I summon the soul of a former great emperor like Qingli from the gate of reincarnation? System, yes. Closing square bracket. After hearing the exact answer from the system, Dongfang Yuan suppressed the excitement and surprise in his heart. Now that the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation has been controlled, he is not in a hurry. Now, he has obtained the Night Moon Crystal. Next, only Tianyu 9-leaf clover is left. Calculating the time, there are only 1 or 2 days left for the people of Fengyan sect to arrive at Tianyan Imperial City. He was particularly looking forward to the wedding with Xiao Qingli and Han Wanxiang, and he was almost on the verge of taking her down. How could it be possible to go to retreat to practice the 6 paths of reincarnation at such a critical juncture? Isn't this self-destruction of Taoism? Dongfang Yuan didn't have any extra hesitation and directly called Han Wanxiang, preparing to let her cultivate his feelings while she was taking care of him to bathe and change clothes. Endless Pleasure Sect. After Elder Li and Elder Hua left Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, they immediately returned to Endless Pleasure Sect. At this time, in a palace, the two of them told everything that happened in Tianyan Palace to the Endless Pleasure Sect suzerain, Han Yunkin, who was sitting at the top. Sect Master, this is what happened. Then Dongfang Yuan is simply lawless. Not only is he detaining the saint in a disguised form, but he also doesn't pay attention to our Endless Pleasure Sect at all. The suzerain, please immediately send the strong men in the sect to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to rescue the saint. Elder Hua begged with an anxious look on his face. Han Yunkin sat above, his face a little solemn, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. You were saying that there was no violent movement in the hall, and that Ying Yida was directly suppressed. Are you sure about this? Sect Master, this is certain. We and the saint have been watching at the door. After the palace closed, nothing happened. When the door opened again, Ying Yidao had been suppressed, and was dragged out by Dongfang Yuan's subordinate Tai Poyan by his hair. Elder Li reported seriously. In this way, this heavenly evolution dynasty is a bit unbelievable. Han Yunkin is quite calm and has a sensible mind. Although his daughter was in Dongfang Yuan's hands, he remained awake and did not panic. Instead, he immediately thought about how powerful the masters were in the heavenly evolution dynasty, so that he could quickly suppress Ying Yida without any movement. I saw Han Yunkin pondering for a while, and finally said, "That's all, I will go there myself and see who is there in this heavenly evolution dynasty." Han Yunkin thought about it and sent others. He was a little worried about another accident. And if we invite the ancestor to go, it would be a bit too fussy. And since his daughter is still in the hands of others, it is naturally impossible for him to be a bad person. So it would be safer to go in person. You too. If something happens during this period of our absence, you can go directly to the deputy sect master and the general manager, and leave all matters to them to resolve. Yes, sect master. The two elders responded immediately. Then, Han Yunkin turned around and disappeared into the hall. Now that Qian Xinru is pregnant, it will be difficult to touch her again in the near future. Dongfang Yuan's heart was itching, but he also focused on Han Wanxiang. Rogue, hurry up, you've seen it all, come here quickly and put me in my pajamas. Why are you still covering your face? Hurry up. Otherwise, I will regard you as violating the agreement. Finally, at Dongfang Yuan's request, Han Wanxiang and he both finished bathing. Dongfang Yuan also directly asked Han Wanxiang to warm his bed. This time, there was no expression of disgust on Han Wanxiang's face. Some are just entangled. However, under Dongfang Yuan's repeated urging, Han Wanxiang agreed. She got into bed wearing pajamas and used the warmth of her body and skin to help Dongfang Yuan warm the bed. Speaking of which, who is the reincarnation of a strong man? And General Feipeng. I have never heard of such a number one figure in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Can you tell me about it? At this time, hiding under the quilt, Han Wanxiang became interested and asked curiously. Okay, tonight, I will give you a good talk. Dongfang Yuan smiled, then lifted up the quilt and lay down next to Han Wanxiang. Feeling the warmth inside the quilt, Dongfang Yuan had a satisfied and comfortable smile on his face. Han Wanxiang was startled. He had to get up and leave immediately. What are you doing? This quilt is very warm, what are you doing up? Dongfang Yuan grabbed her hand and asked knowingly. Han Wanxiang was a little at a loss for a while. Her face was flushed with shyness. This was the first time she lay so close to a man on the same bed. Although I have a deep curiosity about Dongfang Yuan in my heart, I am attracted by his mysterious temperament. But she was not prepared at all for the two of them sleeping together in such close proximity. Now that the quilt is warm, it's time for me to leave. Let's talk about it next time. Han Wanxiang still wanted to leave because he was too shy. Wanxiang, this emperor has the right to ask the maid to sleep with him. Dongfang Yuan must have said. Han Wanxiang paused and frowned. Dongfang Yuan added, however, I don't intend to force you. I asked you to stay, just to let you chat with me for a while. If you want to leave, feel free to leave. I won't force you. Dongfang Yuan's eyes changed, and his eyes were full of affection. Han Wanxiang was caught off guard when Dongfang Yuan suddenly changed the subject. This person is not going to force himself. So sincere. Han Wanxiang is the same as Xiao Qingli, a person who takes soft things rather than hard ones. At this time, she thought again and finally lay down. Tell me, let's talk. The two of them were lying on the same bed. Dongfang Yuan put his hands behind his head and said slowly, this emperor is indeed reincarnated. This is true. As for Feipeng, they are all my former subordinates and will be reincarnated with me. Come. As for the true identity, I can't tell you yet. When Han Wanxiang heard these words, he confirmed his inner guess. As expected, Dongfang Yuan is the reincarnation of the body as rumored by the outside world. Then, what is your purpose in asking me to be your maid? Han Wanxiang asked hesitantly. Dongfang Yuan had a sincere face and looked at her lovingly with his eyes. if I say it, I don't have any purpose. In other words, my goal is you, do you believe it? Snort. Stop coming. Do you think this saint is a 3-year-old girl? Is she that easy to deceive? You are such a passionate man, Miss Qian, Princess Xiao and that Medusa, aren't they all your targets too? Now you are so affectionate with me, do you think I believe it? Han Wanxiang snorted coldly and said a little arrogantly. Dongfang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. At this time, he slowly stretched his hand towards Han Wanxiang and put his arm around her shoulders. He hugged her body and looked at each other. The tenderness in Dongfang Yuan's eyes did not diminish, and he said sincerely, Wanxiang, that's because there is a difference in your cognition. Who told you that passion and affection cannot coexist at the same time? Although I fell in love with you all at the same time, I am very sincere to each of you. My love for you can be seen in the sun and the moon, and expressed in the heaven and earth. You also know that with my current strength, it would not be difficult to get you by force. But that will only make the woman I love hate me for the rest of my life. I definitely don't want to see this, so I will never do such a thing. Wanxiang, do you understand the Emperor's feelings for you? Dongfang Yuan pressed his face against Han Wanxiang's face affectionately. Han Wanxiang was confused by this man's sudden confession. But I don't know why, seeing Dongfang Yuan showing such true feelings, my inner vigilance completely disappeared. The fascination with Dongfang Yuan in my heart completely burst out at this moment. Her cheeks were as red as apples. The heart rate accelerated even more, beating extremely fast and continuously. Flop, flop, flop. Dongfang Yuan held Han Wanxiang's hand tightly at this moment, turned sideways, and said face to face, Wanxiang, I heard your heart beating. You're in love with me, too, right? When he was suddenly asked this question, Han Wanxiang was a little confused and didn't know how to answer. At this time, Dongfang Yuan saw Han Wanxiang like this. He was experienced and kissed him directly. Feel the softness of Han Wanxiang's lips. Han Wanxiang's eyes widened, a little startled for a moment. However, Dongfang Yuan hugged her body tightly, giving her the ultimate sense of security. And his mouth was experiencing waves of numbness. Gradually, Han Wanxiang was willing to fall in love completely. After a night of tossing, Dongfang Yuan also experienced the taste of joyous union's sacred body in a real sense. Pure crisp with lightning. It's cold, it's warm. Really unforgettable. The next day, at noon, Dongfang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The exhaustion of the night made him wake up at this moment. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Han Wanxiang lying beside him with messy hair. Look at the corners of her eyes, there are still 2 tears. Dongfang Yuan gently stroked Han Wanxiang's face. He was still very happy in his heart. Not only successfully won Han Wanxiang, but also absorbed the spirit of primordial yin from Joyous Union's sacred body. The system has said before that the primordial yin of Joyous Union's sacred body can make one's cultivation a big step forward, and it is a good tonic. As expected, after reuniting with Han Wanxiang's soul, Dongfang Yuan's cultivation directly broke through from the 2nd heaven of Saint Realm to the 3rd heaven of Saint Realm. A small boundary has been broken through. But this is Saint Realm. Today's Dongfang Yuan, if he took out the Chenken Thorn, he could even fight the Great Saint. And because of Dongfang Yuan's touch, Han Wanxiang's cheeks moved, and he woke up with dim eyes. Shonger, you're awake. Thank you for your hard work. I almost exhausted my Shonger. Dongfang Yuan put his arms around him at this moment, hugging Han Wanxiang and said, I don't want to get out of bed and move around today. You can't. Do that next time. I want to sleep a little longer. Han Wanxiang had an aggrieved look on his face, which was very endearing. Good. Then you have a good rest. The Emperor will deal with things first. Dongfang Yuan smiled, and then left the bedroom. On the sky less than 300 miles away from Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. At this time, several ships flew through the sky at extremely high speed, and they were the ships of Fengyan sect. At this moment, on the deck of one of the ships, Fengyan sect's deputy suzerain Han Zhao and Great Elder Mo Linyi stood on the deck one after another. In addition, there was a thin old man in a black robe standing in front of the 2 of them. The appearance of this old man, with triangular eyes, hooked nose, looks like a bad guy. Just looking at his face, he gave people a very vicious feeling. And this person is the ancestor of Fengyan sect, Guikangxing. Old ancestor, there is less than half an hour left before arriving at Tianyan Imperial City. Should we talk to Dongfang Yuan directly, or what? Mo Linyi asked. Talk? Oh, he deserves it too. After the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, just ask them to hand over Ying Yi Dao and kneel down to accept the surrender, so that they can avoid the death penalty. Otherwise, this deity will directly use the power of the holy soldiers to completely destroy the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Anakura Yuki said with a face full of disdain. He didn't care if Dongfang Yuan was the reincarnation of a strong man or not. Now he holds the sacred artifact of the Fengyan sect in his hand, full of strength and confidence. With such a form, Feng Yunzong must have absolute initiative. If that Dongfang Yuan dared to threaten with Ying Yidao, then he would naturally show Dongfang Yuan what kind of fate he would get if he dared to threaten their Fengyan sect. Han Zhao still felt that something was wrong. He was more cautious, and reminded him, Old ancestor, I think it's better not to underestimate the enemy too much. How about this, after we arrive? It's up to us to attract Dongfang Yuan's attention and let the first elder sneak in from the side, looking for a chance to see if there is a chance to rescue the third elder. Han Zhaodi's idea is a bit safer. Mo Linyi, who was standing beside him, also agreed with his face. However, Wei Kangxing was somewhat dissatisfied. He turned around and said with a serious face, Do you not believe in the strength of this deity? Or do you not believe in my Fengyan sect's holy soldier background? Old ancestor, Han Zhao absolutely dare not. I really didn't mean that, please don't misunderstand the old ancestor. Han Zhao's expression changed, and he hastily stepped aside. Snort, it's just a Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. In the era of the deity, this Heavenly Evolution Dynasty was not even considered a first-class force. My Fengyan sect has even dispatched the holy artifacts. The dignified overlord-level forces have dispatched the background of the holy soldiers. What? Does this still need to play tricks with them by beating around the bush? Wei Kangxing was a little dissatisfied. He thought in his heart that their current lineup was enough to push Heavenly Evolution Dynasty horizontally, if they used some tricks. That's all disrespect for him in the background of the holy soldier. Yes, it's Han Zhao who said the wrong thing, please don't worry about it. In such a situation, Han Zhao naturally couldn't say anything more. At this moment, enter the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty Hall. Dongfang Yuan sat in the hall, Zuo Xuanqi and King Tianyu hurried in from the door. Your Majesty, the creatures in the Imperial City have been evacuated. Furthermore, Marshal Tai has already summoned an army of 3 million, led by Chonglo and Arrow God. As soon as the Fengyan sect's people enter the city, they can attack immediately. Tianyu Wangwei reported. Your Majesty, the Fengyan sect's ship is still more than 200 miles away from the Imperial City, and it should arrive in about half an hour. Prime Minister Zuo said. Dongfang Yuan sits on top, Xiao Qingli sits on his left, and Medusa sits on his right. 2 queens assisting 1 emperor is unique in the world. Dongfang Yuan nodded slowly. At this time, Fei Peng walked in and reported, Your Majesty, the Shuanglong Heavenly Palace has been built and can leave at any time. Good, my concubine, let's go, the 2 of you, together with the Emperor, ride the Double Dragon Heavenly Palace and go out to meet the enemy. Dongfang Yuan stood up and walked out of the hall with Xiao Qingli and Medusa. Fei Peng, Zuo Xuanqi and others followed closely behind. Except for Fei Peng and Medusa, everyone else, including Xiao Qingli, was a little curious. What exactly is the Shuanglong Tiangong that His Majesty asked Fei Peng to build himself? Tianyan Imperial City. Because of the Fengyan sect's attack, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty evacuated the people in the Imperial City ahead of time. Now the streets in the entire city are extremely empty, and almost no pedestrians can be seen on the street. And at this time, on the roof of an inn a little distance from the palace, Han Yunkin's figure appeared here. He originally wanted to save his daughter, but since the people from Fengyan sect were coming, he didn't want to stay here and take a look first. If Heavenly Evolution Dynasty loses, then he can also come forward and save Han Wanxiang. After all, the Fengyan sect will definitely give the face of the suzerain of the Endless Pleasure sect. But if Fengyan sect loses, that would be terrible. Call out. At this time, Han Yunkin suddenly noticed some movement around him. He didn't look back, but said indifferently, "Since you're here, come out." "Ha ha ha, Brother Han is indeed Brother Han. I didn't expect you to notice me from such a long distance." Whoosh! At this time, in the nearby sky, two figures flew towards Han Yunkin. They were two middle-aged men, one tall and mighty, the other tall and thin, looking like gentlemen, holding a paper fan. The identities of these two people are Ming Junqi, the deputy sect leader of Wuji sect, and Ji Yujun Li, the deputy sect leader of Tianjian sect. The Wuji sect and the Tianjian sect are the other two overlord-level forces in the northern domain. And both of them are the second in command in the sect. Han Yunkin's face was calm, and he was not surprised that they would appear here. After all, Fengyan sect sent people to Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, and dispatched 200,000 elites at once, so they must be prepared to start a war. Such a wonderful scene, as they are both overlords, they naturally want to come and watch it. "Brother Ming, Brother Ji Yu, you two arrived early enough. What, could it be that you also have plans for Heavenly Evolution Dynasty? Want to get a share of the pie with Fengyan sect?" Han Yunkin asked calmly. "Brother Han is joking. We are just here to witness the outcome of this battle, just like Brother Han. We have no intention of intervening. It's just that the two of us are a little surprised. This time, Brother Han, as the head of a sect, actually came in person. It's really surprising." Ji Yujun and Li Rumu smiled slowly and said. Obviously, the two of them had no idea that Han Wanxiang was trapped in Tianyan Palace. Therefore, Han Yunkin's arrival in person seemed a bit unexpected. This sect is just a little curious. I want to see what the outcome of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, which has been gaining momentum recently, will be if it faces Fengyan sect. Han Yunkin's face was indifferent, showing no emotion or anger. Oh, what Brother Han means by this is that he thinks this Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has a chance of winning. Ming Junqi asked. Han Yunkin smiled. I didn't say that. However, there are no absolutes in this world. If something unexpected happens, we can't say for sure. Ji Yujun Li nodded. Brother Han is right, there are no absolutes in the world. Before they have a thorough confrontation, they cannot draw any conclusions without authorization. Furthermore, Dongfang Yuan allowed the Fengyan sect's ships to pass all the way. They didn't stop any of the cities they went to, and let them go straight to the imperial city. If Dongfang Yuan wasn't confident enough, he could turn the tide. Then he is too arrogant to do such stupid things. Ji Yu Zili said, fanning the paper fan. Let's look at today, Han Yunkin said. Immediately, the three people stood up in the air, hiding in the sky and clouds, overlooking the entire imperial city below. Not long after, dark clouds suddenly came over the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, and the entire imperial city suddenly felt depressing. It was as if the sky was blocked and the sun was blocked, ushering in the end of the world. Fengyan sect's ships were huge, and each one kept pace with each other and entered the Tianyan imperial city. The huge hull almost covered all the light in the sky. Buzz buzz. On the ship, there was a sound of spiritual gushes from the rear, as if announcing their arrival. The momentum was sensational. Figures of strong men from Fengyan sect appeared on the deck of the ship. They looked arrogant, and their whole bodies exuded a very strong aura. The morale of the 200,000 elite disciples is vast and inspiring. People from Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, get out of here quickly. An elder from the Fengyan sect was seen standing on the deck, his voice like thunder, shouting towards the Tianyan Palace. Bang bang bang. You are so impudent. You are not qualified to act wild in our Tianyan imperial city. At this moment, bursts of shouts suddenly sounded from all around. In the sky around Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, Tai Poyan, Jian Shen, and Zonglo were seen leading millions of troops, surrounding them from all directions. Beating drums and shouting, waving flags in support, and the sound of wind breaking through thorns came one after another. Millions of soldiers got into shape, with a majestic momentum, exuding fierce power, and came out with oppression. Under the leadership of Tai Poyan and Zonglo, the soldiers of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty were full of momentum. They were not afraid of the name of Fengyan sect. They directly took the soldiers in their hands and densely surrounded Fengyan sect's ships from inside and outside. And the arrow god is holding a disheveled shadow knife, standing in the sky. Demon Zhenglo had his hands behind his back, and his pair of demon eyes that could withstand the sky immediately showed his indifference and coldness. Ancestor, we are surrounded. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty looks like it has been prepared for a long time. The formation of this million-strong army has been rehearsed day and night, and it looks like an elite team. Mo Linyi, the great elder of Fengyan sect, said to Gui Kangxing. Oni Kangxing looked disdainful. Oh, they are just a larger number of ants. In front of me, they are just mediocre. No matter how many people there are, I can wipe them all out with just one palm. As a semi-saint, Onokura Yuki has the confidence to destroy an elite army by himself. Besides, he still has a holy weapon on his body, so he won't take the people of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty seriously. Mo Linyi nodded, and then his figure flew out of the ship and stood in the sky, opposite Tai Poyan and others. Mo Linyi also saw the shadow Yidao held by the arrow god. He frowned suddenly. In just a few days, Ying Yidao was tortured to this point. This Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is too deceiving. Where's Dongfang Yuan? Aren't you coming out yet? Are you going to be a hidden rat, hiding from people and not daring to see people? Mo Linyi shouted in a cold tone in the direction of Tai Poyan and the others. Ha 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 ha, if I am a mouse, then your Fengyan sect is no longer qualified to be leftovers. A mocking tone full of jest came from the distant horizon like thunder. Then everyone turned around and looked around. I saw two ice-spirited white dragons more than 30 meters long, with dragon horns emitting a strong cold light on their heads. The beasts had some scars on their bodies and flew towards this place while pulling a jade crystal palace that was as big as a house. This is like two dragons pulling a cart, but what they are pulling is a beautifully decorated jade crystal palace. There are glazed mirrors around it, which can be seen from the inside but difficult to see from the outside. And with two ice-spirited white dragons there, it can even block soul exploration. In addition, Fei Peng, Zhuo Xuanqi, and Tianyu Wang were guarding the edge of the double dragon heavenly palace. Dongfang Yuan was lying lazily in the jade crystal palace, and there was only a gauze door that could be vaguely seen. He was leaning on her at this moment, holding Xiao Qingli in one hand and Medusa in the other. His expression was calm, not caring at all about the pressure put on them by Fengyan sect in front of them. And Mo Linyi, including many people on the field, couldn't help but change their expressions in surprise when they saw the ice-spirit white dragons pulling the cart at both ends. Two ice-spirited white dragons from Jishan Ice Mountain. How can this be? How could they pull a cart for Dongfang Yuan? Mo Linyi was very shocked. Including Han Zhao and some elders of Fengyan sect on the ship at this time, they could not help but frown. It felt a little unexpected. Before the fight even started, Dongfang Yuan gave them a little surprise. At this time, above the clouds and mist in the sky, Han Yunkin and Ji Yu Junli were also standing here. The ice spirit white dragon was actually surrendered by the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. This is really a strange thing. Ji Yu Junli said in shock. Yes, this is indeed a bit bizarre. Although these two ice spirit white dragons are not of true dragon blood, they still belong to the branch lineage of the dragon clan. And the cultivation level is not low. Both sides are from the 8th level of the heavenly venerable realm. Even the overlords like us don't want to provoke them too much. How did Dongfang Yuan surrender? Ming Junqi also felt a little shocked. North of the northern domain, there is an iceberg that has not melted for hundreds of thousands of years, called the Jishan Iceberg. There are two ice spirit white dragons living on this mountain. On weekdays, almost no one would choose to provoke them for no reason. One is because Jishan Iceberg is located on the border, has heavy snow all year round, and has scarce resources, making it completely unprofitable. The second is the strength of these two ice spirit white dragons. If they are combined, even the peak heavenly venerable realm cannot be easily defeated. Basically, all the people from overlord level forces would not take any chances with these two ice spirit white dragons. But he didn't expect that these two ice spirit white dragons would be captured by Dongfang Yuan to pull the cart. If this spreads out, it will be another big event that can shock the northern domain. Mo Linyi calmed down. He looked calmly and looked into the Jade Crystal Palace. Dongfang Yuan, by capturing the third elder of my Fengyan sect, you are threatening my Fengyan sect. Did you know that you have committed a capital crime? If you let the third elder go now and take the lead in surrendering, we, Fengyan sect, can consider sparing you the death penalty. If not, the elite of our Fengyan sect will raise your heavenly evolution dynasty to the ground today, leaving no one behind. Mo Linyi's firm and cold tone resounded throughout the sky. The Fengyan sect collective is always ready for war. However, Dongfang Yuan in the Yujing Palace did not take him seriously at all. He patted it gently. Roar! Suddenly, the auras from the two ice spirit white dragons were released directly. The two auras flanked Mo Linyi and knocked him back. Dongfang Yuan, you! Mo Linyi was immediately furious, and the power of these two beasts made him tremble. He and the two ice spirit white dragons were both at the 8th level of the heavenly venerable realm, but the beastly power of the two white dragons was superior to his. If it were a head-to-head fight, he basically had no chance of winning. Mo Linyi, I seem to have said that if you want to save Ying, you can use Tianyu 9-leaf clover in exchange. I allowed your Fengyan sect to arrive at our Tianyan imperial city unhindered all the way, and also showed my emperor's pattern and sincerity to the people of the world. What? Do you think Ying Yidao's life is not important, or do you mean you don't want to save him at all? You showed me such humiliation as soon as you came here. I really give you enough humiliation. That's it, that's all. Arrow God, kill Ying Yida with one sword. Since Fengyan sect doesn't care about his life or death, then why should we care about what he does? In the Jade Crystal Palace, Dongfang Yuan's moody voice came out. Yes, Your Majesty. The Arrow God didn't hesitate, and with a pinch in his hand, he was about to strike at Ying. Wu. 9. Wei, save me. Ying Yidao was so frightened that his legs went limp. It's a pity that his cultivation base was sealed, and he was slurring his words for help, but he couldn't speak clearly at all. Wait, and just when Arrow God was about to strike, Mo Linyi hurriedly said. The Arrow God's hand stopped in midair, looking towards Yujing Palace. What, Mo Linyi, now you want to save him again? Dongfang Yuan asked with a playful smile. Sitting in the Yujing Palace at this time, Dongfang Yuan was also hugging Xiao Qingli, eating the fruit that Medusa fed him. Dongfang Yuan was probably the only one who could relax so much in such a scene. You really keep your word, as long as you give you the 9-leaf clover, you will release the third elder. Mo Linyi asked cautiously. This emperor is the lord of the dynasty, the king of a country, and what he says will naturally count. Dongfang Yuan said. Good. For you. Let go. Mo Linyi didn't continue to spend too much time, he took out a storage bag and threw it towards Yujing Palace. After Zuo Xuanqi caught it, he opened it and confirmed that it was correct. Your Majesty, this is indeed the Tianyu 9-leaf clover. After hearing this, Dongfang Yuan kissed Xiao Qingli's little cheek with joy. Today, you have 9-leaf clover in Yeyuijing. Next, you only need to seal her as a queen, and you can have a baby in the bridal chamber with an empress who has memories. After spending so long, I must give her hundreds of gifts worth trillions. Xiao Qingli was hugged by Dongfang Yuan, and when she heard that the Tianyu 9-leaf clover had been obtained, her expression was a little childish, but then it turned back to cold. Good, I keep my word, God of Arrow, let me go. Dongfang Yuan's voice came out. Arrow God didn't say much, and directly untied Ying Yidao's binding seal, and threw him in the direction of Feng Yunzong's ship. Ying Yidao recovered his cultivation, and immediately flew to Mo Linyi's side. He used his strength to recover from his physical injuries. After Zhang Ying Yidao was successfully rescued, Mo Linyi also had no scruples at all. At this moment, he said with a cold face, okay, the transaction is now over. The next thing is between Feng Yunzong and your heavenly evolution dynasty. Dongfang Yuan, today, you only have two choices. One is surrender, and the other one is death. The people of heavenly evolution dynasty were not shocked by Mo Linyi's sudden change of face at this moment. Dongfang Yuan replied in a relaxed and natural tone, you have said that, so the emperor can only choose 3. That is to keep all of you here, and none of you can leave. At this time, listening to Dongfang Yuan's rampant and arrogant words, all Feng Yunzong, including the 3 who hid in the clouds and watched the battle, felt that Dongfang Yuan was a little too arrogant. Be careful, Shadow Yidao just wanted to say that they have a semi-saint powerhouse. But he was interrupted by a disdainful laugh. Ha 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 ha. What a crazy boy, I want none of my wind and cloud sect to leave. I'm afraid that the ancestors of your heavenly evolution dynasty wouldn't dare to say such a thing. I saw Guikangxing, the ancestor of the Fengyan sect, flying off the ship one after another with Han Zhao and the elders of the Fengyan sect behind him, standing tall in the sky. Old ancestor. Ying Yidao was very shocked. He didn't expect that the ancestor would come out to save him himself. But seeing Anakora now, he originally wanted to say that Heavenly Evolution Dynasty had semi-saint, but because he was too excited, he forgot it for a while. And above the sky, Wei Kangxing actually came in person. Semi-saint is dispatched. It seems that Feng Yunzong's determination to destroy the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is extremely firm. Ji Yu Junli said with a slightly startled expression after seeing Wei Kangxing appear. The ghost storehouse is here, and the half-saint grade's other combat power is simply not something that Heavenly Venerable can resist. It seems that there is probably no hope for today's Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Ming Junqi stood next to Ji Yu Junli, his face regained his calm. Looking at the current situation on the scene, Han Yunkin remained silent. It was hard to see what he was thinking. However, the appearance of Guikorahang did not dampen the morale of the soldiers of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. On the contrary, many people are indifferent, more of them are that they don't know Wei Kangxing at all. And those who knew Zuo Xuanqi and Tianyu King all had calm faces. Your Wind and Cloud sect has semi-saint, don't I, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty not? Old guy, what you said is a bit absolute. As the saying goes, green out of blue is better than blue. The ancestors of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, they can lead Heavenly Evolution Dynasty into a top power, this is their pinnacle. And I, Dongfang Yuan, will bring the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to an unprecedented height. A pinnacle that no one can break. Don't think that you can act recklessly in front of me, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, with a mere semi-saint cultivation. There are many people under my emperor who can take you down. Dongfang Yuan's domineering voice swept out from the Yujing Palace. This directly made Wei Kangxing, Han Zhao and the others look a little dark. Too arrogant. The arrogance of Dongfang Yuan really makes people want to kill him. Wei Kangxing said in a cold voice with disdain, it's a joke. This semi-saint's realm, even though it's in the northern domain, doesn't dare to be so arrogant as to call itself invincible. But if you want to kill a little Tianyan like you, it is definitely not difficult for me. I saw Wei Kangxing's voice just finished. The semi-saint aura on his body spreads and emanates from him as the center. That huge saint power is not comparable to Heavenly Venerable Realm at all. Even though they were far apart, Zuo Xuanqi, Tianyu Wang and the others could vaguely feel a great pressure. The target of Wei Kangxing is still Dongfang Yuan. His coercion slowly rolled over, and the two ice spirit white dragons couldn't bear the huge pressure, and began to retreat a little bit. However, Dongfang Yuan within the Yujing Palace was completely unaffected. With his current cultivation base, half-saint grade and other coercion are just tickling to him. I saw his tone with a wicked smile. Old guy, you said you dare not say that you are invincible in the northern domain. However, I dare you. Chonglo, take action and capture him. Dongfang Yuan's tone changed, and he immediately issued an order. Yes, Your Majesty. Mo Zunlu standing beside Tai Poyan immediately responded with respect. Next second, a half-saint grade magic power bloomed from the body of the heavy building. The huge power of magic power billowed into the sky, pressing towards Wei Kangxing above the sky. The momentum of the two confronted each other, and suddenly the waves shook, and Chonglo stood upright in the storm, unscathed. On the other hand, Wei Kangxing was shaken back a few steps by the extremely strong wind and waves, and finally stabilized his figure. Semi-saint. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. There is a semi-saint powerhouse. Zonglu's attack shocked all the disciples and elders of Fengyan sect, including Han Zhao, Mo Linyi and Wei Kangxing itself. Their eyes were also a little inconceivable, full of tremors and doubts. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty had semi-saint. How is this possible? Half-saint grade powerhouses. In the northern domain, there are only 5 people in total. They are among the 5 overlord level forces, and they are all ancestor level figures. Why does Heavenly Evolution Dynasty have a semi-saint? Moreover, looking at him like this, he obviously listened to Dongfang Yuan's words. This made them even more confused and shocked. Even if Dongfang Yuan is reincarnated, it is impossible to cultivate a semi-saint at the Heavenly Venerable Realm level, right? This is too appalling. As for the 3 of them, Han Yunkin, Ji Yujun and the moment the demon Zunlu made his move, their complexions changed drastically and their whole bodies were shocked. Semi-saint strong. This person turned out to be a strong semi-saint. What method did Dongfang Yuan use? How could he cultivate a semi-saint grade powerhouse without anyone noticing? Ji Yujun and Ming Junqi were shocked. This incident was enough to shake the entire northern domain. With a semi-saint sitting in command, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty can be said to be infinitely close to becoming a dominant force. If they can have a holy soldier background, then the pattern of the northern domain will really be completely rewritten. The 5 overlord level forces may directly become the 6 overlords. Today, it really didn't come in vain. Such a shocking scene. It seems that Feng Yunzong wants to destroy the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. It really is not that simple. This Dongfang Yuan is indeed a terrifying character. Brother Han, what do you think? Ji Yujun gave Dongfang Yuan a very high evaluation. In his opinion, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty can become what it is today, all because of Dongfang Yuan's own strength. This person once must have existed between heaven and earth, otherwise, in such a short period of time, even some ordinary powerful reincarnations would not be able to raise the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to such a terrifying level. Han Yunkin also said at this moment, it is indeed shocking, and the blow just now was obviously the one called Chonglo who had the upper hand. The strength of Gui Kangxing is actually a bit weaker. If it continues like this, the odds of Feng Yunzong's victory are not great. But if Ghost Kangxing brought the potion saber, that's a different story. Heaven Breaker, yes, the key is to see if he has it with him. Ji Yujun agreed. The Fengyun sect's Junzong Saint weapon is the potion saber, and it is also a well-known killing weapon in the entire northern domain, a middle-grade saint weapon. It was left by the ancestors who founded the Fengyun sect. A light blow is enough to split mountains and seas, and even make stars crumble and change the color of the sky and the earth. At this time, Zhang Lu's shot collided with Gui Kangxing's power, which shocked everyone on the field. Gui Kangxing's face was also a little dark, and under his dark complexion, what was hidden was also his slightly horrified mood. This Heavenly Evolution Dynasty actually has a semi-saint powerhouse. The semi-saint powerhouses of the northern domain, including this seat, can be counted in one palm. Who are you? Report your name. Gui Kangxing frowned slightly, staring at Chonglo, and said in a cautious tone. Dead people don't deserve to know my name. Chonglu's tone was indifferent, and the space wrist magic knives on his arms were as sharp as a sword, exuding a cold man's fierce power at this moment. Snort. What a breath. You and I are both in the realm of semi-saint. You are so confident that you can win this seat. Geikeraxing snorted coldly. Although his face was a little dull, he didn't show any fear. He has the Holy Soldier card, let alone a semi-saint. Even if there are 10 semi-saints together, he is not afraid at all. Long-winded. Chonglu's expression was cold, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. I saw his figure flying towards Gui Kangxing like a black magic light. The space wrist demon knife slashed out dozens of blood-red magic lights in a row. The power of the knife was astonishing. Every blow could smash down the sun, moon and stars. The prestige of semi-saint was vividly displayed. Chonglu was full of magic power, and the sky was filled with thick and rolling magic energy. The demonic energy that covered the sky and the sun blocked almost all the light, and everyone seemed to be in a demon cave. The disciples of Fengyun sect couldn't help trembling when they saw this scene. Behind his figure, a huge phantom appeared, and those blood-red eyes exuded a bloodthirsty and indifferent look. The demonic power around him was greatly shaken, like an ancient demon god bathed in magical light, accompanied by the falling of the sword glow of Chonglu's real body. They came in unison. What a terrible breath. Is this the true strength of semi-saint? I feel like I'm going to be a little out of breath. Some disciples of the Fengyun sect on the ship, although separated by a distance, still felt that strong sense of oppression. The magic power of the Chonglo was everywhere, sweeping and wreaking havoc on the sky of the entire imperial city, and the shock it brought to their hearts was extremely shocking. Even Han Zhao, Ying Yidao, and Mo Linyi all retreated quickly, staying away from Gui Kangxing. Semi-saint grade and other powerhouses are fighting with all their strength, and the battlefield is simply not something that heavenly venerable realm like them can mix. Even if it is a heavenly venerable realm peak like Han Zhao, against the first half of saint grade, it is purely looking for abuse. Snort. The appearance is quite decent, but I don't know how strong it is. Wei Kangxing raised his hands high, and the power in his body exploded like a tornado, condensing and manifesting into the phantoms of thousands of soldiers in front of him. There are all kinds of swords, guns, swords and halberds, with various colors of light and pressure, all of which are thousands of meters long. Every soldier phantom exudes a strong semi-saint power, and the aura flows like a blade. Just getting close, those powers hovering around are enough to kill people. Go! Onikikura Shing pointed towards the Chonglo with both fingers. Those warriors are like thousands of sharp arrows, faster than thunder, piercing 10,000 junctures, exuding a strong killing power, and blasting towards the heavy building. Chonglu's face was indifferent, and he directly blasted the sword light that exploded from himself, and the waves of heavenly demon blasted by the phantom to meet the power of Wei Kangxing. Rumble. The two semi-saint forces confront each other, and the waves are rough and surging like thunder. Endless explosions sounded continuously from above the sky during the confrontation. There was the sound of magic waves being exploded, and there was also the sound of soldiers being torn apart. The terrifying waves even turned into hurricanes and swept out. The Heavenly Evolution Dynasty and the members of Fengyan sect were almost all shaken back again and again. But Shuanglong Tiangong is under the protection of Feipeng. With strong support, even if the waves hit it, it will hardly hurt at all. Fei Peng folded his hands in front of his chest at this moment, looking at the battlefield where the two were fighting. This guy Chonglo hasn't used his full strength yet. It seems that he wants to test the limits of this old guy, so as to find his fatal flaw. Fei Pengyi was standing next to Shuanglong Tiangong, and said calmly. Zuo Xuanqi and Tianyu Wang were beside them, and they couldn't help but feel a little moved when they heard this. You haven't done your best yet. Then how strong is the strength of this heavy building enshrined? After the offensive power of the two exploded, they both rushed forward and fought in melee. Each blow of Zonglu's space wrist demon knife carried a violent and ferocious power, directly suppressing Wei Kangxing. Wei Kangxing took out a long sword, and kept using his sword moves to fight back. The sword glowed like silver light, and it was difficult to hurt Chonglo even when he slashed out again and again. Inside the Shuanglong Tiangong, Dongfang Yuan embraced two beauties, eating fruit in his mouth, admiring the confrontation between the two semi-saints. He said with a smile, "This old guy can bear it, he is obviously at a disadvantage, and he is still in a disadvantaged position. I don't intend to use the Heaven Breaker knife." Wei Kangxing is a person who really wants to save face. If he can't take down the heavy building in the same realm, and can only rely on the holy soldiers to win back the city, he will feel too ashamed of himself. He can't let go of the arrogance in his heart. After all, if you fight against the realm, if you can only rely on the holy soldiers to win in the end, even if you win, you still lose. Sitting in Dongfang Yuan's arms, Xiao Qingli calmly analyzed. Your Majesty, these people are nothing but ants. Let Medusa take action and kill them all at once. Why waste time like this? Medusa next to him asked a little puzzled. Dongfang Yuan smiled and said, Medusa, you can kill all these people easily, even the Emperor can do it. Even as long as you show your strength, I believe that it will be easy to unify the entire northern domain in a short period of time. But have you thought about what the consequences will be if you do this? As a result of, Your Majesty, after we unify the northern domain, the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will grow even stronger. What will be the consequences? Medusa asked in confusion. Even Xiao Qingli at this moment knows the strength of Medusa. The unification of the northern domain has only advantages and no disadvantages for the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. What will be the consequences? Dongfang Yuan said with an unpredictable smile. As the saying goes, a gentleman is not good against a dangerous wall. My concubine, although our Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is strong now, it is not strong enough to dominate the world. There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people, you should also understand. When the two women heard what Dongfang Yuan said, they understood everything. Xiao Qingli immediately said, You mean, the trump card of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty cannot be completely exposed, and it must always give people a sense of indistinct depth, right? Concubine I is really smart, she is indeed a woman who once stood on top of the world. You're absolutely right, Northern Domain is just a small part of this Xuanzhou. After the Northern Domain, there is the sea area, and beyond the sea area, there is the core of the entire Xuanzhou, Zhongshangzhou. Our Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's current strength can indeed dominate the northern domain, but if it is placed in the sea area, it may even be the Holy Continent. As far as the current strength of our Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is concerned, it is far from enough. So, that's why I don't intend to expose too many cards all at once. Remember one sentence: if a power uses its most powerful whole card easily, then this power is not far from extinction. Chapter 71. After listening to Dongfang Yuan's words, the two women thought deeply and found that what he said was indeed very reasonable. If Heavenly Evolution Dynasty directly shows the strong saint at this moment, even the great saint. As soon as the news spreads, the maritime forces will definitely focus on it. They will definitely be curious about where the strong players in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty come from, and Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will immediately become the target of public criticism. This also reminded Xiao Qingli of the time when she was not the Empress and joined a sect. The leader of that sect once said, "Before you have the absolute strength to face all difficulties calmly, you must not be too high profile." As Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's plan to unify the northern domain still going ahead? Xiao Qingli asked after regaining consciousness. Certainly, the northern domain will naturally be unified and the plan will proceed as normal. It's just that no matter what kind of opponent we face, the strength shown by our Heavenly Evolution Dynasty only needs to ensure that we can defeat them. There is no need to go too far in reducing the dimensionality. Dongfang Yuan knows it well. If you want to destroy a force with a semi-saint in charge, you only need to dispatch one saint at most. If the great saint were to be dispatched all at once, not only would it be too ostentatious, but it would also be targeted by other forces. If he wants to do something high profile, at least his Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, he must have enough underlying strength. Xiao Qingli also felt that Dongfang Yuan's idea was quite good and very stable. His thinking was based on the overall situation from the beginning. As long as the true nature of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is never revealed, it will be covered with a veil of mystery in the eyes of the world. Hey, Chonglo is working hard. The wonderful thing is coming. At this time, Dongfang Yuan noticed changes in the battlefield in the sky. I saw that Zonglo had already tested the upper limit of Guikangxing's power at this moment, so there was no need to hide it anymore. He exploded with all his strength, and the wrist demon sword slashed out twice in succession, so fiercely that he pushed Onakura Yui back. The next second, Chonglu's figure was as fast as the wind, passing across. Appearing behind Onagiri Yuki, he slashed his back twice with a wrist knife. Chi-chi, puff. Guikangxing was unable to defend himself, and was immediately wounded by the sword in the back. His back clothes collapsed, his flesh and blood were blurred, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Old ancestor. Seeing Guikangxing being injured by Chonglo, Ying Yidao and Mo Linyi's expressions changed. Han Zhao also looked solemn at this moment. This person's strength must be higher than that of our ancestors. He has been hiding his strength before, just to find flaws in the ancestor. What, then didn't we lose? When Ying Yidao heard this, his expression changed in shock. No, ancestor will not lose. The sect leader asked us to bring the sky-breaking sword here just in case. It seems that we really need to use the holy soldiers today. Han Zhao's eyes flashed with a fierce light and his face became serious. At this moment, Oni Kangxing's figure stopped in midair, his expression extremely ugly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled ferociously. Okay, I haven't felt hurt in many years. I have to say, you are amazing. Based on your own strength alone, you are far above me. But today, you will not escape death after all. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Guikangxing's hand disappeared. The next moment, he took out a black knife in his hand. The blade is jet black, the blade is sharp, and there is a holy energy lingering around the blade, which is extremely powerful. I saw Guikangxing holding the sword high, pointing towards the sky. Boom! Suddenly, the sword light burst out of the sky changed color, and a huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the entire sky, like a black hole, with dense black sword light flying around it, and quickly condensed into a huge sword light. Heaven-breaking sword. The Fengyan sect's sect-suppressing heritage, the sky-breaking sword. After seeing Gui Kangxing take out the sky-breaking sword, the faces of Tai Poyan and Tianyu King also darkened. As natives of the northern domain, they had naturally heard of the rumors of the Fengyan sect's heaven-breaking sword. One sword can collapse the earth, 2 swords can break stars, 3 swords can suppress the sea, 4 swords can shake the world. The sky-breaking sword appears and the situation changes. At this moment, looking at the huge black vortex in the sky and the terrifying sword light emanating from the surroundings, all the soldiers of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty can't help but feel their hearts beating faster. That's Shengwei, not an ordinary semi-saint's holy power, but a true saint-level holy power. A saint's strike is comparable to a saint's full blow. Oh, now, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is over. Ying Yidao looked at the sword light condensed in the sky and sneered. The same was true for Mo Linyi and Han Zhao, with disdainful sneers on their faces. This is the consequence of going against their Fengyan sect. What if you were the reincarnation of a powerful person and cultivated semi-saint? In front of the real power of Saint Realm, he is still like an ant. Han Zhao and the others can guarantee that if this sword light is struck down, the entire Tianyan Imperial City will be completely destroyed. And above the sky and clouds, Han Yunkin, Ji Yu Zhongli, and Ming Junqi also saw this scene. It seems the suspense is gone. Oni Kangxing has brought the Heavenly Evolution sword with him, and he is already determined to destroy the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty at all costs. No matter how strong the semi-saint called Chonglo is, he will not be able to withstand the attack of the saint soldier. Ji Yu Zhongli stood in the clouds and mist, as if he had already predicted the outcome, and said calmly, "This Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has given us a lot of shock today. But it's a pity that the Overlord-level forces are not something they can shake at the moment. The background of the Holy Soldier is the key to everything." Ming Junqi also thinks so. The two of them, as the core leaders of the Overlord-level force, both understood what Fengyan sect's dispatch of the sky-breaking sword represented. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, there is no hope. Even Han Yunkin thought so in his heart at this time. However, when he saw Chonglu's hand slowly taking out something, his eyes suddenly shrank and he exclaimed, "Look! What is that?" After being told by Han Yunkin, Ming Junqi and Ji Yu Zhongli also looked over. I saw Chonglo facing Gui Kangxing's heaven-breaking saber, his whole figure standing upright in the sky, neither dodging nor dodging. And in his hand, a spike appeared in the palm of his hand. Chenkin Thorn. Dongfang Yuan temporarily handed over the Chenkin Thorn to him before this battle. I saw Chonglo holding the Chenkin Thorn high at this time, and the holy power continued to spread out from it, like a stormy sea, extremely powerful. The power of the Chenkin Thorn directly condenses one after another holy light in front of Chonglo, which is even mixed with the power of space. Suddenly, the sky changed color and the sky trembled. The holy power of the Chenkin Thorn surrounded the sky like a substance, forming a tens of thousands of meters long offensive of the holy light, which shocked the hearts of everyone present. Everyone in the Fengyan sect, down to the disciples, up to Han Zhao, Gui Kangxing and others, were all horrified. Holy soldier. How can it be? Heavenly Evolution Dynasty actually has holy soldiers. Han Zhao's heart trembled, and his whole face roared like he had seen a ghost. Mo Linyi and Ying Yidao, the members of the Fengyan sect, all stared at Shengwei, who was pierced by Chenkin with wide-eyed eyes, and the expressions on their faces were all horrified. Although Gui Kangxing also had turbulent waves in his heart, but the matter has come to this point, he has no way out. Then let's see who is better. Gui Kangxing looked fierce and decisive. Directly holding the heaven-breaking knife and slashing down, the blade light is unrivaled in the world, the power is shocking, the saber light that can shatter the earth, cuts down directly like opening heaven. Break. Chonglu's face was cold and stern. He controlled the power of the Chenkin Thorn, and the tens of thousands of meters of Shengmin's offensive also burst out accordingly. Boom. The two offensives of holy soldiers collided forcefully, and the resulting aftermath even destroyed many houses in the surrounding streets below. Feeling the terrifying power, everyone in the sky couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation. However, the light of the potion knife was pierced directly by the Chenkin stab after holding on for less than 2 breaths. Shengmang's attack was like a sharp arrow, and he shot at Gui Kangxing as fast as thunder. What? Gui Kangxing's complexion changed drastically. At this moment, he finally showed a look of fear on his face. He hurriedly turned around to avoid it, but unfortunately, the power of Saint did not give him a chance to escape. Laugh. Boom. The holy light pierced by Chenkin pierced through Gui Kengsheng's body. His whole body stopped abruptly in midair, only to see a huge blood hole had appeared on his upper body. The internal organs inside have all disappeared. Anakora Zing's expression showed unwillingness and despair. No. I'm not reconciled. He was unwilling to die like this. However, less than half a second later, his body disappeared directly above the sky. The power of the holy soldier is so strong that he can't even leave a hair, and he is completely dead without a whole body. Sitting in the Yujing Palace, Dongfang Yuan also had a satisfied smile on his face watching this scene. As for the people of Fengyan sect, there is only one word on their ships at this time. Quiet. It was as silent as death. All the disciples' faces were full of fear, even Han Zhao and Mo Linyi were pale at the moment. I can't believe the scene I saw before my eyes. The ancestor of their Fengyan sect died. Withdraw. Quick retreat. After the audience was quiet for a while, Han Zhao, who was the first to react, immediately roared. His figure was about to flee away. Snort. I want to escape. Unfortunately, you don't have this chance. Your Majesty has ordered that none of the offenders will be left behind. Kill me. After receiving Dongfang Yuan's instruction, Zuo Xuanqi next to Yujing Palace drew out his long sword and shouted loudly. Kill. For a time, Tai Poyan, King Tianyu, Arrow God and others all led the soldiers of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to charge and kill the people of Fengyan sect. Shadow guards, God-slaying guards, and golden-armored guards all roamed the battlefield in the sky, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of Fengyan sect disciples. Because of Oni Kangsheng's life and death, the morale of both sides reached an extreme. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty reached its peak, and the soldiers were all excited, and extremely brave. As for the Fengyan sect, their morale has dropped to a low point, and they have no fighting spirit at all. Almost everyone just wants to escape from here. The disciples of Fengyan sect were completely defeated and torn into pieces, and the flying ships were continuously shot and destroyed by the Arrow God. Zuo Xuanqi and Tai Poyan, together with the Shadow Guard and the God Zonsing Guard, were also massacring the Heavenly Venerable Realm Elders of Fengyan sect. As soon as Han Zhao escaped not far away, he met Feipeng head-on. The semi-saint aura on Feipeng's body shook out, directly lifting his figure away. Semi-saint. Another semi-saint. Han Zhao was so scared that his legs were weak at this moment. What a joke. There is only one semi-saint among the Overlord-level forces in the entire Northern Domain. Two people appeared in this Heavenly Evolution Dynasty at once. What is going on? Forgive me, Senior, please have mercy. Blocked by semi-saint, Han Zhao never thought of trying to escape. He immediately knelt in the sky, kowtowed to Feipeng and begged for mercy. Unimaginable. A pinnacle of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, a famous powerhouse in the Northern Domain, and the deputy sect leader of the Fengyan sect. One day, I will fall to this point, where I will lose my dignity and kneel down to beg for mercy, asking others to spare my life. It's really sad. However, Feipeng ignored him. He took action as usual, using his two fingers as swords, and slashed out a silver sword light, killing Han Zhao on the spot and dismembering him on the spot. Ah, Dongfang Yuan, the sect master will definitely avenge us. We are waiting for you in hell. Boom. Mo Linyi struggled and shouted before dying, but in the end, he and Ying Yidao were killed in the sky by Chonglo. Ah, the entire Tianyan imperial city was filled with bloody killings. The people of Fengyan sect were like lambs being killed by the people of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty holding butcher knives. In less than a stick of incense, everyone in the Fengyan sect was dead. Not a single person was left alive, and the smell of blood in the sky reached its peak. Dongfang Yuan sat in the Jade Crystal Palace and immediately said, King Tianyu, lead your people to clean up the battlefield. The rest of you, go back to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. Afterwards, the two ice spirit white dragons received the instructions and directly pulled the Jade Crystal Palace back to the palace. Zuo Xuanqi, Arrow God and others also followed back, and King Tianyu led some soldiers to start cleaning up the battlefield. At this time, Han Yunkin and the others were stunned in the clouds and mist in the sky. They looked numb, and the horror on their faces lingered for a long time. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, isn't it too scary? There is a semi-saint. And there are holy soldiers. How did they grow up? Ming Junqi was speaking now, his tone full of shock. Now that the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has also fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, they have two holy weapons. The Fengyan sect has been completely devastated by this battle. Dongfang Yuan is very ambitious and seems to have the idea of unifying the northern domain. No, you have to get out of here first. Ji Yu Zhongli thought for a while and immediately decided to leave first. But anyway, news of this battle will be spread soon. Their Tianjian sect needs a group discussion with the top management to see how to deal with this matter. Ming Junqi was just like him and just wanted to leave. Suddenly, a figure in black clothes appeared in front of them. It's the demonic respect building. Ji Yu Zhongli and the other three were immediately startled. Your Excellency, are you okay? Ji Yu Zhongli asked cautiously. His tone couldn't help but tremble, which was a sign of fear. After all, this man had just killed a semi-saint alive right in front of their eyes. Your Majesty invites the three of you to enter the palace for a speech. Chonglu's tone was calm, no emotion could be heard. From the beginning, the three of them hid above the clouds and mists, but in fact they didn't hide from Dongfang Yuan at all. At this time, Chonglu came here in person, and the three of them had no choice but to follow Chonglu into the palace. Tianyan Palace. Dongfang Yuan sat on the throne, Medusa and Xiao Qingli sat on the side Phoenix throne, and Chonglu led the three of them into the hall. Your Majesty, people have been brought here. Chonglu said. It's hard work to worship. Go down and rest first. Dongfang Yuan said with a smile. Yes, Chonglu also left immediately. Han Yunkin, Ji Yujun and Li were standing in the main hall at the moment, and after Chonglu left, they also clasped their fists at Dongfang Yuan and said, Yuanwang, it's a pleasure to meet you. The three are all well-known figures in the northern domain. I don't know what is the purpose of the three standing above the clouds and mists to observe this battle. Dongfang Yuan asked with a playful face. Hearing this, Ji Yu Zhongli and the others became a little nervous. Yuanwang, Ji Yu just wants to witness this battle with his own eyes, and has no other intentions. Ji Yu Zhongli said cautiously. Dongfang Yuan nodded, and said with a smile, Vice Sect Master Ji Yu, I have already heard of your name. Since this is the case, let's be honest and not speak secretly. Deputy Sect Master Ji Yu thinks, with my Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's current strength, is it enough to unify the northern domain? As soon as Dongfang Yuan said this, Ji Yu Zhongli couldn't help shedding a few drops of sweat. He thought quickly, and answered after a while, Ji Yu is not talented, this question. I really can't answer it. Dongfang Yuan smiled playfully. Then let me explain it a little more clearly. 3. If I, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, want to unify the northern domain, what attitude will the three forces take? Let's talk about it first. I just want to hear the truth. If you give me a sloppy eye, then don't blame me for not entertaining me well. Obviously, Dongfang Yuan wanted the three of them to make a statement today. Otherwise, whether they can leave or not is probably a question. Han Yunkin's face was serious, he was here to save his daughter. Unexpectedly, before the daughter was rescued, he jumped into the pit first. This Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is really a dragon's den and a tiger's den. Yuanwang, in fact, the question you asked is a little too early. Han Yunkin said immediately after thinking for a while. What does Sect Master Han mean? Dongfang Yuan looked at him and asked. Yuanwang, you may not know something. In the past few days, Wan Yuxuan, the young master of Fengyan sect, is coming back to Fengyan sect. Although he is the young master of Fengyan sect, he has entered the eastern ancient sacred land in the sea area by virtue of his outstanding aptitude, and he has also become a true disciple, and has been valued by the high-level officials of the Holy Land. This time he came back, it is said that the elders of Saint Realm who own the Holy Land personally escorted him. The news of today's battle will spread out soon. After everyone knows how terrifying the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's strength is, he will definitely wait for the people from the Eastern Holy Land to arrive, and ask Saint to take action. So, Emperor Yuan's next goal should not be on his forces, but should think about how to deal with the Saint Realm powerhouses in the Eastern Holy Land. Han Yunkin's words contained a huge amount of information. Dongfang Yuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Wan Yuxuan, the young master of Fengyan sect, to become the true heir of the Holy Land. What a fool. Could it be that the younger ones are going to be hit by the older ones again? Thank you, Sovereign Han, for your reminder. Then if this is the case, if I, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, succeed in solving the Fengyan sect and the people in the Eastern Ancient Holy Land, what will be the attitude of those three forces in the end? Dongfang Yuan said leisurely after thinking for a while. Han Yunkin and Ji Yuzhongli looked at each other, and then Ji Yuzhongli said seriously, if that's the case, then Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will unify the northern domain. My Heavenly Sword sect will never resist, and I am willing to surrender. My Promise sect is too. Ming Junqi chased after him. I, Endless Pleasure sect, also have no objection. All three have no opinion. After all, if even the Saint Powerhouse and Heavenly Evolution Dynasty in the Eastern Holy Land can be settled, then even if the three of them oppose and are unwilling to submit, it is only a struggle. Good. There are 3 words, it is enough. Dongfang Yuan said with satisfaction. Then, Ji Yuzhongli and Ming Junqi left one after another. Only Han Yunkin was left. Emperor Yuan, little girl. Just as Han Yunkin was about to say something, he was interrupted by Dongfang Yuan. Sect Master Han, I'm sorry earlier, but with outsiders present, this emperor has no other choice. Don't worry, Shonger is doing well in the palace. The emperor has sent someone to call her, and I believe she will be here soon. Hearing this, Han Yunkin was a little dazed. Outsider. What does this mean, father? At this time, a voice sounded at the door. It was Qian Shinru who walked in with Han Wanxiang. Shonger, are you okay? When Han Yunkin saw his daughter, he was a little excited. He glanced at it, but fortunately, her body was not injured. But when Han Wanxiang approached, his pupils shrank suddenly. Just because he discovered that Han Wanxiang's Acacia Yin origin has disappeared. In other words, my daughter's body has been broken. Immediately, he felt angry and wanted to seek Dongfang Yuan's theory. But on second thought, it's not right. His own daughter, he understands that if others use strong methods, it will only backfire. Moreover, Han Wanxiang's face is rosy and full of energy, and he doesn't look like he has been abused at all. Could it be that, Shonger? She did it voluntarily. Father, I'm fine. However, I heard that people from the Fengyan sect seem to be coming. Father, you must stand by Tianyan this time, and help His Majesty repel them together. Han Wanxiang said eagerly at this moment. She has slept until now, and has no idea that the battle in the Imperial City is over. And Han Wanxiang's words made Han Yunkin even more confused. My brain is buzzing. What happened to my daughter? Why did you stay in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty for a few days, which is directly biased towards Heavenly Evolution Dynasty? What ecstasy soup has this Dongfang Yuan been poured into? To make his daughter fall in love with him so much. He even plans to bring Endless Pleasure sect to stand by Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Han Yunkin had to say in his heart that he really admired Dongfang Yuan at this moment. Shonger, you don't know yet. When you were resting earlier, this emperor has already killed all the intruders of Fengyan sect. Those strong men of Fengyan sect are all dead. Dongfang Yuan sat on the top with a calm expression on his face. What? Killed all of them? Father, is this true? Han Wanxiang was also a little shocked, but she heard that the people who came to Fengyan sect this time are all very strong. Moreover, it was Han Zhao and Mo Linyi who led the team personally, and they definitely accounted for more than half of Feng Yunzong's strength. Good. The offenders have all died. I believe that the news will spread throughout the northern domain in the near future. Yuanwang, I don't know the relationship between you and my daughter. Han Yunkin turned his head and asked at this moment. Han Wanxiang's shy little face flushed slightly when he heard his father's question. Sect Master Han. The Emperor and Wanxiang really love each other. The Emperor intends to hold a grand concubine ceremony in a few days' time. At that time, the Emperor will formally give Wanxiang a title. Regarding this, sect leader Han, don't worry. Hearing what Dongfang Yuan said, Han Yunkin glanced at his daughter. I saw that Han Wanxiang's face was normal, without any reluctance. Han Yunkin sighed. My daughter, who I had worked so hard to raise, was dug up by someone in just a few days. What's more, at this point, they are consensual, and with Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's current strength, Dongfang Yuan's words may be enough to determine Endless Pleasure Sect's life and death. How could he refuse? Since Emperor Yuan agrees with the little girl, I, Han, will naturally have no objection. I, Endless Pleasure Sect, can marry Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, so it's my wish. Han Yunkin said with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Good. Sect Master Han, since this is the case, you should stay in the palace for the next few days, so that you can participate in the grand ceremony in a few days. Just during this time, you can also accompany Wanxiang. Master Zuo, please arrange the residence of Sovereign Han. Dongfang Yuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Zuo replied immediately. Then thank you, Emperor Yuan. Han Yunkin nodded, and then, Han Wanxiang took Han Yunkin around the Tianyan Palace. After leaving the main hall, Dongfang Yuan, Xiao Qingli, and Qian Xinru returned to the bedroom. Xinru, after the grand ceremony is over, then you can properly raise your baby in the womb. Although you are smart, don't think too much in your head, or it will be bad for your body. In the dormitory, Dongfang Yuan touched Qian Xinru's belly and said in a gentle tone. Qian Xinru joked. Your Majesty said this, does it mean that now that he has experienced the taste of Wanxiang's sister, Joyous Union's sacred body, he will no longer look down on Xinru? My heart is soft, look at what you said. The Emperor's love for each of you has never been partial. It's just that you are pregnant now, and you are not feeling well. This Emperor can't force it. Dongfang Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Qingli next to him rolled his eyes, and he was almost used to it, so he didn't say much. At this time, Qian Xinru smiled playfully. Although Xinru is unwell, other places can also help His Majesty soothe his body and mind. After Qian Xinru finished speaking, she smiled with her mouth slightly turned up. Dongfang Yuan immediately understood the meaning. Good. Then, tonight, the Emperor will not ask Wanxiang to come over, and let's learn Ruer's moves first. Dongfang Yuan pinched Qian Xinru's small face and smiled slightly. At this time, he gave Xiao Qingli the Tianyu 9-leaf clover and Yeyuijing, my concubine, this is what the Emperor promised. Come on, we have gathered them all now. Xiao Qingli took it, confirmed it, and then put it away. 3 conditions, you have already fulfilled 2. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, my concubine, the 3rd condition, the Emperor has already asked Prime Minister Zuo to arrange it. You just get ready, and have a moment of spring festival with the Emperor. Dongfang Yuan spoke in front of Xiao Qingli's face, and even patted her soft round buttocks. The latter couldn't help but blush. In front of the arrogant Xiao Qingli, saying such words reminded her that she would really cater to Dongfang Yuan in the future. Xiao Qingli's heartbeat also sped up all of a sudden. Qian Xinru looked at Xiao Qingli's shy look, and she laughed out loud. Sister Xiao, it's okay, it will definitely be a little hard to accept for the first time. You'll get used to it later. What Qian Xinru talked about was experience. Just like she is now, she has gradually been developed to transform from passive to active. Xiao Qingli blushed even more when she heard this. Dongfang Yuan also stopped teasing her. Holding Xiao Qingli in her arms, she asked slowly, by the way, Afei, I haven't asked you all this time. You want Tianyu 9-leaf clover and Yeyui crystal, what do you want to refine? 9 ghosts attracting spirit array. Xiao Qingli said. 9 nether spirit array, what is this? Dongfang Yuan asked puzzled. Neither he nor Qian Xinru had heard of this formation. This is the exclusive formation of 9 nether divine body. After setting up this formation, I can communicate with Juyu Tianhe. If I'm lucky, I can pass through this formation and recover 1,000th of my former peak cultivation. Xiao Qingli explained. Both Dongfang Yuan and Qian Xinru were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the 9 nether spirit array would have such an effect. 1,000th of Xiao Qingli's peak cultivation base, no matter what, I'm afraid he can at least step into the saint realm. Then when is concubine I going to start? Dongfang Yuan asked. After the ceremony is over. It will take more than half a month to describe this formation, and then you are not allowed to disturb me anymore. Xiao Qingli said so, her face turned red again for some reason. Dongfang Yuan was still in a daze and didn't react immediately. Qian Xinru chuckled. Your Majesty, you are so stupid. Sister Xiao means that after the grand ceremony is over, you can stop bothering her enough and then let her describe the formation. Shinru, you talk a lot today. Did I owe you a beating? Xiao Qingli became anxious when she was hit, and stood up blushing. Sister Xiao is shy. Qian Shinru smiled mischievously, and then the two girls also started fighting in the room. Dongfang Yuan was surprised. Unexpectedly, before he took Xiao Qingli down, she had already arranged the time for him to take her down. Sure enough, she's been fascinated by it. Seeing Wanxiang and Shinru talk to her about their feelings one by one, she's also a little curious. Dongfang Yuan sighed with a smile. And less than half a day after the end of the first battle in Tianyan Imperial City, the news of the result of this battle spread throughout the entire northern domain. Outside the Tianyan Imperial City, there were still spies from many forces lurking outside, watching the battle from a distance. And when they sent the news back to their respective forces, the creatures of the entire northern domain exploded. Have you heard? The semi-saint patriarch of the Wind and Cloud sect led a team to destroy the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, but was wiped out by the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty instead. Who doesn't know this now? It's amazing. This Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is going to heaven. Not only do they have two semi-saints, but now they also have two sacred artifacts. This strength is probably enough to be called the number one in the northern domain, right? Quote. You say, this Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has something to hide, right? After all, before that, who would have thought that they not only have semi-saints, but also holy soldiers? Who knows? In short, this Fengyan sect has lost his wife and lost his army, and his vitality has been seriously injured. With 10,000 people going, his lungs are probably going to explode. All over the northern domain, major cities, tea-houses, taverns, brothels and other places, the topics of discussion today are almost all related to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Not long after this news came out, there was another news from Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. His Majesty Emperor Yuan of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. 8 days later, a grand concubine ceremony will be held in the palace, and celebrities and powerful figures from the northern domain will be invited to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to watch the ceremony. This news was passed by Zuo Xuanqi himself, and some people saw it. In Tianyan Imperial City, some streets are already decorated with lights and festoons, and the ground is covered with red carpets, implying good luck, and the city is full of celebrations. As soon as the news came out, many people were shocked again. So many experts from Fengyan sect had just been wiped out, Tianyan Imperial City had just experienced a bloody battle, and now it was going to be decorated with lanterns and festoons, and the grand concubine establishment ceremony would be held. This Nima Changshi didn't rush like this, did she? At the same time, Forest of 10,000 Beasts. At this time, in the Forest of 10,000 Beasts, the Wolf King, the Bear King, and the Tiger King all sat here with gloomy faces. They hadn't heard of Manchuan, Lang Yao and others for several days, and the Wolf King was a little uneasy from the beginning. At this time, after they learned that the ancestor of Fengyan sect died in Tianyan Imperial City, the heart of the three kings suddenly sank to the lowest point. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has semi-saint, plus there is no news from Lang Yao and the others for so many days, I'm afraid it's more ominous. The Wolf King was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. Then Dongfang Yuan, since he didn't kill Ganger before, maybe they haven't died yet. Maybe it's just being locked up by Dongfang Yuan. Shang Wang still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He believes that although Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's current strength is terrifying, killing Mangang, Manchuan and others will do harm to Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. This will only make 10,000 Beast Forest and them immortal forever. The best way is still the same as before. Catch them first, and then negotiate conditions with them in the Forest of 10,000 Beasts. This is the solution that works in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's favor. Otherwise, if Manchuan and the others are killed, then Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will get nothing in the future, and it will only push 10,000 Beast Forest to an unbearable level. Old Bear is right. Perhaps there is still hope. As long as Dongfang Yuan puts forward the conditions, no matter what. Let's save the person first. The Tiger King also felt the same at the moment. Only the Wolf King frowned. His mood was different from that of the other two. In his heart, after he learned that all the members of the Fengyan sect died tragically in the Tianyan Imperial City, he felt a little bit of regret. It's not that I regret sending Lang Yao and the others, but I regret that they offended the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty in the first place for that enlightenment pill. It's a pity that regrets are useless. Besides, how could they have expected that a top power in the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty would undergo such a big change because of Dongfang Yuan? Suddenly, a huge bear family ran in, holding 3 boxes in his hand. Patriarch, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty sent someone to deliver it, saying that the Patriarch must open it himself. The Bear clan said hastily. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Where is the person who sent it? Shang Wang's eyes were shocked, and he asked immediately. He has already left. The Bear tribe replied. The Wolf King and Tiger King also shifted their gazes, looking at the 3 boxes in front of them. Could it be that what is contained in this box is the exchange condition proposed by Dongfang Yuan? Shang Wang looked at the box and guessed. Open to take a look. The Wolf King frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. It's too wrong that the quid pro quo needs to be packed in 3 boxes. With a wave of Shang Wang's hand, the 3 boxes were directly opened by spiritual power. Just now, looking for it, Dongfang Yuan, you and I are at odds. When I opened it, the faces of the 3 kings changed instantly. Shock, grief, anger and other emotions could not help appearing, and the Bear King looked up to the sky and screamed with grief. Inside this box is nothing but 3 animal heads. And they are all roasted animal heads, but the meat is already cold. As for the owner of the beast head, it is Man Gang, Man Xuan and Lang Yao. At this time, under Man Xuan's animal head, there was a note written by Dongfang Yuan. The Wolf King picked it up and looked at it. Immediately, the murderous intent on that extremely gloomy face leaked out uncontrollably. The monsters in the forest of 10,000 beasts are delicious and delicious. They are worthy of being the overlord of the northern domain. Third King, remember to have more children. When I am hungry, I will naturally come to the 10,000 beast forest to find meat to eat. Live well, don't cut off the incense, don't let me cut off my rations. These words have obvious meaning. It was Dongfang Yuan who used the 10,000 beast forest as his breeding ground. When I was hungry, I came to the 10,000 beast forest to find meat to eat. Not only did it completely trample on the dignity of the forest of 10,000 beasts, but it also did not leave any face for the 3 kings. Dongfang Yuan, you are too deceitful. The Wolf King's eyes were fierce, bloodthirsty and murderous. He grabbed the letter and crushed it into powder. The Tiger King's face was as gloomy as water, and he said, my 10,000 beast forest, and the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, from today onwards, I will never die. The Wolf King calmed down for a moment, and immediately made a decision. Old Shang, big brother, you go directly to the Wind and Cloud sect to discuss cooperation with thousands of people, and gather our 2 overlord-level forces to fight against the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty together. Quote, I'm going to ask the ancestor to go out. He also has a way to deal with Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. The Tiger King and the Bear King immediately set off for Fengyan sect after burying the 3 heads. Fengyan sect. At this time, the atmosphere in the entire Fengyan sect was depressed. The disciples and elders all heard about the result of the battle in Tianyan Imperial City. The semi-saint ancestor died, the deputy sect elders were killed one after another, the sacred weapons were taken away, the entire army was wiped out, and a series of disastrous news shocked their hearts. For a moment, the disciples in Fengyan sect now felt a sense of fright in their hearts, not knowing what to do next. On the main hall, the faces of all the people were extremely gloomy. Second Elder Gao Shu and several other heavenly venerable realm elders were also sitting in their seats, their faces as dark as water, and they said nothing. Boom! The ancestor died and the sky-breaking sword was taken away. This Dongfang Yuan was really well hidden. Wan Wan was so angry that he smashed the table into pieces, and said with a look of gnashing his teeth in hatred. In this battle, their Fengyan sect's high-end combat power was directly reduced by 2/3. Moreover, even the holy soldiers were lost, and they now completely lost the capital to compete with the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Sect Master, the background of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is now unfathomable. Dongfang Yuan has now spread the news that a grand ceremony will be held, and he is provoking me, Fengyan sect, in front of all living beings in the northern domain. This thief is really too humiliating. Gao Shu also said with a face full of hatred. Thousands of people frowned and put their hands on their foreheads. Why didn't he understand that this was Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's naked provocation, but now, he was really helpless. Father. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. Wan looked up, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Xuan'er. You're back. The person who spoke was none other than Wan Yuxuan. Wan Yuxuan was dressed in Xingyi, with a handsome face, and his cultivation had reached the unfettered realm level. And beside Wan Yuxuan, there were more than a dozen figures. The three old men in the front are wearing ancient robes, their breath is introverted and their strength is unfathomable. And there was a young woman in red who looked like Wan Yuxuan's Taoist companion, also following him. As for the rest of the people, thousands of people often just glanced at them, and were shocked in their hearts. None of the cultivation bases are lower than the 7 heaven grade of Heavenly Venerable Realm, and even the peak of Heavenly Venerable Realm has several. Little Lord. The elders of the Fengyan sect also stood up one after another when they saw Wan Yuxuan and his party enter the hall. Dad, let me introduce you. These three are Elder Yi Kai, Elder Shu Ping, and Elder Shen Zhang from Eastern Ancient Holy Land. The three of them were ordered by my master to escort me back to the northern domain. This one is my master's daughter and my junior sister, Feng Jingyao, and she will come back with me this time. As for the rest of the elders, they are all strong in our Eastern Ancient Holy Land. Wan Yuxuan also introduced at this moment. Elders, I would like to thank you for escorting Xuan'er back to visit relatives. Wan is very grateful. Xuan'er didn't send me a message when he was about to arrive, and Wan didn't prepare for anything. This is really, please don't be offended. I'll make arrangements immediately. All the elders are exhausted, I'll have someone prepare it right away, so that I can entertain you all. At this moment, 10,000 people also clasped their fists to the powerful men in the Eastern Holy Land to show their respect. Sect Master Wan is too polite, there is no need for this. Now that the noble sect has encountered such a thing, Sect Master Wan feels sad, which is understandable. The elder named Zhang Shen also said with an understanding face at this moment. Father, on our way back, we have already heard about what happened in Tianyan Imperial City. That's why I didn't pass the news to you, but brought all the elders back directly. Wan Yuxuan said. Seeing this, thousands of people sighed. Oh, I made everyone laugh. I didn't expect my Fengyan sect to fall into such a predicament when you just arrived in the northern domain. I'm ashamed. Wan shook his head, with a face of physical and mental exhaustion and helplessness, and said to Shen and them a little embarrassed. Uncle Wan, you don't need to be ashamed. Then what is Heavenly Evolution Dynasty? In the eyes of my Eastern Ancient Holy Land, they are not even ants. Uncle Wan, don't worry, this Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, leave it to our Eastern Ancient Sacred Land to solve it. At this time, Feng Jingyao, who was holding Wan Yuxuan's arm, interjected directly. Yaoer is right, Father, don't worry, now that there are many elders here, if you want to destroy the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, it will be easy, so you don't have to worry. I heard that in a few days' time, Dongfang Yuan will hold a ceremony for setting up a queen. At that time, I will make his wedding ceremony a funeral. Wan Yuxuan said with a hint of ferocity on his face. When 10,000 people heard this, their gazes immediately turned to the heavy three. He couldn't help asking, Xuan'er, I don't know what the realm of these three elders is. Father, Elder Zhang and the three of them are all strong men above the Saint Realm 4 heavens. In this northern domain, the three of them are invincible. Wan Yuxuan's introduction made the three of them smile slightly, but said nothing. But there was a sense of superiority on his face. In the eyes of the three of them, if they wanted to take down the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, a single shot would be enough to crush that Dongfang Yuan to death. As for Wan, Gao Shu and other members of the Fengyan sect, their eyes lit up when they heard this. 3 Saint Realm powerhouses. And there are more than a dozen Heavenly Venerable Realms, this lineup is completely enough to push the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty horizontally. Good. With the elders of the Eastern Ancient Holy Land here, it seems that Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is not far from death. Second Elder, please give orders immediately to arrange a feast to welcome the young master's return and entertain the elders of the Eastern Holy Land. 10,000 people went to sit back and relax completely, the previous sorrow was swept away, and they said happily. Yes, Sovereign. Because of the arrival of Wan Yuxuan and others, the atmosphere of the entire Fengyan sect instantly dissipated, and everyone no longer worried about the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Instead, they look forward to time passing faster. Waiting for the grand ceremony in a few days, it will be the day when Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will be completely reduced to history. Tianyan Palace. Aha, drink some water, let's go. In the middle of the night, in the dormitory, the lights burned for more than 3 hours, and Qian Shinru tossed and tossed until the middle of the night before finally falling asleep peacefully. In the dream, I don't know if it is a dream or what. The mouth has always maintained an shape, as if frozen. Dongfang Yuan, a sage with one heart, walked out of the gate of the palace. Looking at the stars in the sky, just as he was about to sigh after finishing his comfort, suddenly, a notification sound from the system sounded. Ding. Closing square bracket. It is detected that the northern domain has a daughter of destiny, the wife of the owner of Tiandi Pavilion, Su Baiji, with destiny luck of 90 points, aptitude Ling Dao, extremely ice sacred body, and the real body is a 9-tailed fox family. It is suggested that she can be accepted as a concubine, the benefits a lot. Closing square bracket. Suddenly, something rang in my mind. Dongfang Yuan looked a little confused. Madam of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. Does this system allow me to inherit Cao's thief ambitions? But when he thought about it again, he felt something was wrong. Tiandi Pavilion is a powerful force in the sea area, so why did Su Baiji come to Northern Domain? Moreover, the 9-tailed Divine Fox clan, isn't this the race of the Zhongshan continent? The 9-tailed Divine Fox clan has the blood of divine beasts flowing through their bodies, which is extremely precious. How come they are here? Suddenly, Dongfang Yuan's mind was a little confused. First of all, for now, he doesn't know where Su Baiji is, nor does he know her specific cultivation level. This woman can actually become the wife of the pavilion master of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, and I am afraid her strength will not be lower than that of Saint Realm. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yuan rationalized his thoughts. Forget it, let's go according to the plan first. After the grand ceremony is over, we will deal with the Fengyan sect, and then open the Sun and Moon treasure, so that the northern domain can be completely unified. Dongfang Yuan decided like this, and then stopped thinking about it, and began to sit facing the starry sky, immersed in practicing the 6 paths of reincarnation. As long as he can cultivate the power of reincarnation to a small degree, then he will directly condense the gate of reincarnation to see if he can summon the souls of other empresses to reincarnate from it. If he continues to cultivate it himself, then the harem army will be his strongest weapon. Northern Domain, T-Online City. At this moment, in an inn, a graceful figure, wearing a snow-white scarf, a beautiful woman with a seductive charm all over her body, was sitting in the room. Her ears moved slightly, and she could clearly hear the conversations of the passers-by on the street and the drinkers in the inn. The Grand Concubine Establishment Ceremony. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. It looks like things are getting more and more interesting. Forget it, since the night of the full moon hasn't arrived yet, let's go and have a look. This person is none other than Su Baiji. With a movement of her figure, she disappeared directly into the inn. She entered Qian's house as if she had entered the land of no one. Today's Qian family, because of Qian Shinru's relationship, their group is about to set off to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to watch the ceremony. And Su Baiji, within the Qian family, directly exchanged identities with the concubine of the head of the Qian family, and set off with Qian Jucho and the ancestor of the Qian family to Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Tianjianmen. At this time, in the Tianjianmen main hall, Sect Master Jian Yian, Deputy Sect Master Ji Yu Junli, and all the experts from Tianjian sect all sat down. What suggestions do you have for holding the grand ceremony of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty? Jian Yian asked. Today, the strength of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is already above their Heavenly Sword sect. As for the viewing ceremony, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has even sent out invitations, so they naturally couldn't neglect it. However, the news that Wan Yuxuan and the people from the eastern ancient sacred land arrived at Fengyan sect was not concealed, and it is still spreading now. On one side is the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty with a profound heritage, and on the other side is the Fengyan sect backed by the Eastern Holy Land. All of a sudden, they were really stumped. Master, In my opinion, the Fengyan sect is now backed by the Eastern Ancient Holy Land, and the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty no longer has the ability to resist them. This time watching the ceremony, there will inevitably be a bloody storm, or we should not get involved," said an elder of Tianjianmen. "No, Master, it doesn't matter whether other ordinary forces go or not, but the attitude of our Heavenly Sword sect is very important. In my opinion, we not only need to send people to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to observe the ceremony, but also the sect master has to go in person, so that we can show our sincerity. Even if we know that there will be a bloody storm, no matter what the final result is, if we go to Tianjian sect, we may not be remembered by Fengyan sect and Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. But if we don't go, they will definitely remember. No matter who wins, their next target will definitely be us," Ji Yu Junli said hurriedly. Jian Yian thought quietly for a while. Indeed, the snipe and the clam are at odds with each other. If any force wants to be the fisherman, it will have to bear the risk of backlash. Good. Prepare gifts immediately. Zheng Li, you and I will go to Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to participate in the grand ceremony. Jian Yian decided immediately. Yes, Fengyan sect. At this time, inside a house, the laughter of a man and a woman kept reverberating in the dormitory. After the lingering was over, Wan Yuxuan lay on the bed with his upper body naked, his face looking satisfied. Feng Jingyao was wearing a thin sheer gauze, her skin was looming, like a little wild cat, lying on Wan Yuxuan's chest. "Yaoer, you are so naughty. With skills like yours, no man can stand it in bed." Wan Yuxuan smiled on his face, hugged Feng Jingyao, and gently stroked her hair. "Brother Yu, do you like it?" Feng Jingyao licked her lower lips with her tongue, her face looking shiny and charming. "It goes without saying. No matter where I go from now on, I will take Yaoer with me." Wan Yuxuan hugged Feng Jingyao tightly, felt the heat of her skin, and kissed her mouth. "By the way, Brother Yu, senior brother Ji Yu Tianyi told us to take Han Wanxiang back with him on this trip. Don't forget it." At this time, Feng Jingyao suddenly remembered. "I know. But it's a pity, senior brother Tianyi, I'm afraid it's a step too late." Wan Yuxuan shook his head and said. "What does this mean?" Feng Jingyao asked confused. "I heard from my father earlier that this time Dongfang Yuan held a ceremony to establish a queen and concubine, and among them was Han Wanxiang. Moreover, Han Wanxiang seems to have been staying in the palace for many days. There is a high probability that Heihuanyin origin has been taken away by Dongfang Yuan." Wan Yuxuan's face became slightly solemn and he said. "Ah, then if this happens, senior brother Tianyi must not be angry. This Dongfang Yuan is really a disaster. It's better for brother Yu. He only loves Yaoer. He's not half-hearted like other men." Feng Jingyao said a little shyly, her little mouth stopped at Wan Yuxuan's neck, sucking slightly. "That is, Yaoer is my first woman, and she will also be my last." When Wan Yuxuan said this, only he knew how weak his confidence was. If it was his first time, how could he and Feng Jingyao exchange 18 martial arts skills continuously on the first night? Even the core key points of the movements, and wherever there is a need for padding, he is extremely familiar with them. He said it was his first time, so the sow had to climb a tree. We will see if senior brother Tianyi will still want Han Wanxiang if he knows that she has been taken away by others. But in my opinion, no matter how good senior brother Tianyi is, he should first enjoy Han Wanxiang's joyous union sacred body, and then slowly torture her. Wan Yuxuan touched Feng Jingyao's delicate and white back and said to himself. As time goes by, the day for the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty grand ceremony is gradually approaching. The streets of Tianyan Imperial City are now decorated with lights and red carpets cover the ground. Everyone in the Imperial City is beaming with joy and the atmosphere is excellent. At this time, inside Fengyan sect, thousands of people went to personally receive the Tiger King and Bear King of the 10,000 Beasts Forest. After hearing that the two of them represented the 10,000 Beasts Forest and were coming to form an alliance with the Fengyan sect to deal with the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, thousands of people naturally welcomed them. After discussing for a while, they made a decision. The strong men from the two forces will enter the Tianyan Imperial City together on the day when the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty holds its grand ceremony. Let Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's wedding ceremony become their funeral. After the Tiger King and the Bear King made plans, they returned to the forest of 10,000 beasts, prepared to make arrangements, and then set off for Tianyan Imperial City. At this moment, in a house of Fengyan sect, Wan sat in the house with Wan Yuxuan and his son. Father, the elders of the Holy Land are already here, so why do we need the help of 10,000 beasts forest? In Wan Yuxuan's words, he also looked down on the Bear King and the Tiger King. He is now a true disciple of the Eastern Holy Land and has seen the outside world. Knowing that the world is vast, the power of the northern domain is far inferior to that of the sea. Any of the three elders who came back with him are capable of destroying the forest of 10,000 beasts. Therefore, he felt that Fengyan sect did not need to cooperate with 10,000 beasts forest, they were not worthy. Son, the forest of 10,000 beasts is in front of the Eastern Holy Land, although it can't even be considered an ant. However, even the strong men of the Eastern Ancient Holy Land must think twice before destroying the forest of 10,000 beasts. Wan smiled at this moment and said with a meaningful expression. There was some confusion in Wan Yuxuan's eyebrows. Father, why is this? Could it be that there is some unknown background behind this forest of 10,000 beasts? Wan said calmly, the forest of 10,000 beasts has no background, but the ancestor of the Lion King in the forest of 10,000 beasts, although he is only a semi-saint, has some relationship with the Futian Saint King. Floating Saint King. How can it be? How could a figure like the Saint King of Futian be related to the ancestor of 10,000 beasts forest? Wan Yuxuan's expression was very shocked. He felt incredible, that was the floating Saint King. One of the giants in the sea area, you can tell by his name that he is a Saint King level powerhouse. An existence that is equal to the Holy Lord of the Holy Land. It was really hard for him to imagine that the ancestor of 10,000 beasts forest was so virtuous and capable that he could interact with the Saint King of Futian. This is a coincidence. Thousands of years ago, when the Futian Saint King came to play in the northern domain, the ancestor of the 10,000 beast forest just happened to be his mount for a period of time. After being appreciated by the Futian Saint King, the ancestor of the 10,000 beast forest was completely northern domain rose rapidly, and after reaching semi-saint, it couldn't get out for a long time. And because of the relationship with Saint King Futian, no one dares to shake the dominance of 10,000 beasts forest. Wancheng also said it with a serious face. Non my family, its heart must be different. There is only one beast race force in the entire northern domain. If it weren't for the relationship with the Saint King of the floating sky, to be honest. Naturally, it is impossible for the other human overlord forces to tolerate a beast race force being on an equal footing with them. I see. It's no wonder that when the two Tiger Kings came, they looked full of confidence. It turns out that their backer turned out to be the Futian Saint King. Wan Yuxuan also fully understood, and had to sigh with emotion, the luck of the ancestor of Wan Sholin, it's really good. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter. As long as the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty can be destroyed, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have another 10,000 beasts forest intervene. Wancheng said with a smile. Today is the day when the grand ceremony will be held. The Tianyan Imperial City was overcrowded, and the powerful players from all sides of the northern domain arrived in the Tianyan Imperial City one after another. Dongfang Yuan ordered the gates of the palace to be opened wide. Today is a day of great joy, and all powerful people from all walks of life are welcome to enter the palace to observe the ceremony. On the square of the Imperial Palace, many officials of the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty were already sitting on the field. As for the celebrities from all parties in the northern domain, many people have already come to the center of the square. They are sitting on the side, looking at the altar on the top of the square. That is the location where the grand ceremony will be held and the ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven will be held. At that time, Emperor Yuan of the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will lead the concubines to the altar to burn incense and sacrifice to heaven. Now on the square, besides the officials of the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, there are thousands of figures, all of whom are prominent figures from the northern domain. People from the Qian family, and Han Yunkin, were also on the square, surrounded by god-killing guards and golden armored guards, leading some imperial guards to guard the surrounding area. And there are shadow guards hiding in some shadows and dark places around, so if an accident happens, it can be prevented before it happens. Patriarch of the Li family, I will give you 3 Wanian profound heaven fruits and 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingxin pills. The head of the Li family, Li Pin, and all the senior members of the family, are here to participate in the grand ceremony. Master of Qiandaomen, send 3 9th grade spiritual weapons, 5 pieces of hard armor of 8th grade. Chinran, the master of Qiandaomen, and all the high-level officials in the sect, come to participate in the grand ceremony. There was a lot of discussion in the square, and there were a few loud voices. It was the strong men from the Li family and Qiandaomen who arrived at the square, and brought generous gifts. Spiritual weapon, from 1st grade to 10th grade. Above the 10th grade, there are holy soldiers. This Qiandaomen is a weapon refining force, but sending so many spiritual weapons at once is considered a hemorrhage for them. The Li family and Qiandaomen are 2 first-class forces in the northern domain, after their gift was accepted by the Tianyu king next to them. On the square, the leaders of some other first-class forces also came to chat with them at the moment. Brother Li, you are here too. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Yuan is about to hold a grand ceremony for the Empress Dowager, so our Li family naturally dare not be late. Master Qinmin, Yu Qiandaomen gave this gift, it is really heavy, full of heart. Of course, the grand ceremony of His Majesty Emperor Yuan, of course, I, Qiandaomen, absolutely attach great importance to it. In the square, most of the strong men of many forces were chatting with the strong men they were familiar with. At this time, Qian Juqiu was standing in the crowd, and King Tianyu was also talking to him next to him. Patriarch Qian, His Majesty said that in today's grand ceremony, saints' blood will be sacrificed to heaven, making this grand ceremony more interesting. So, you Qian family members, no matter what troubles happen at that time, you don't need to panic. Don't mess around. Your Majesty has already prepared for it. Tianyu Wang said. Hearing this, Qian Juqiu nodded solemnly and said, don't worry, I understand. Patriarch, Madam Li seems to be missing. At this time, an elder in the Qian family's camp suddenly spoke up. Only then did Qian Juqiu look back, and suddenly realized that his concubine was missing. Have any of you seen Lear? Qian Juqiu looked at everyone in the Qian family and asked. No, Patriarch, we didn't see Mrs. Li, it seems that she disappeared after entering the palace. Some Qian family elders said. What, enter the palace and disappear? Why didn't you say it earlier? Qian Juqiu became anxious all of a sudden. This is the Tianyan Imperial Palace, and now the palace is mixed with fish and dragons, and the powerful from all sides of the northern domain are scattered. If something unexpected happens, it is really hard to say. The elders of the Qian family were also silent all of a sudden, not knowing what to say. After they entered the Tianyan Imperial Palace, their minds were all on the complicated figures in the square. Who would have thought that the Patriarch's concubine would suddenly disappear? Patriarch Qian, don't worry. Well, I'll arrange it immediately and have someone look for Mrs. Li in the palace. King Tianyu also said something when he saw this. He also met Qian Juqiu's concubine a few times when he was at the Qian family. Okay, it's time to work. King Tianyu helped to find him, and Qian Juqiu felt a little relieved. King Tianyu nodded, and immediately arranged 3 guards to start looking for Mrs. Li in the palace. At this time, in the deep palace, Dongfang Yuan is wearing a dragon robe, with an emperor's crown hanging on his head, standing upright in a side hall. In the Mozun building, the flying tents, including Zuo Xuanqi and the Arrow God, stand on both sides of the main hall. Left Prime Minister, is there any news? Dongfang Yuan asked with a calm expression and a smile. Your Majesty, the spies just sent the news that the people from Wanshou Forest and Fengyan Sect are not far from the Imperial City. Presumably, they can enter the palace before the grand ceremony. Zuo Xuanqi replied seriously. Your Majesty, do we need to set up defenses outside the city to prevent them from destroying the grand ceremony? Arrow God asked after hearing this. Dongfang Yuan shook his head calmly. The people of the Eastern Holy Land must definitely be with the people of the Fengyan Sect. Among them, there are many real Saint Realm experts. With the strength of the few of you, it is still difficult to stop them. What's more, the Emperor didn't want to stop them, and let them enter the palace directly. In this grand ceremony, in addition to making the Empress a noble concubine, the Emperor will sacrifice the blood of the saint to Huangtian in front of all living beings in the northern domain. Dongfang Yuan smiled evilly. In the harem, in a sleeping hall, Xiao Qingli, Medusa, Han Wanxiang, and Qian Xinru, the four beauties, already had phoenix crowns and shape, and they all put on exquisite makeup. The glamorous temperament of the four people has its own uniqueness. But when it comes to appearance, all four of them can be called peerless beauty, with the posture of overwhelming the country and the city. Each of them can surpass the crowd. And at this moment, outside their bedroom, a figure quietly appeared, watching the movement inside. Who? Xiao Qingli's soul power is so powerful, she immediately sensed something was wrong. The next moment, Medusa shot out a force from her fingertips. The powerful flame force pierced through the outer palace gate and shot directly at a wall. The entire wall was instantly reduced to ashes. The figures of the four women flashed and appeared outside. It was found that there was no one outside the door. Sister, do you feel wrong? This doesn't look like someone's trace. Qian Xinru asked immediately. She and Han Wanxiang have low cultivation bases, and their soul power is far less powerful than Xiao Qingli, so they are at a loss at this moment. No, there must be someone. My induction is not wrong. Someone must have stood here just now. Xiao Qingli was wearing a phoenix robe, with a serious face, and in her demeanor and conversation, she had an air of unparalleled elegance and dominance. Like a glamorous empress, standing on the nine heavens Milky Way with aloof temperament, looking down on the common people in the world indifferently. Her temperament coupled with her demeanor at this moment, cannot help but make people feel a potential sense of oppression, and dare not speak out to refute. Indeed, someone was standing here just now. Its cultivation base is at least the Great Saint realm, and its speed is very fast. It is enough to prove that it can avoid my blow. Medusa also said aloud at this moment. What? The realm of the Great Saint? How did the Great Saint realm powerhouse appear in the Deep Palace? Qian Xinru and Han Wanxiang was a little shocked when he heard this. I don't know. Although she dodged my blow, she left behind a wisp of aura, which is a monster, and the power she cultivated should be related to the ice. Medusa stretched out her hand and felt the space in front of her. She clearly felt that the temperature of the space touched by her hand suddenly dropped. Send a message to His Majesty first, Qian Xinru said immediately. The girls nodded, and finally passed the news to Dongfang Yuan before returning to the bedroom. At the same time, in a garden some distance from the harem, Su Baiji's Madame Li stood in a corner of the garden, looking in the direction of the harem, with a somewhat incredulous look in her eyes. How can it be? Among the concubines in Dongfang Yuan's harem, there is actually a Great Saint realm powerhouse. What a powerful force, the attack is fierce and decisive. If I hadn't avoided it earlier, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured at this moment. There is also that woman, she should be the queen, her soul perception is too scary, right? The women Dongfang Yuan is looking for are all demons and ghosts. Su Baiji's heart was extremely dangerous. She really never imagined that among the women in Dongfang Yuan, there was an existence stronger than her own strength. And Xiao Qingli's soul perception made her even more terrified. Before coming to Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, she never imagined that the women of Dongfang Yuan would be so terrifying. One joyous union sacred body is enough. There is another one with unbelievably strong soul power, and even a Great Saint realm powerhouse. How can this Dongfang Yuan be able to do it? A woman who can control such terror. Could it be possible that this Dongfang Yuan also has some evil features that others don't know about? At this moment, Su Baiji thought, since Dongfang Yuan was able to subdue these women, he was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Perhaps he hides deeper. After thinking about it, Su Baiji decided that she should just wait and see what happened next. Can no longer venture into the Deep Palace. With these women here, the harem is a dragon's pond and a tiger's lair. Su Baiji turned around and left, walking back to the square. At the same time, Dongfang Yuan in the side hall received news from Qian Xinru. After learning that the Great Saint realm had secretly sneaked into the harem, Dongfang Yuan couldn't help frowning. Your Majesty, what happened? Seeing Dongfang Yuan frowning, Zuo Xuanqi asked immediately. Dongfang Yuan didn't answer him, but frowned and thought for a while. The realm of the Great Saint, the power of ice, monsters. Is this jibing sacred body, Su Baiji? After pondering for a long time, Dongfang Yuan suddenly remembered the reminder from the system a few nights ago. The new daughter of destiny, Su Baiji, wife of the owner of the Tiandi Pavilion, has arrived in the northern domain. And what she cultivated was the power of ice. Her strength was higher than that of Saint Realm, and she was really a member of the nine-tailed fox family. Just in line with all the information of the person who sneaked in. Looks like it's almost the same, it should be Su Baiji. But, what is she doing in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty? She is the wife of the Pavilion Master of the Tiandi Pavilion. She came to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty in person. What did she like? After thinking about it, Dongfang Yuan eliminated the things on his body with the method of elimination. Finally, he found out. There is only one thing that may interest Su Baiji, and that is, the treasure of the sun and moon. From Feng Mobai's memory, Dongfang Yuan learned that the sun and moon treasure was left by a strong man named Sun and Moon Saint Emperor. The treasure left by a Saint Emperor is enough to make a great saint tempted. Combined with the fact that Nanmenu who escaped was from Tiandi Pavilion, this made Dongfang Yuan even more certain that it was definitely Su Baiji. And Dongfang Yuan also thought carefully in his heart, Su Baiji's cultivation level is the great saint, so in the entire Tianyan Palace, only he and Medusa can deal with her. It is impossible for other people to be her opponents. In addition, she has been discovered now, after knowing how powerful Medusa is. In a short time, she will definitely not show up again. That's all. After solving the next thing first, think of a way to find her. Dongfang Yuan thought in his heart. To be honest, he has no clue about Su Baiji now, so looking for her in Tianyan Palace is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. So it's better to ignore it. Anyway, she shouldn't act rashly now, so put it aside for now. After the ceremony is over, think of a way to deal with her. The emperor is fine. Fei Peng, Chong Lu, you two go to the gate of the palace. After the person who should come comes in, you guard the gate of the palace. I won't let a single fly go. There is also the left minister, you should prepare, the time for the grand ceremony is coming soon. It's a good show, it's time to start. Dongfang Yuan ordered immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. With the passage of time, there are more and more people on the square, and Su Baiji has also returned to the Qian family's camp. King Tianyu stood on the side, chatting with Han Yunkin about some things, and looked around from time to time, for fear of any accidents. Heavenly Sword Sect sent 10 pieces of 9 spirits black iron, 10,000 star orbs, 3 9th grade spiritual weapons, 3 5th grade marrow cleansing pills, and the master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Sword 1, and the strong ones in the sect, are here to watch the ceremony. The Promise Sect will give you 10 sets of 9th grade Vajra armor clothes, and 3 6th grade Wrath pills. The Promise Sect will fight against the Sect Master of the Promise Sect. Come to watch the ceremony with all the powerful members of the sect. At this time, people from the other 2 overlords, Tianjianmen and Wujizong, also arrived. Zan Wuji was tall and straight, and Jian Yian was as straight as a blade. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, led the strong men from their sect to the square. Seeing this, King Tianyu and Han Yunkin walked over one after another. Sovereign Zan, Master Janman, you two are welcome to bring people to watch the ceremony in person. His Majesty Emperor Yuan has already arranged seats for you, and you can take your seats immediately. King Tianyu greeted them with a smile. Brother Zan, Brother Jian, long time no see. Han Yunkin also stepped forward at this time and said hello. The meeting of the heads of the several overlord forces in the northern domain immediately attracted the attention of many people nearby. Chapter 81. It has to be a hegemony level power, and it's a big deal. Heavenly Sword Sect and Wuji Sect are here. It seems that Fengyan Sect and 10,000 Beast Forest should be about the same. Today, there is another good show to be staged. Many people in the square were discussing in low voices that the fact that Fengyan Sect now has people from the Eastern Holy Land as its backer is well known in the entire northern domain. And today's Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is destined not to be peaceful. King Tianyu, Brother Han, congratulations. The combination of Saintess Han and His Majesty Emperor Yuan is also a great joy for the northern domain. Zan Wuji laughed. Brother Zan is being polite. It's my endless pleasure sect's luck that my daughter is appreciated by Emperor Yuan. Come on, two, take your seats. Han Yunkin said with a smile. Immediately, the 2 forces of Tianjianmen and Wujizong sat down with Han Yunkin. Time passed little by little, and finally, it was time to hold the grand ceremony. Zuo Xuanqi's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the square, and Tai Poyan also led some troops to stand guard in all directions to prevent accidents. Standing on the high platform, Zuo Xuanqi said to the people below, everyone is welcome to come to my Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's grand ceremony today. Now the time has come, the grand ceremony has officially begun. Please, His Majesty Emperor Yuan, bring the 4 empresses to the altar to offer sacrifices to the heavens. After Zuo Xuanqi's voice came out, in the very center not far away, on a spacious red carpet road, Dongfang Yuan and Xiao Qingli's 4 daughters were walking towards the altar. Xiao Qingli's 4 girls have exquisite makeup and excellent temperament. As soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of many powerful people in the northern domain. Some people look at it with envy and hatred in their hearts. The 4 daughters all have beautiful appearances. The life of Dongfang Yuan is really enviable. Thinking of the scene where he will guard the 4 daughters tonight, their hearts are really sour. It is simply a dream in this world. If they were allowed to experience that feeling, many people would tell them to die, and they would rather be the soul of a peony flower. At this time, beside Qian Jucho, Su Baiji kept looking at Medusa and Xiao Qingli. Seemingly noticing Su Baiji's gaze, Xiao Qingli's charming eyes, he couldn't help but glance at the Qian family's camp. Su Baiji immediately avoided her eyes. How can this be? There are so many people on the field, I just glanced at her, and she noticed it. Although Su Baiji avoided his gaze and looked calm and indifferent, her heart was already terrified. Xiao Qingli looked at the Qian family's camp, frowned for a while, and then looked away. Dongfang Yuan took his 4 daughters to the altar. Then burn incense and offer sacrifices to heaven. The prime minister on the left hurriedly took out the imperial decree, and everyone in the square stood up one after another when they saw the imperial decree coming out. Even Han Yunkin and Zan Wuji are no exceptions. After seeing everyone standing up, Zuo Xuanqi opened the imperial decree and read, "Today's canonization ceremony is officially held. Specially designate Xiao Qingli, the 3rd princess of the former Great Dream Dynasty, as the Queen of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Canonize Medusa as a noble concubine. Canonize Qian Xinru, the eldest daughter of the Qian family, as a virtuous concubine. Han Wanxiang, the holy maiden of the Endless Pleasure sect, canonized as concubine Shu." What the imperial decree reads, the title will come. After Zuo Xuanqi announced, he heard the officials of the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty below kneel down and salute tacitly. Long live His Majesty Emperor Yuan, long live, long live. 4 ladies, 1,000 years old, 1,000 years old. Ji Yuzhongli, Jian Yan and others looked at this scene, and they were all calm. This is all normal process. At this time, Dongfang Yuan and Xiao Qingli were standing on the altar, looking down at the kneeling officials in the square below. Dongfang Yuan and the 4 girls said in unison, "Everyone is safe. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Madam." In this way, the officials of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty stood up. However, at this moment, a strange, evil wind suddenly blew. He. The master of Fengyan sect came with tens of thousands of people, bringing with him the strong men in the sect, and specially sent a pair of bells to Emperor Yuan, and asked Emperor Yuan to accept it. Wan Beast Forest sent a coffin. I specially asked Dongfang Yuan, the monarch of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, to sleep in the coffin. 2 voices sounded from the sky. Suddenly, a big bell and a coffin fell directly from the sky and were placed in the center of the square. Boom! Thousands of people arrived, and the 3 kings of the 10,000 beasts forest appeared one after another. Dozens of figures all appeared in the sky, all of them were the elites of the 2 overlord forces. And those from the eastern ancient Holy Land. Wan Yuxuan and Feng Jingyao stood in midair, their eyes scanning everything in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty with disdain. Especially Feng Jingyao, whose face showed an undisguised sense of superiority and contempt. As a native of the maritime region, she has always had a superior attitude toward the northern domain. And not only her, but Shen Yan, Yi Kai, Shu Ping and other strong men from the eastern ancient Holy Land all had disdain on their faces. At this time, the arrival of Fengyan sect and 10,000 beasts forest also caused quite a commotion. Fortunately, many people had expected this scene. But they didn't expect that Feng Insect in 10,000 Beasts Forest would be so straightforward in sending bells and coffins. And looking directly at this posture, it seems that they are preparing to bloodbath this place. Jian Yian and Zan Wuji, the leaders of the Overlord forces, were standing there with their brows slightly furrowed as they kept looking at the situation in front of them. No doubt, today's battle is related to the entire next situation of Northern Domain. Regardless of whether Heavenly Evolution Dynasty wins or loses, the pattern of Northern Domain will be shattered. Han Yunkin's eyes were a little solemn. He looked at the camp of 10,000 Beasts Forest. Next to the Tiger King, stood an old man with golden hair and the strongest beast power in the field. This person is the ancestor of 10,000 Beasts Forest, the Golden Retriever Lion King. Dongfang Yuan looked at the people above the sky and curled his lips. The show is finally here. Presumptuous. Thousands of people are going there, the tigers are wild and the wolves are roaring. What do you think my Tianyan Palace is? You are worthy of running wild here. I tell you, when you come to Tianyan Palace today, you will make the most regrettable decision in your life. King Tianyu shouted in a serious voice. On one side, Tai Poyan and Arrow God had already led thousands of soldiers to surround the square. The God-slaying guards and the golden armored guards also stood up one by one to guard those Tianyan officials. At this time, Medusa glanced at Dongfang Yuan. The meaning is very simple, but he needs to take action now. Dongfang Yuan shook his head. No rush, everything is under his control. Snort. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is a mediocre force, but you really think you are invincible in the Northern Domain. Today, I will use your Dongfang Yuan's head as the price for your invasion of my 10,000 Beasts Forest. The Golden Retriever Lion King, the ancestor of 10,000 Beasts Forest, shouted coldly at this moment. Seeing that there were only a few women around Dongfang Yuan, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. A palm print was slapped towards him. It contains extremely rich beast power, belonging to the semi-saint grade level. Jian Yian and others all looked at Dongfang Yuan. The Golden Retriever Lion King takes action. Now, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's semi-saint should also take action. The result was unexpected by everyone on the field. Dongfang Yuan stood there with no intention of hiding, with a confident smile on his face. Boom! When the beast's palm print was about to reach Dongfang Yuan's face, a wave of holy power suddenly swept out of Dongfang Yuan's body, annihilating it. Shengwei, Saint Realm's second heaven, standing next to Feng Jingyao, Shen Sheng immediately spoke out after noticing the realm of holy power. Jian Yian and Zan Wuji, the spectators, all took a breath at this moment. Dongfang Yuan has actually reached the second level of Saint Realm. This cultivation speed is too terrifying. However, Saint Realm's second-level cultivation is indeed enough to deal with the Golden Retriever Lion King. But if they were to face those powerful men from the Eastern Ancient Holy Land, I'm afraid they would still be a bit unsatisfied. Indeed, just like Wanwan and Gao Shu, the strong men of the Fengyan sect, they were only slightly shocked, but not worried. Saint Realm is only the second level, and it can't make any waves in front of the three powerhouses of the Eastern Holy Land. The Golden Retriever Lion saw that Dongfang Yuan's cultivation was higher than his own, so he was not in a hurry to make another move. The rest of the matter can be left to the people of Fengyan sect. At this time, Dongfang Yuan's body was full of holy prestige. He stood in front of the four women, looking at the people of Fengyan sect indifferently. When he saw the old men in ancient robes beside Wan Yuxuan, he said indifferently, "Thousands of people go, your confidence must be these people from the Eastern Ancient Holy Land. But if they can't do anything to me today, how will you feel?" Snort. Dongfang Yuan, don't be complacent. Today is your death day. Your life is over, so there is no need to resist anymore. Everyone laughed disdainfully. At this time, that elder Ye Kai walked forward slowly, looked at Dongfang Yuan with contempt. "I heard that you are the reincarnation of a strong man. But unfortunately, it seems that your brain has not improved. A mere Saint Realm second-tier heaven, dare to act so high profile, it is really ignorant." Ye Kai smiled sarcastically, and he slowly walked towards Dongfang Yuan, and immediately, a Saint Realm four-layered aura swept the audience from him. The terrifying holy power covered the surrounding sky. Han Yunkin, Jian Yian and other Northern Domain powerhouses felt the deep pressure at this moment. Saint Realm 4 Heavens. Now, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is probably hopeless. East Ancient Sacred Land, that is the overlord of the sea area, any elder can be enough to dominate in our northern domain. It seems that the story of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is coming to an end here. Some people in the square were a little terrified at the moment. Saints fought against each other, which was a rare sight in the northern domain, but they basically believed that there was no hope for the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. After all, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty only has one saint, Dongfang Yuan, outnumbered, and there is still a gap in cultivation. And just as Ye Kai was walking towards Dongfang Yuan, suddenly, his body stopped. Stay where you are. Ye Kai, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Ye Kai stopped inexplicably, Chong Chong couldn't help frowning. Just now that was, Dongfang Yuan, who are you? Compared to many people on the field who were hesitant and puzzled, only Su Baiji felt a force passing through Ye Kai's body just now. Because the speed of that force was too fast, even the heavy one and Shu Ping didn't notice it at all. Puff! Suddenly, a red line appeared on Ye Kai's neck, and then his head tilted and fell directly. The blood of the headless corpse sprayed wildly, instantly dyeing the sky red. And Ye Kai's head was also sucked away by Dongfang Yuan's power, and he held it in his hand with a playful face. In the entire square, the vast majority of people watched this scene in complete silence, all stunned. Fang Jingyao, Wan Wanshang, Wan Yuxuan, Shen Shen, etc., all these people's faces were filled with horror, their hearts were so shocked that they couldn't be more shocked, and their pupils shrank deeply. What did they see? Ye Kai was walking, and suddenly died. Died. A strong Saint Realm 4th heavenly layer didn't even have time to let out a scream, and was killed in full view of everyone. The point is, none of them saw how Ye Kai was killed. All he knew was that the head at this moment was taken by Dongfang Yuan, and there was an unusually calm smile on his face. Is that you? You did it. Shen Zhong looked at Dongfang Yuan at this time, with an expression of disbelief and a slight hint of horror. When Wan Yuxuan and Wan Yuxuan heard this, they all looked at Dongfang Yuan. They were extremely restless, and they even didn't believe that Dongfang Yuan could do such a thing. Impossible. Elder Ye Kai's cultivation is Saint Realm 4 Heavens, how could he do it? In this match, is there still a mysterious strong man hiding? However, you dared to kill the elders of my eastern holy land, you really ate the ambition. Get out of my lady quickly. Fang Jingyao didn't believe that it was Dongfang Yuan who did it, she thought it was impossible for Dongfang Yuan to have that ability. At this time, she yelled loudly towards the surroundings. She has a noble status and a strong backer, and she has the trump card in her hand that can destroy the strong Saint Realm. It is not unreasonable for Fang Jingyao to dare to be so arrogant at this moment. Xiao Qingli also looked at Dongfang Yuan at this moment. She was a little surprised in her heart, she didn't expect Dongfang Yuan's strength to be so powerful. Of force, the speed is so fast that it kills people invisible, and even stepping up the steps to kill is as simple as drinking water, it is really evil. Stop shouting. It's the hands of the Emperor. Dongfang Yuan placed his head on the altar at this time, with a wicked smile on his face. The blood from Ye Kai's head flowed into the altar drop by drop, and Saint's blood began to gradually stain the altar pool in front of him. Impossible. We didn't see you make a move at all, and you don't have any skills. Dongfang Yuan, the person behind the scenes is your helper, right? Do you know the consequences for those who dare to kill people in my eastern ancient holy land? Fang Jingyao insisted on her judgment. Wan Yuxuan is the same as her, thinking that there must be a strong person secretly helping Dongfang Yuan. For a moment, Zhang Zhang and the others began to be vigilant all around. And those northern domain people who watched the battle on the field couldn't believe it when they heard these words, and they felt a little terrified in their hearts. Could it be that there is a mysterious master who helps Heavenly Evolution Dynasty hidden around here? Hearing Fang Jingyao's extremely stupid self-guessing, Su Baiji couldn't help but smile in her heart. This daughter who was born in Fenggu seems to have been made stupid by being slept with. She is full of self-righteousness and has no logic at all. Dongfang Yuan was even more helpless at this moment. This was also the first time he met a woman like Fang Jingyao. He himself said it was his fault, and he even admitted it. But she didn't believe it. Dongfang Yuan was also happy. I said I killed you. If you don't believe it, then I can't do anything about it. As for the people who killed you in Donggu Holy Land, that's quite funny. Could it be that your superiority in front of me is based on the name of your Donggu Holy Land? Dongfang Yuan had an interesting smile on his face. He kept bleeding Ye Kai's head, which was almost withered. The Eastern Holy Land is far superior to your Heavenly Evolution dynasty. Donggu Holy Land, you can't afford to offend me. It's not worth messing with. 2 elders, take down Dongfang Yuan and suppress him. I want to see who dares to do something secretly again. Fang Jingyao looked serious as she took out a jade plaque with the word, Phoenix, engraved on it. There seems to be a huge power sealed inside, and the breath of holy power is flowing and lingering. After seeing Fang Jingyao take out the jade plaque, Zanzan and Xu Ping were both confident at the moment. With a cold and stern gaze, the aura of cultivation from the 4th level of Saint Realm around him emanated, pressing in the direction of the altar where Dongfang Yuan was standing. Avalokitesvara Lotus, Thousand-Handed Buddha. Zhang and Xu Ping stood up and directly began to gather the holy light offensive, blocking the direction where Dongfang Yuan was standing. Fang Jingyao held the wooden sign and was always vigilant to prevent the mysterious strong man from taking action. Rumble. The sky was dark, and countless pagoda palm prints were like thousands of sparks, filled with the power of the saint, floating in the sky. The weight is even more like a huge Guanyin law manifestation, which is covered with countless lotus flowers. Each lotus flower blooms, and it contains a powerful power that can destroy the heaven and earth. What a terrifying aura of power! Is this the true strength of Saint Realm? 2 powerful men from the Eastern Ancient Holy Land joined forces, and the offensive aura they summoned was too terrifying. Many people in the surrounding square were staying away from the altar at this moment, not daring to get close. They kept a safe distance and could still feel the powerful aura of those holy lights that filled the sky. At the same time, Zhang and Xu Ping lowered their hands forward, and the countless spark pagodas, including thousands of lotus flowers, were like meteorites and natural disasters, smashing towards the altar. The field covered the sky and the sun, and there was no light from the sun or the moon. Dongfang Yuan looked at the scene in front of him and saw that his expression had not changed and he still maintained a smile. He glanced at Medusa. The latter understood. Medusa took a step forward, and a purple aura suddenly appeared between those beautiful and soul-stirring eyes. Then, 2 purple flames shot out quickly, like 2 tiny thunderbolts. Boom! Under the focused gaze of everyone on the field, the moment 2 rays of spiritual light shot out randomly from Medusa's eyes came into contact with those sparks. Suddenly the city was transformed into an uproar, and the sky was set ablaze with celestial flames. The purple flames caught everyone's attention and shocked their hearts. The next moment, the purple flames were like a black hole in the abyss, instantly engulfing the holy light offensive launched by Xu Ping and the 2 of them in the sky. And from the burning purple flame, 2 rays of purple light suddenly shot out at lightning speed, hitting the bodies of Zhang and Xu Ping. The 2 heavy people reacted, their expressions were astonishing. Not good. Unfortunately, it's still too late. The bodies of the 2 people instantly turned into fossils and were petrified in the sky. This, Fang Jingyao, thousands of people, and other people in Donggu Holy Land all had trembling faces at this moment. Wan Yuxuan and the Golden Lion King glanced at Shen Shen and others, and then moved to Medusa. I saw a flash of light in Medusa's eyes, and the 2 semi-saints from the Eastern Holy Land just looked at each other. Suddenly, my eyes felt dark. Ah, don't look her in the eyes. The 2 semi-saint elders were shouting in pain at this moment. They just looked at Medusa and their eyes were directly blinded. Its abilities are terrifying, truly terrifying. Wan Yuxuan and others reacted, and immediately woke up and turned away, not daring to look at Medusa again. At this moment, those watching the game on the field were confused and shocked deep in their hearts. Who is this woman? With a pair of eyes, he instantly killed 2 Holy Land elders from the 4th level of Saint Realm. Is this really Dongfang Yuan's concubine? Such a woman, isn't Dongfang Yuan afraid of being petrified when he conquers her? P.S. Regarding this issue, His Majesty Yuanwang said from experience, the so-called miracles happen with great force, as long as the pressure is strong enough and the sound is loud enough, it can make people enjoy it until they can't open their eyes. The hearts of Jian Yian, Zan Wuji and others were really as exciting as a roller coaster. They were even more fortunate, fortunately they had not taken sides before. Otherwise, in the end, I'm afraid I won't be killed, or I'll be scared to death first. Feng Jingyao's face was extremely gloomy at this moment, holding a jade plaque in her hand and looking at Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan said with a smile, "You said that I cannot offend your Donggu Holy Land. But now it seems that the people on your side are somewhat vulnerable. I give you one last chance to summon your ancestors. Stop wasting time and show your trump card. This farce should officially end." Dongfang Yuan's gaze suddenly became sharp, like a sharp sword, and the look on his face not only gave people a strong sense of oppression, but also gave him absolute self-confidence. Kill the young ones and bring up the old ones. If you want to solve this cycle, the best way is to let the old die first. At this moment, as long as the trump card Feng Jingyao relies on becomes useless, she will fall into despair. You are seeking death on your own. No wonder I'm here. Feng Jingyao sneered when she was so provoked. She threw the jade token, and in an instant, the jade token bloomed with dazzling light in the sky. A huge holy power spread from within, covering the entire square densely. Everyone felt this aura, which was a powerful aura that exceeded Saint Realm and had reached the category of Great Saint Realm. I saw an illusory figure of a middle-aged man appearing in midair. This person's appearance is very similar to Feng Jingyao, and his face has an aura of calmness and self-power. The power of the great saint around him suppresses the entire audience. However, Dongfang Yuan's face was still as calm as usual at this moment, and his expression was even more relaxed. "Father, Master, I've seen Elder Feng." After seeing that figure manifested, Feng Jingyao and Wan Yuxuan, including the elders of the Eastern Ancient Holy Land, immediately shouted. Among those watching the battle, only Su Baiji knew the identity of this person. Feng Gudian, one of the 4 guardian elders of the Eastern Ancient Holy Land, whose cultivation has reached the 7th heaven of the Great Saint Realm, placed in the sea area, is definitely a powerful man with a reputation. The ranks of elders in the Eastern Holy Land are clearly divided. Ordinary elders, inner hall elders, core elders, guardian elders. When the guardian elder goes up, that is the existence of the great elder and the holy master, the ancestor level. For example, the existence of the Saint Realm 4 heavens, such as Shen Zhang, is only the status of the elders of the inner hall in the Eastern Holy Land. There is still a gap between the guardian elders with the highest level. Feng Gudian's cultivation level is the 7th heaven of the Great Saint Realm. This jade tablet sacrificed for her daughter contains 60% of his power. It should be around the 2nd heaven of the Great Saint Realm. The one called Medusa is the 1st level of the Great Saint Realm, and there is still a slight difference in cultivation level. Let's see if Dongfang Yuan has any successors. In the crowd, Su Baiji analyzed calmly. If compared in this way, if Dongfang Yuan has no other backup, it is obvious that Feng Gudian's winning rate is higher. Yaoer, Yu Zan, what's going on? At this moment, Feng Gudian looked at the heavy 2 people who were petrified, and his expression was a little ugly. Father, it's them. This heavenly evolution dynasty, kill people from our Eastern Ancient Holy Land. The 3 of them, Elder Zhang, all died, especially the demon girl. Just by looking at them, Elder Zhang and the others were petrified. Father, you must avenge them. At this moment, Feng Jingyao complained to her middle father with aggrieved hatred. How dare, a mere northern domain faction dares to kill the elders of my Eastern Holy Land, you are so courageous. Feng Gudian's face turned gloomy, and his tone was as cold as ice, making everyone present feel his anger. Dongfang Yuan looked directly into his eyes, and said mockingly, "It seems that your brain is just like your daughter's, it's not very good, is it? Since you have come to attack my heavenly evolution dynasty, why do you think that the Emperor will not fight back? If you think that the Emperor is afraid of your reputation in the Eastern Ancient Holy Land, you will shrink back and surrender. Then I can only say that you underestimate me, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Even if it's you today, you can't protect them. Everyone who invades today will die." At the end of Dongfang Yuan's speech, his eyes became cold and decisive. "Superior," he said softly, and Medusa's figure rushed out immediately, facing Feng Gudian head-on. Court death. Seeing that Heavenly Evolution Dynasty was so arrogant, Feng Gudian immediately condensed a holy light, which was full of violent aura and holy power. Medusa condensed a colorful flame, which shone in all directions and dazzled people's eyes. The color of the flame inside is constantly changing, as if it is composed of countless kinds of strange fire-integrated union, colorful and colorful. She shot out that ball of raging flames and directly confronted Feng Gudian's power. Boom! The power of the two collided fiercely, the wave attack exploded, and the gorgeous flames merged with the holy light and shook. That is the terrifying holy power wave, which exploded with dazzling colorful flames, and many people on the field couldn't open their eyes for a while. Condensation. Break. With this blow, the two were evenly matched. But the next moment, Medusa's eyes shot two extremely strong rays of light, which were like two thunderbolts shooting towards Feng Gudian. Feng Gudian immediately condensed a holy fist light, trying to break it. But at this moment, when the two rays of Medusa touched his own power, Feng Gudian's complexion changed. Not good. Although he reacted, it was still too late. Two rays penetrated his power offensive and shot into his already illusory figure. Father, Master. Feng Jingyao and Wan Yuxuan looked at this scene, their expressions changed greatly, and they were horrified. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. This woman's power actually penetrated her father's power and even shot into him. Feng Gudian also looked extremely uncool and trembling at the moment. How can there be a super monster with super-level combat power in Northern Domain? But he couldn't allow him to think too much. Feng Gudian's body had begun to gradually dissipate again. He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately warned, "Let them go. If Yaoer makes a mistake, I will come here with my real body and kill all the sentient beings in the Northern Domain." Feng Gudian was even more insane to such an extent. He knew that after his power dissipated, his daughter would lose her trump card. He put down the threat just to ensure the safety of his daughter. Aha! Medusa smiled disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew up, and then Feng Gudian's figure disappeared. The atmosphere on the field at this moment was extremely depressing for Wan Yuxuan and Feng Jingyao, including many Northern Domain warriors watching the battle. Especially those Northern Domain warriors, Feng Gudian had included them in his warning. Their hearts are also suffering unspeakably at the moment. Medusa pinched slightly, suddenly. Feng Jingyao leaned forward and flew forward, but was directly grabbed by Medusa's neck and hung in the air. Yaoer, Miss Jingyao, have you forgotten what Elder Feng said? If you dare to hurt Miss Jingyao, he will destroy your entire Northern Domain. When Feng Jingyao was arrested, Wan Yuxuan and several other elders of Donggu Holy Land immediately became anxious. Including people like the Wolf King and the Tiger King, they did not expect that things would come to this point. If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go. Quote. Feng Jingyao was choked by the neck at this moment, her face turned red from suppressing it, but she still threatened Medusa in front of her. Medusa smiled coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Just when he was about to kill her. Wait a moment. Don't kill her yet, keep her alive for now, I have a better idea. At the critical moment, Dongfang Yuan said with a smile. Medusa immediately stopped her hand and imprisoned Feng Jingyao. Feng Jingyao smiled proudly. She thought that Dongfang Yuan was afraid of her father, so he didn't dare to attack her. But she probably didn't expect that in the near future, she would experience what it means to be truly ruthless. Dongfang Yuan's torture of women can be so extreme that it makes her mentally collapse, and life is worse than death. Dongfang Yuan stood up slowly at this time. It's time to end this. And his gaze happened to see Lang Yao looking around anxiously. Dongfang Yuan smiled. Are you looking for your ancestor, the Golden Retriever Lion King? Well, he's over there. I saw Lang Yao, Tiger King, Bear King and others looking in the direction he pointed. Suddenly, their three beast kings trembled in their hearts, and a chill flowed down from their Tianling Gai. In the direction that the Wolf King and the others were looking, they saw the golden-haired Lion King, whose head had been cut off, his tongue cut off, and he was kneeling down and suppressed in midair. Next to him, stood an old man wearing ancient robes, exuding a strong fragrance of elixir. It's Dan Chen. From Han Yunkin, Dongfang Yuan learned about the relationship between the Golden Retriever Lion King and the Futian Saint King. So from the beginning, he let Dan Chen hide in the dark, waiting for his instructions to take action against the Golden Retriever Lion King. He was not given the slightest chance to inform Futian Saint King. And Dan Chen did not disappoint him. When Medusa was competing with Feng Gudian, everyone's eyes were attracted to her. He received instructions from Dongfang Yuan and directly put the golden retriever Lion King into his Xuanluo cauldron, and then brutally suppressed and dismembered him. At this time, the headless corpse of the golden retriever Lion King was kneeling in midair, and the soul inside was struggling desperately, but it had no effect at all. Old ancestor. The Wolf King and the Tiger King were roaring and shouting with their eyes wide open. Unfortunately, the golden retriever Lion King could no longer answer them. Dongfang Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Okay, today's heaven sacrifice ceremony should really be over. Kill them all." Dongfang Yuan finished speaking. Medusa took action directly, and a brilliant flame condensed in her palm, locking everyone in the Eastern Holy Land, including the strong men of 10,000 Beasts Forest and Fengyan sect. You dare. Dongfang Yuan, if something happens to them, my father will not let you go either. Seeing that Medusa wanted to kill those people in Donggu Holy Land, Feng Jingyao shouted angrily. Dongfang Yuan ignored her and smiled disdainfully. Immediately, Medusa's holy light power blasted out directly. Before that, her holy power had suppressed everyone so much that they couldn't move at all. Even if the Wolf King and the others wanted to run away, they couldn't walk at all. No. Ah! Boom boom boom. Medusa's power exploded, and a ball of flames exploded instantly like colorful fireworks, and the flames and the holy light devoured endlessly. The 10,000 Beasts Forest and the people of the Eastern Ancient Holy Land and Fengyan sect were all swept by the waves and let out heart-breaking screams in the sea of AA fire. Then he was completely swallowed up by the flames, and his soul was destroyed. Medusa turned her eyes at this moment and found that there were 2 more fish that had slipped through the net. She actually used the forbidden technique one step ahead of time, stripped off her soul and escaped. She just wanted to kill him. Need not. They can't run away. Dongfang Yuan smiled and said, "The entire Tianyan Palace is like a dragnet from which no one can escape." Ah, Dongfang Yuan, do you know how much trouble you have caused to your northern domain? So many powerful men in our Donggu Holy Land died at your hands. You, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, cannot afford to be destroyed even 10 times. Feng Jingyao was imprisoned in the sky at this moment and did not realize the seriousness of the matter. At this moment, she was even more arrogant and domineering. Dongfang Yuan glanced at her with a somewhat indifferent expression. He ignored Feng Jingyao, turned to Dan Chen and said, "Let's settle it." Yes. Dan Chen immediately took action, and Zhang Luoding was summoned directly in front of everyone. Then, in front of all the powerful men in the northern domain, the soul of the golden retriever Lion King was mixed with some medicines to make a pill. Jian Yian, Zhan Wuji, Ji Yuzhongli and others looked at this scene with some fear in their hearts. Golden retriever Lion King, the ancestor of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, was actually refined into a pill alive. This is too terrifying. And who is this person? Another Saint Realm strongman, and also an alchemist. How many powerful people are hidden in this Heavenly Evolution Dynasty that have not been exposed? They have such inherent strength, which other force in the northern domain can compete with them? At this moment, the figures of Feipeng and Chongluo flew over. In their hands, each of them held a soul body. But tens of thousands of people went to meet Wan Yuxuan. The father and son were very smart. Seeing Feng Jiyu Tiandu's defeat, they knew something was wrong today, so they quietly used forbidden techniques to escape. It's a pity that their every move has not escaped Dongfang Yuan's eyes. Just when they were about to escape from the palace, Chongluo and Feipeng appeared in front of them, making them completely despair. "Brother Yu, Thissa A." Feng Jingyao looked at the soul bodies of the two, feeling a little dazed. He, thousands of people are coming. Since your father and son are here, where do you want to go?" Fei Peng, Chong Lu, the two of you searched for the memories of father and son from thousands of souls, and then each of you leads a team. Within 3 days, I want Feng Yunzong and 10,000 Beast Forest to completely disappear in the land of the northern domain. Quote. Dongfang Yuan gave the order immediately. His complexion began to reveal majesty, and the undeniable domineering aura of an emperor gradually emerged from his body. "Yes, your majesty, Fei Peng and Chong Lu are the answer." Then, the two of them immediately turned around and left the palace. The fate of Wan Yuxuan and Wan Yuxuan was completely doomed. No matter how much they shouted and struggled, it was of no avail. Dan Chen, you take that woman there first. Let her enjoy it first, abolish her whole body's cultivation, cut off her meridians, find 18 wild boars, and lock them up with her. Let the wild boars eat all the Dachu specialty pills, and let her experience the happiness in the world. Dongfang Yuan said indifferently. Those northern domain warriors on the field couldn't help but feel a little cold when they heard this. Although they didn't know what Dachu's specialty pill was, but they cut off their meridians, abolished their cultivation, and threw them into the herd of wild boars. It's not hard to imagine what will happen next. Dongfang Yuan, how dare you? Have you forgotten my father's warning? And you, if I make a mistake, you northern domain and Dongfang Yuan will be buried with me. You haven't stopped him yet. Feng Jingyao was also a little scared at the moment. She didn't expect that this Dongfang Yuan was really not afraid of death and dared to attack her. And she even wanted to incite the northern domain crowd present to prevent Dongfang Yuan from attacking her. However, no one in the entire field made a sound. None of them are fools. To stop Dongfang Yuan at this time is purely courting death. Now that the foundation of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is invincible in the northern domain, who would dare to stand up against it at this juncture? Even if someone stands up, that person will not be respected by others, but will be ridiculed by others after death. But at this moment, Dan Chen had already appeared beside Feng Jingyao, taking her away. No, Dongfang Yuan, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Otherwise my father won't let you go. My father really won't let you go. Dongfang Yuan. It wasn't until Dan Chen dragged her hair and disappeared into the square that Feng Jingyao's terrified voice finally stopped. The arena was silent at this moment. But Dongfang Yuan was still smiling. As if nothing happened, he said to everyone, "Everyone, don't take Feng Gudian's threat to heart. My emperor has always only done things that I am sure of when I do things. If Feng Gudian comes, I, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, will have someone to deal with him, so you don't need to worry." Hearing what Dongfang Yuan said, Jian Yian immediately stood up and said, "I am Tianjianmen, so I naturally believe in His Majesty Yuanwang. Here, congratulations to His Majesty Emperor Yuan, for destroying the two great forces of Fengyunzong and Wanshulan. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty now has the strength to unify the northern domain. I, Heavenly Sword Sect, are willing to surrender unconditionally to His Majesty the Emperor Yuan. His Majesty Feng Yuan, the Lord of the Northern Domain." Jian Yian seized the opportunity and immediately expressed the current attitude of Tianjianmen. I, the Wuji Sect, am also willing to surrender to His Majesty Emperor Yuan unconditionally, and to regard His Majesty Emperor Yuan as the Lord of the Northern Domain. Zan Wuji followed closely. We are all willing to submit to His Majesty Emperor Yuan and regard His Majesty Yuan as the Lord of the Northern Domain. Seeing that the rulers of the two major powers showed their loyalty, all the Northern Domain powerhouses on the field, including Han Yunkin and Qian Jucho, bowed down and saluted Dongfang Yuan. Good. Since everyone is willing to submit to my Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, from today onwards, this Emperor, the Lord of the Northern Domain, will also take on the important task of protecting the entire Northern Domain. Dongfang Yuan laughed loudly. Then, the grand ceremony was completely over. After getting the hearts of surrender from the powerhouses of the Northern Domain, Dongfang Yuan handed over some matters concerning the unification of the Northern Domain to Zhuo Xuanqi, Prime Minister of the Left. With Tianyu Wang and Tai Poyan assisting him, I believe the matter will be settled soon. As for Fei Peng and Chong Lu, they led an army and went to Fengyun Sect and 10,000 Beast Forest respectively. As long as Zhuo Shang and Zhang Lu's affairs are settled, the prestige value of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will definitely increase to an astonishing value. At that time, you will be rewarded by the system, so don't be too comfortable. And the so-called Spring Knight is worth 1,000 gold. Knight, our Emperor Yuan has arrived in the bedroom of the four daughters. At this time, inside the sleeping hall, the four women were all sitting around a round table, wearing red hijabs, making it difficult to tell who was who. Dongfang Yuan walked in slowly wearing a dragon robe. Four beloved concubines, the Emperor is here. Dongfang Yuan came to the side of the four people, moved his fingers slightly, and all the hijabs on the four people's heads were lifted. All four beautiful faces appeared before Dongfang Yuan's eyes. The other three women are okay, they have all experienced it. Only Xiao Qingli, who was an empress in her previous life. At this moment, her heart beat uncontrollably faster, extremely nervous. My beloved, why is your face so red? Look at Shinru and the others, they are all so calm, why are you still nervous? Dongfang Yuan smiled and teased Xiao Qingli with a relaxed attitude. Snort. Xiao Qingli pretended to snort coldly, and turned away with a slightly arrogant expression. Seeing this, Dongfang Yuan opened his arms and was about to hug the 4 girls into his arms. The result came suddenly, except for Xiao Qingli, the other 3 girls all avoided. Huh, what are you doing? Dongfang Yuan hugged Xiao Qingli, not quite understanding. Kekeki, Your Majesty, the 3 of us have discussed it. Tonight, let Sister Xiao accompany you well. Shinru is not feeling well. Sister Mei and I have already enjoyed it. Tonight is Sister Xiao's home game, so we won't bother you. Han Wanxiang said playfully. There were so many people, Xiao Qingli was nervous and couldn't let go. You have to take your time, everyone comes here like that. Han Wanxiang and Qian Shinru both understand. You guys are really good at helping your sister Xiao think about it. I still want to be together tonight, it seems that you don't want to give me this chance. Dongfang Yuan said regretfully. Hehe, you have a pretty good idea, Your Majesty. I want us to serve you together. Let's see how you behave next time. Tonight, let's make Sister Xiao happy first. Let's go. Han Wanxiang smiled mischievously, and then the 3 girls left the dormitory. Dongfang Yuan and Xiao Qingli were left in the house. Dongfang Yuan hugged Xiao Qingli and sat down on the jade bed. He first kissed Xiao Qingli's lips, bit her lips slightly hard to eliminate the sensitivity in her heart, and hugged her tightly at the same time. My beloved, your face is so hot. Dongfang Yuan leaned against Xiao Qingli's face, hugged her and said softly. Xiao Qingli's breathing was a little rapid, she blushed and said, it's a little bit. Shinru said, this thing is wonderful, it makes you feel painful and happy at the same time. Is it true? Dongfang Yuan slowly looked at her with his eyes and kissed her unconsciously. As long as you want, I can make you happy forever. Xiao Qingli bit her lip nervously, and Dongfang Yuan immediately kissed her passionately on the mouth. Xiao Qingli also closed her eyes and was in a relaxed state. While kissing her, she was gently placed on the bed by Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan waved his hand, and the lights dimmed. Details here, omitting 1,009,970 words. Time passed, during the time when Dongfang Yuan and Xiao Qingli were entangled. Things happened one after another in the northern domain, but they were all related to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. In just 2 days, 36 top forces all surrendered to Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. As well as the remaining 3 overlord forces, they declared their surrender to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to the northern domain on the first day. The remaining hundreds of first-rate forces and thousands of second-rate forces all announced one after another that they had surrendered to the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty and were willing to accept Dongfang Yuan as the master of the northern domain. After the 3rd day, 2 pieces of news came out. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, General Fei Peng, and Chongluo Kongfeng personally led the team and destroyed 10,000 beasts forest and Fengyan sect. The 2 forces were completely reduced to history, and their territory was completely controlled by Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. In just a few days, the territory of Northern Domain was completely controlled by Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Under the arrangement of the left Prime Minister, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty SIs are now everywhere in the Northern Domain. Every move of all forces cannot escape the detection of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. And 3 whole days have passed. The war between Dongfang Yuan and Xiao Qingli is so terrifying that it is not over yet. Han Wanxiang and Qian Shinru both have a deep understanding of it. The 3 girls were all speculating. After it was over, Xiao Qingli had to take a good rest for a few days to regain her composure. At this time, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty was in the harem bedroom. Han Wanxiang and the 3 girls gathered together. Your Majesty, this is not over yet. In a few days, it will be the night of the full moon. By then, we will have to open the treasure of the sun and the moon. There is no need to delay. Qian Shinru sat on the chair and sighed. She was thinking about whether to remind Dongfang Yuan. Your Majesty is well aware of the matter. He has always remembered the matter of the sun and moon treasures. We don't have to worry. That person, Shinru, have you investigated what Sister Xiao told you before? At this time Medusa asked seriously. It is obviously not a trivial matter for Xiao Qingli to explain in person. Investigated. According to what Sister Xiao said before, I asked my father. According to what he said, after the entire Qian family came to Tianyan Palace, they disappeared for a while, except for my father's concubine, Li Yun. Quote, she disappeared suddenly for a while before, which made my father anxious, but she came back soon. Her explanation is that she lost her way in the palace, so she didn't keep up with the team. Qian Shinru spoke cautiously, with a slight solemnity between her brows. Looking at it from this point of view, it should be Li Yun. Medusa concluded. Now what? She is still living in the palace now, do you want to send someone to monitor her? Han Wanxiang said. Medusa shook her head. No, even if it is His Majesty's shadow guard, if they are not strong enough, they will not be able to get close to her. Instead, they will be discovered by her and startle the snake. Your Majesty said before that the target of that person is the treasure of the sun and the moon. If that's the case, she will probably not make a move in the future, and we don't need to startle the snake. Now that we know who she is, let's wait for His Majesty to come out before making a decision. Medusa is still more cautious, taking the overall situation into consideration. Fourth day. Take it easy, it hurts too much. Slow down, good. Hiss. So comfortable, isn't it, concubine? My Empress makes you more comfortable. Don't push too hard. Hiss, it hurts. In the sleeping hall, Dongfang Yuan was pinching Xiao Qingli's shoulders at this moment, exerting force from time to time, making Xiao Qingli moan comfortably. Xiao Qingli's forehead was sweating, and her face was tired, but she also had a happy face. Her face was flushed red, enjoying the shoulder squeeze that Dongfang Yuan gave her. Woo! At the end of Dongfang Yuan, he used his strength. Xiao Qingli's shoulder meridians relax, feeling comfortable for a while. Dongfang Yuan simply hugged her in his arms, and kissed Xiao Qingli's lips superficially. Fei, are you still sore now? How is the Emperor's massage skills? Isn't it very good? Dongfang Yuan smiled softly. Still sour. The body is about to toss and fall apart. Why don't you get tired? I can't do it anymore. I won't be able to get out of bed today or tomorrow. Xiao Qingli was wrapped in a quilt, her whole body ached from the quilt, and she was very tired. It was as if her body had been hit violently by stars day and night, and she was about to go. To be exaggerated, the internal organs will be displaced. Too fierce. Fei, it's only the fourth day, it's nothing. Let's do it one last time. Dongfang Yuan lifted the quilt and wanted to continue. Boom. The result was unexpected. Xiao Qingli, who was already in pain all over his body, kicked him out of the bed. You still want to lie to me? You said the same thing the day before yesterday, and you said the same thing yesterday. It's the last time, I'm going to die. Xiao Qingli is really dying. She had heard this sentence at least dozens of times the last time, and this time she firmly did not believe it. How are you so fierce to your man? Dongfang Yuan immediately threw himself on the bed, clasped her hands, and sat on the quilt to keep her from moving. Xiao Qingli struggled to no avail, pouted and turned away. Dongfang Yuan smiled lightly, and said leisurely in his heart, Xiaomian, I still can't take you down. Fei, this way. Speak well and speak softly, the Emperor will let you go today. Dongfang Yuan nodded on her lips, then said, what do you want me to say? Xiao Qingli said weakly. Simple. The 2 words I asked you to shout when you were on the top, now you shout it again. Dongfang Yuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Qingli suddenly felt a sense of shame in her heart. She took the lead before, and with her instinctive desire, of course she cooperated with Dongfang Yuan very well. But now it's 4 days. It has faded away long ago. Thinking back to what she yelled just now, Xiao Qingli immediately felt very ashamed. I am a majestic 9 Nether Empress, it's fine to be conquered by a young man, but I won't bark, Xiao Qingli said somewhat reluctantly. If you don't call, then I'll come. Dongfang Yuan said with a smile, just when he was about to make a move. You fool, you are a big villain. You bully me. Xiao Qingli had no choice but to be oppressed by Dongfang Yuan, acting arrogantly like a little woman. Dongfang Yuan gagged her, and after a few seconds slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed on her. If you call out, the emperor will not bully you, I promise. In the end, in desperation, Xiao Qingli blushed, pressed against Dongfang Yuan's ear, and pouted softly. You guys fill in what you say. All right, it's all right. Xiao Qingli pouted, shy and arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Good. The emperor is very satisfied. Okay, concubine, you can rest well. Dongfang Yuan laughed loudly, and with a wave of his hand, he put on the dragon robe and left the bedroom. Xiao Qingli finally got out of the demon's clutches. Now she deeply felt the exhaustion that Qian Xinru had before, and she turned her head and fell asleep at this moment. After Dongfang Yuan walked out of the bedroom, he came to the main palace. Hey, that's right, almost forgot about this. Dongfang Yuan directly unblocked the sound of the system in his mind. System. Host, what are you doing? I called you for 4 days. 4 days. You actually blocked the voice prompts of this system. Closing square bracket. As soon as it was turned on, the sound of the system immediately rang through my mind. But the difference is that the system voice this time is full of anger, rather like the serious tone of Teacher Kang pretending to be an investigator. Suri, what can I do? When I'm doing good things, you keep ringing in my mind. It's very annoying. Are you a hen? You also know that when doing that kind of thing, the most taboo thing is to be disturbed by others. It's not that the emperor has eccentricities. He also has to chat online while doing business. That's too distracting. Dongfang Yuan also replied to the system in a helpless tone. System, it's your Heavenly Evolution Dynasty prestige value, don't you even want gift bags? Closing square bracket. Say something like that. Of course I want it. Now that the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has unified the northern domain, there must be a lot of prestige. Okay, you just go through the process again, this time I listen, what a big deal. Dongfang Yuan smiled and said disapprovingly. He himself was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after blocking the system for a few days, it turned out to be so anxious, and his voice was full of resentment. System. Ding. Closing square bracket. Congratulations to the host. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty successfully unified the northern domain. The prestige value has been increased by 15,000 points, and Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's prestige value is now 20,320. Closing square bracket. Obtain a large prestige value gift pack and a prestige achievement reward mixed gift pack. They have been sent to the warehouse, please check them. Closing square bracket. Dongfang Yuan was shocked all of a sudden. 15,000 prestige points. Unifying the northern domain gained so much prestige. Isn't this directly going to heaven? Now Heavenly Evolution Dynasty's prestige value has directly exceeded 20,000, and the rewards are incredible. Dongfang Yuan became excited at this moment, and he was looking forward to it. Quick, system, open all the gift packages. Ding. Closing square bracket. The gift package is opening, please wait. Closing square bracket. Open the prestige value gift pack. Congratulations to the host for getting Void Secret Realm X1, Time and Space Dao Body X1, All Member Upgrades X10, Unlimited Cultivation Improvement Card X10, God Slaying Guard X85, Golden Armored Guard X85, Shadow Guard X85. 9th Grade Overhaul Pill X100,000, Blood Rain Legion X1, Destruction Legion X1, 10,000 Sword God X1. Open the Achievement Value Gift Pack. Congratulations to the host for getting Imperial Weapon Chaos Bell X1, Divine Beast White Tiger X1. Seeing the system issuing so many dense rewards all at once, Dongfang Yuan was stunned. Then, the God Slaying Guard, Shadow Guard, and Golden Armor Guard all appeared in the hall. The 9th grade overhaul pill was also placed in a storage ring. Except for the 2 legions, the rest were summoned to the scene. The mythical beast White Tiger appeared at Dongfang Yuan's feet. Dongfang Yuan looked down and saw that it was still a young white tiger. However, the blood flowing through it is the purest, and it is a real divine beast. Greetings to your majesty. Those shadow guards were summoned by the system, and Wan Jianshen, who was wearing an ancient robe, saluted Dongfang Yuan one after another at this moment. The chaos clock also floated in the middle of the field. The entire main hall was densely packed, all of them were people who saluted him. It's a cheat, it's a bit too stupid. Dongfang Yuan said with emotion in his heart. Everyone, get up. Afterwards, Wan Zhanshan and the others all stood up. And White Tiger seemed unable to speak at the moment, and could only keep rubbing against Dongfang Yuan's feet, expressing his love. This little guy is fluffy and snow-white, and he is still so small at the moment, like a kitten, which is really pitiful. Dongfang Yuan knelt down and touched him, then said inwardly, "System, let me introduce you all. The secret realm of nothingness. The legendary secret realm, which is a small world inside. The host is now the master of the secret realm of nothingness. He can control the secret realm of nothingness to wander outside the space and go anywhere. And within the secret realm of nothingness, the host can mobilize the power of the entire secret realm, making him a nearly invincible existence. The best way to trick people is to pull people in and kill them, or to set up a base camp in the secret realm, or both. Closing square bracket. Time and space body, one of the three great bodies that is superior to a mortal physique. It is as famous as the Hongmeng body and the chaos body. With it, the host will not only greatly increase its combat power, but also can easily understand the laws of time and space in the future and touch its origin. Full crew upgrade times. Every time it is used, the host includes the people summoned by the system except the Legion. The cultivation base will be improved once, and the improved cultivation base depends on fate. But at least not below a small level each time. Unlimited cultivation improvement card. The host can use it on anyone, and can improve anyone's cultivation. The improved cultivation is random, but it will not be lower than at least 2 small realms at a time. 9th grade overhaul pill. It can be used under Saint Realm, no need to refine. Every time you take a pill, you will break through a small realm, without any side effects. Closing square bracket. Blood Rain Legion. The Legion has a population of 500,000, with 1 leader at the peak of the Great Saint Realm and 10 leaders of the 9 heavens of the Great Saint Realm. Closing square bracket. Pa. When it comes, the sky will tear apart, and blood will rain from the sky. The endless blood will condense into figures holding blood swords. They cannot be killed. As long as the blood rain does not stop, they can be reborn. Legion of Destruction. The number of the Legion is 500,000, with 1 leader at the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm and 10 leaders of the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm. Closing square bracket. P.S. Everyone contains the God of Destruction, which is extremely destructive. They can summon the God of Destruction to bombard the enemy, just like the walking thunder of destruction. It is so powerful that it can shatter the sky and shatter the earth. Because there are too many people in the 2 legions, they are now all staying in the Void Secret Realm on standby. Closing square bracket. Name: Wanjian Shen. Treasure: Celestial Sword, Holy Weapon. Repair: Great Saint Realm 9 Heavens. Qualification: Immeasurable. System: Kenton Divine Body. AAA. Chaos Clock. There is no divine weapon, and its power is infinite. It can only be used by at least the peak level of Saint Emperor. It is powerful enough to destroy the galaxy and subvert an entire world. Closing square bracket. White Tiger. One of the 4 great divine beasts, born with a divine body and boundless qualifications. Now in his early childhood, his cultivation is at the 5th level of the Great Saint Realm. As an adult purebred White Tiger, his strength is at least comparable to the peak of the Saint Emperor. Closing square bracket. After listening to the introduction of the system, Dongfang Yuan stayed where he was for several seconds. If he uses all these rewards, his Heavenly Evolution dynasty will probably transform into a superpower immediately. Not to mention ruling a northern domain, even a sea area. Now he has enough capital to march into it. Low profile. I also want to keep a low profile. But the system does not allow it. System: Integrated Union Space-Time Body. Dongfang Yuan decided immediately. Immediately, he sent an order in his mind, telling Feipeng and others to come here. He planned to use the cultivation improvement card to improve the cultivation of the powerful people in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Integrated Union. Closing square bracket. After the space-time Taoist Integrated Union entered Dongfang Yuan's body, he immediately felt a strange change in his body. I feel that my understanding of space and time has suddenly increased 1,000 times. And his combat power has also been greatly improved. It can be said that he has completely transformed. Not long after Dongfang Yuan integrated Union the time and space body, his strength increased greatly. Feipeng, Arrow God, Chonglo, Medusa and others also received the order and rushed over, including the other shadow guards and the god Zonsing guards, all of them were now present. Take all of these elixirs and enter Saint Realm first. Dongfang Yuan directly gave them the 9th grade overhaul elixir. He wants to use everything rationally. After all, the cultivation level improvement card increases the cultivation level randomly. In this case, he would first let everyone break through to Saint Realm, and then conduct 10 random major upgrades. Anyway, 9th grade has been overhauled and he has many elixirs now, so he is not worried at all. Yes, Your Majesty, I saw everyone holding the pills and starting to take them one after another. I saw that after everyone took the elixir according to Dongfang Yuan's instructions, the shadow guards with the lowest cultivation levels have now broken through to the Saint Realm. The only ones different from them are Medusa, Dan Chen, Wanjian Shen, and White Tiger. System: use all personnel to upgrade the machine, use them all 10 times. Dongfang Yuan gave the order directly. With the use of the lifting machine, the auras of everyone on the field began to improve rapidly. Even if you improve 10 times in a row, you can reach the pinnacle of Saint Realm by improving the minimum level of cultivation. System: 10 all staff promotions have been used, all of which have been used. Closing square bracket. As the system's voice fell, the improved cultivation of all members reached its peak. The soaring cultivation finally came to a halt. Let's talk about Wanjian Shen and White Tiger first. Wan Sword God has directly reached the 2nd heaven grade level of the Saint Emperor realm. The sword intent around him is endless, and any ray of it is enough to pierce the sky and subvert the mountain and sea. And White Tiger, although still a young boy, has now reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. With his divine beast bloodline, it would definitely not be a problem to fight an ordinary Saint Emperor. Then, there are Medusa, Dan Chen, Feipeng, and Chonglo. Medusa's cultivation has been promoted to the 7th heaven of the Saint King realm. She is very lucky. She had a chance to improve just now and she was directly promoted to the 4th heaven at once. Luck is really different. With her cultivation at the 7th level of the Saint King realm, coupled with her physique and talent, Medusa is strong enough to rival a peak Saint King realm. And Dan Chen entered the 3rd level of the Saint King realm. Feipeng and Chonglo have both reached the 3rd level of the Saint King realm. Among the few people, Dan Chen's luck was the darkest. Maybe the elixir was refined too much, and the European chi was also lost. As for the god of Arrow, his luck was not very good and he only reached the peak of the Great Saint realm. As for the 300 shadow guards, god-slaying guards, and golden armor guards, all 300 of them have been promoted to the heaven grade level of the Great Saint realm. Their strength is quite outstanding, but they all have bad luck. Basically, there is no European spirit, and they are all basic cultivation levels. But even so, Dongfang Yuan is very satisfied. 300 strong men of the Great Saint realm. Such a quantity, according to Dongfang Yuan's own understanding, is only possessed by the ancient tribes in the sea area. Even the superpowers of the Holy Earth grade cannot reach such a lineup. And Dongfang Yuan's own cultivation level has also been greatly improved. At this point, he really should praise the system. Instead of assigning him a period of cultivation improvement, giving him a random cultivation improvement would allow his cultivation to break through faster. This time, Dongfang Yuan's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. But now that he has a time and space body, his strength has reached a higher level. He asked the system, and now his full strength is comparable to the Saint Emperor level 3 heaven grade level. If coupled with the Chenkin Thorn, it can be compared to the 4th level of the Saint Emperor realm. Those who are strong in the Saint Emperor realm are placed in the sea area, and they are all the patriarchs and ancestors of the ancient clan. Even in those holy places, it is still unknown whether they have Saint Emperor level powerhouses. Anyway, most of them are completely absent on the surface. Not bad. These cultivation levels are enough for the time being. Next, Zuo Xuanqi and their cultivation should be mentioned. The 10 cards that Dongfang Yuan left behind were also for those who were not summoned by the system. However, he was not in a hurry. After bestowing the title of enshrined by Wanjian God, he dispersed the others first. Together with Medusa, follow Dan Chen to the medicine pavilion. With Dan Chen's current cultivation breakthrough, he has also reached the level of 10th grade alchemist. Now as long as there are materials and refining recipes, all 1st grade to 10th grade pills can be refined by Danchen. And if the 10th grade breaks through further, it will be a saint grade alchemist. For an existence of this level, the cultivation level must be at least above the 9th level of the Saint King realm. And even in the sea area, the status is extremely high, even the Saint Emperor Strong still have to give him face. On the way. Oh, you mean, Su Baiji changed into Li Yun's appearance and got in with the Qian family's team. Listening to Medusa's report, Dongfang Yuan said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty, this is already certain. Sister Xiao found out that there was something wrong with the Qian family camp before, so she asked Shinru to investigate, and Li Yun is the most suspected one. Your Majesty, now that I have a breakthrough in cultivation, she is only a great saint, and she is just throwing herself into a trap in the palace, but do I need to arrange it so that the Shadow Guard can suppress her immediately? Medusa asked. After Dongfang Yuan thought for a while, he smiled and said, Don't worry, it would be so boring if you directly suppressed her. Since she wants the sun and moon treasure, let her follow along and play with her. Anyway, in the eyes of this emperor, she is no longer a threat at all. While talking, they came to the medicine pavilion. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. There were dozens of medicine boys in the medicine pavilion, some were grinding medicine, some were heating the furnace. When they saw Dongfang Yuan coming, they immediately knelt down and saluted. Dongfang Yuan nodded. Stay flat. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Yao boys got up now. At this moment, Dan Chen said calmly, Your Majesty, Feng Jingyao is in the east room, please follow me. Dongfang Yuan and Medusa followed Dan Chen. Come to the east end, in front of a stone house. When Dan Chen opened the door, a smell of pig feces came out, which made people sick. Dongfang Yuan and the others cut off their breath and walked in. Gulu gulu, gulu gulu. I saw that there was a pig farm inside. 18 huge wild boars were raised here, and the pig manure was everywhere. And on the messy ground, there is a woman with tattered clothes and hair full of pig manure, lying on the cold ground in despair and desolation. Feng Jingyao's meridians all over her body were severed, her cultivation was completely crippled, and she was directly thrown into the herd of wild boars. The tears in the corners of his eyes couldn't go away, and his voice was hoarse when he begged for mercy desperately. But Dan Chen didn't soften his heart in the slightest. 18 wild boars took turns attacking her, bumping violently, aggressing, and even being trampled on. In just a few days, Feng Jingyao suffered inhumane torture and pain, ushering in the darkest moment of her life. There were still several puddles of blood on the ground, as well as the dragged blood, plus Feng Jingyao's miserable appearance covered in tattered clothes. What kind of cruel abuse she suffered, needless to say. I'm afraid that for her now, apart from despair, there is only hatred for Dongfang Yuan left in her heart. Feng Jingyao, how do you feel these few days? Do you still like my emperor's arrangement? Dongfang Yuan asked with a playful tone with a smile on his face. Dongfang Yuan, you abused me so much. My father will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Feng Jingyao roared in a sad and hopeless tone. She even roared with a cry, but because of the hoarseness of her voice, she looked very pathetic. It doesn't seem like enough enjoyment, does it? The mouth is still so hard. Pan Chen, increase the dosage. Each wild boar will eat 3 Dalton's Chew specialty pills, so that she can enjoy it more. Dongfang Yuan said in a casual tone. Yes, Your Majesty. Dan Chen took out the elixir and was about to do it. No, don't want. I beg you. I beg you. Don't feed them anymore, I was wrong. I don't dare to be harsh anymore. Please don't feed them anymore. As soon as she heard that the wild boar was about to attack her again, Feng Jingyao's inner fear suddenly amplified. She was really scared. Being like that by a wild boar, she would rather die. Aha, Dan Chen, hello. Besides, carve an image so that when Feng Gudian comes, let him take a good look at her daughter's miserable condition. Dongfang Yuan said with a cold smile. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. He is already an enemy, so why does he need to care about some red tape? He wanted to kill people, but he also wanted to kill people. Yes, Your Majesty. Dan Chen immediately fed the pills into the wild boar's mouth, and Dongfang Yuan turned and left with Medusa. Those wild boars' eyes turned red for a moment, their auras became restless, and they became extremely uncomfortable. No, Dongfang Yuan, I beg you. No, ah. Dongfang Yuan, Fang Jingyao, will never let you go even if I'm a ghost. Ah, After Dongfang Yuan left, he summoned Zuo Xuanqi, Tai Poyan, and King Tianyu. First, he used the 9th grade overhaul to break through to the Saint Realm, and then used the cultivation level improvement card to improve one person 3 times, continuously breaking through the realm. The 3 of them had good luck. Zuo Xuanqi reached the 7th level of the Great Saint Realm, and the other 2 reached the 6th level of the Great Saint Realm. Such a huge breakthrough in cultivation is already very satisfying for the 3 of them. In addition, Dongfang Yuan also distributed 1,000 9th grade overhaul pills, allowing them to be distributed to Heavenly Evolution Dynasty officials and military powerhouses so as to enhance their strength. Time also passed, 5 days later. Today is the day of the full moon, which is the day to unlock the treasures of the sun and moon. Dongfang Yuan had been prepared for a long time, but today, he unexpectedly received a piece of news. Han Wanxiang and Xiao Qingli are both pregnant. Xiao Qingli was excusable. While doing errands, he took a soul-piercing pill. But Han Wanxiang did not, which can be said to be an unexpected surprise. Now 3 of his concubines are pregnant. In other words, in the next nearly a year, the only person he could really touch was Medusa. This further strengthened his determination to capture Su Baiji quickly. Following the legacy of the Prime Minister, our generation is duty-bound. At this time, in the main hall of the palace, Qian Juqiu walked into the main hall with Lian and the ancestor of the Qian family. I've met Emperor Yuan. The 3 of them clasped their fists and saluted Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan nodded, and then said, Patriarch Qian, today is the night of the full moon. Patriarch Qian should still remember the opening of the sun and moon treasure. Wei Yuanwang, I will always remember it in my heart. Qian Juqiu replied. Okay, then get ready and go to the North Star Mountains with me. Dongfang Yuan said directly. After the Qian family members were ready, Qian Juqiu took Li Yun, the ancestor of the Qian family, and several Qian family elders to the Beixing mountain range with the people from Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Dongfang Yuan didn't bring many people with him this time. There are only Medusa, Fei Peng, and Chong Lu. Night. Dongfang Yuan and all of them arrived at the Beixing Mountains, where a bright full moon hung high in the starry sky. Su Baiji followed the team. Her eyes glanced at Dongfang Yuan and the others from time to time. Strange, why do you feel that the breath of these people these days has suddenly become a little different from before? How is this going? Su Baiji was puzzled. Fei Peng and the others are restraining their cultivation aura, so she can't see it at all now. On the contrary, Dongfang Yuan and Medusa saw through Su Baiji's disguise from the moment they met. It's just that he didn't choose to expose her. After going deep into the North Star Mountains, they came to the entrance of a valley. At this time, Dongfang Yuan and Qian Juqiu combined the 2 sun and moon keys into one and put them on a strangely shaped wall in the valley. Rumble. Immediately, a sudden change occurred. The whole earth shook violently, like an earthquake. And the valley in front of everyone's eyes disappeared slowly and turned into an ancient palace. Above this palace, there is a scorching sun and a bright moon, which are formed by the condensed spiritual power and are not real. This should be the entrance to the treasure. Go, enter the palace. Dongfang Yuan was fearless and led the crowd directly into the palace. Ding. Closing square bracket. Detected the birth of a new daughter of destiny. Murong Shui, the eldest lady of the Murong clan in the ancient sea area, is the reincarnation of the Ice and Snow Empress. Aptitude Ling Dao, 10,000 laws divine body, destiny luck value 95 points, the current memory has awakened, suggestions can be marry as a concubine. Closing square bracket. Just when Dongfang Yuan was about to enter the underground palace, the system sounded directly. He couldn't help but pause. Another Empress reincarnated. What's wrong with this world? Now the Empress likes reincarnation. Dongfang Yuan felt a little surprised. Another Empress was reborn. She was still the Ice and Snow Empress, reincarnated in the body of the young lady of the Murong Jiyu clan. The Murong Jiyu clan is one of the most powerful forces in the sea area. A transcendent existence that even the Holy Land dare not offend. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Seeing Dongfang Yuan's figure pause, Medusa couldn't help asking. Nothing. Let's go. Dongfang Yuan came to his senses and also remembered the name Murong Shui first. Then he pushed open the door with everyone and entered the palace. The first time Dongfang Yuan entered the palace, he saw many large boxes placed all around. With a thought, all the boxes were opened. Inside are all precious spiritual objects of heaven and earth, spirit stones, including many rare cultivation resources. This is the sun and moon treasure. Ha ha ha, post it now. Qian Jucho shook his head. Several elders of the Qian family looked at the cultivation resources in front of them, all of them reveled in excitement and laughed from ear to ear. Su Baiji and Dongfang Yuan both noticed the statue in the center at this moment. It is a statue of a middle-aged man, most likely the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor himself. On the palm of the statue, there is a small box. It seems that the things inside should be the most precious treasures. Su Baiji immediately stepped forward, wanting to take it off. Madam Li, I didn't expect you to notice this box. At this time, Dongfang Yuan's voice came from behind. Chapter 91. After Su Baiji heard it, she didn't act immediately. She turned around with a smile on her face. Your Majesty Emperor Yuan, Li Yun saw that this box looks a little nice, so she was immediately attracted. Oh, it's pretty nice. I just don't know what's in it. While talking, Dongfang Yuan had already got the box, but Su Baiji didn't snatch it, but stood there watching Dongfang Yuan open it. After Dongfang Yuan opened the box, a ray of light flashed out. Shot into the statue. Buzz buzz. I saw the statue began to change, spiritual light emerged, and a phantom of consciousness escaped from the statue. Your Majesty, be careful. Feeling this consciousness, Fei Peng and Chonglu immediately stood on guard and stood in front of Dongfang Yuan. Everyone's attention is now attracted by this phantom. The appearance of this phantom is exactly the same as the person in this statue. No problem. Dongfang Yuan indicated that the two need not worry. He stepped forward and looked at the phantom calmly. If my guess is correct, you should be the Sun Moon Saint Emperor, right? You, who are you? At such a young age, my cultivation has reached such a level. The Sun and Moon Saint Emperor looked at Dongfang Yuan and exclaimed in amazement. You don't need to know who this emperor is. I'm here to hunt for treasure. Treasure of the Sun and Moon, if you think this emperor can do it, then give it to me. Dongfang Yuan's tone was neither humble nor overbearing at the moment. Even in the face of the once all-powerful Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, he didn't show any fear, and even showed an unquestionable attitude. Qian Jucho and Su Baiji were all shocked. Dongfang Yuan dared to talk to Sun Moon Saint Emperor so bluntly, wasn't he afraid of offending him? After all, this place was arranged by the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, and there may be some countermeasures. However, the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor still had a good vision. He seemed to see how extraordinary Dongfang Yuan was, and he was not angry at what he said. From Dongfang Yuan's perspective, he already respected him a lot. The treasure of the sun and the moon and my inheritance, I can give it to you. But there is one thing I need you to promise me. As long as you promise, I will immediately hand over all the real sun and moon treasures to you. Said the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor. Tell me, Dongfang Yuan said calmly. When you are strong enough, I want you to go to Zhongshengzhou and help me kill someone. His name is Nine Swords Saint Emperor. Sun Moon Saint Emperor replied. Nine Swords Saint Emperor. Okay. I promise you. Dongfang Yuan responded directly after thinking for a moment. Good. I will hand over the real sun and moon treasure to you. The Sun Moon Saint Emperor was straightforward, and seemed to trust Dongfang Yuan very much. You trust me so much. You say nothing, aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Dongfang Yuan asked curiously. Ha 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 ha. In my whole life, I only missed one person. But you, I'm sure I'm right. You have a proud heart, and you have the power of an emperor. For a person like you, you will not go back on what you promised, and you don't even bother to go back on it. The Sun Moon Saint Emperor is sure of his vision at this moment, pinning all his hopes on Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan nodded. If my guess is correct, the reason why you fell should be caused by the Saint Emperor of the Nine Swords you mentioned, right? Good. Back then, I was attacked from behind by him, and my soul was stabbed by his 9 holy swords. It was directly wounded to the source. In the end, I could only leave the treasures of the sun and the moon. When a destined person comes here, I will give all the inheritance in this life to he. The condition is that this person must agree to avenge me and kill the 9 swords. Sun and Moon Saint Emperor replied with a slightly lonely look. I will definitely do what I promise you. Don't worry, 9 swords Saint Emperor, I will let him suffer to death. Once the Emperor says it, heaven and earth will never change it. Dongfang Yuan said confidently. Sun and Moon Saint Emperor didn't talk nonsense and nodded happily and gratefully. Then, his phantom condensed into a ray of inherited light, floating in Dongfang Yuan's palm. This is the lifelong inheritance of Sun and Moon Saint Emperor. Boom boom. At this time, the statue also cracked. I saw a flash of moonlight inside, and a bead of light floating in the air. Half of it was the blazing sun, and half of it was the moon. In addition, there were 10 puppet warriors who also appeared on the field. These, could they be the legendary Sun and Moon puppets under the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor? Qian Jucho looked at these puppets and couldn't help but guess. It's the Sun and Moon puppet. This bead should be the Sun and Moon bead. Dongfang Yuan previously learned from Feng Mobai's memory about the rumors of the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor during his lifetime. In addition to being a strong Saint Emperor, he also has 10 puppets in his hands. They are all Saint King Realm 6th Heaven grade existences. And the only thing that controls them is the Sun and Moon bead in front of them. Dongfang Yuan took the Sun and Moon bead and his consciousness sank into it. I saw 10 puppets suddenly reacting and moving as they pleased. Dongfang Yuan held the Sun and Moon beads and could control them even if they were thousands of miles away. His Majesty, there are 10 puppets, but there is only one Sun and Moon pearl. If this is to be divided equally, I'm afraid. Medusa suddenly spoke up at this moment. She also glanced at Qian Jucho and the others, but did not continue to say anything. Dongfang Yuan was lost in thought and did not answer, and Qian Jucho naturally understood what he meant. Emperor Yuan, this Sun and Moon puppet is a legacy left to you by the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor. Naturally, it is not included in the equal division. My Qian family can only share those cultivation resources. Qian Jucho is very knowledgeable about current affairs. How could he not understand that the words Medusa said were probably what Dongfang Yuan signaled her to say? Good, let's do this, I won't take advantage of you. Of those cultivation resources, your Qian family will take 60%, and I, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, will take 40%. How about that? Dongfang Yuan also spoke calmly. After all, compared with the Sun and Moon puppet, the value of those cultivation resources is much different. Thank you very much, Emperor Yuan. Qian Zhouzheng and others expressed their sincere gratitude. But at this moment, Su Baiji seized the opportunity and suddenly took action. The aura of the Great Saint Realm burst out, and everyone in the Qian family was thrown away by the aura and fell to the ground. Her goal is the inheritance of the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, and the Sun and Moon Pearl. She was extremely fast, like a gust of wind, and snatched these 2 things from Dongfang Yuan's hands. Feipeng and Chonglo wanted to take action, but Dongfang Yuan signaled them that there was no need to worry. Dongfang Yuan's face was calm, he turned his eyes and looked at Su Baiji. Mrs. Li, what are you doing? No, you are not Lian. Who the hell are you? Several elders of the Qian family did not react at all and were still in confusion at this moment. Qian Jucho felt the aura on Su Baiji's body and immediately knew that this person was definitely not his concubine. Giggle, Master Qian, I'm really embarrassed to have kept this secret from you for so long. Su Baiji smiled happily. Now that she had obtained the Sun and Moon Pearl, she could control 10 Sun and Moon puppets. The situation was already in her hands. She was in no hurry at all. I saw her take off her disguise and reveal her true appearance. She has a slender waist, long legs, full breasts and hips, graceful curves, a charming figure, and is extremely beautiful. Especially the snow-white scarf around her neck gave men a sense of fatal temptation. At this time, Dongfang Yuan was also a little moved in his heart. The charm of a mature woman is definitely not comparable to those of ordinary girls. And this Su Baiji is the supreme grade among mature women. Absolutely, absolutely awesome. You. Who are you? Where's my Lil? What did you do to her? Qian Jucho looked at Su Baiji with angry eyes and asked anxiously. Master Qian, don't worry. Your woman is sleeping soundly in the woodshed of the Qian family. I didn't kill her. You can see her when you go back to the Qian family. Su Baiji's tone was calm, with a slightly playful expression on her face. She turned her eyes and looked at Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan, you have really shocked me these days. I was planning to kill you. But after my observation over this period of time, I decided to give you a chance. Oh, what kind of opportunity is this? Dongfang Yuan looked amused. It's very simple. You surrender to me from today on, and I won't kill you. On the contrary, with your evil talent, I will reuse you and focus on training you. How about it? Su Baiji said in a serious tone. It sounds quite tempting. It's just a pity that if you want me to surrender, no one in this world can do it. Dongfang Yuan said without fear. Why are you so stubborn? Now that the sun and moon puppets are under my control, I know that Medusa's strength is extraordinary. If you join forces with her, I may not even be your opponent. But now, the situation has changed. You should make a good choice, otherwise, I will have no choice but to kill you with regret. Su Baiji's tone was charming and even more playful, and the change in her expression was truly a beauty's curse. Mrs. Su is very confident. But I do have an idea here. That is, Mrs. Su is the Emperor's concubine, including Tiandi Pavilion, who surrendered to my Heavenly Evolution dynasty. This Emperor can guarantee your eternal happiness. Dongfang Yuan smiled lightly. How do you know my identity? At this time, Su Baiji was obviously shocked. She didn't understand how Dongfang Yuan knew her identity. Mrs. Su, not only do I know that you are the wife of the pavilion master of Tiandi Pavilion, but I also know your background. Kyubi. Dongfang Yuan hesitated to speak, and then smiled, because Qian Jucho and the others were here, and he didn't say anything clearly. Su Baiji's face was horrified at this moment, and her inner emotions suddenly stirred up a storm. Her true identity is from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. She has not told anyone, not even the Tiandi Pavilion. How did Dongfang Yuan know this? Su Baiji was horrified when she thought about it carefully. Her true body was her biggest secret. It's about her life. Now that Dongfang Yuan already knew about it. In this case, we might as well stop doing anything and silence him immediately. Snort. Dongfang Yuan, if you want to blame yourself for knowing too much. I saw that Su Baiji was very decisive and used the sun and moon beads to control the sun and moon puppets and kill Dongfang Yuan directly. Emperor Yuan, be careful. Qian Zhouzheng and the others immediately exclaimed. Dongfang Yuan smiled slightly. The next moment, he stretched out his finger, and an unparalleled domineering force directly suppressed the 10 sun and moon puppets, unable to move. No matter how Su Baiji mobilized, the 10 puppets could not exert any power. Your cultivation base. Su Baiji was horrified, realizing the horror of Dongfang Yuan's cultivation, and her face turned pale with fear. Unfortunately, before she could react, Dongfang Yuan had already appeared in front of her. He hugged her directly, and Dongfang Yuan took the two things back. Dongfang Yuan's aura at the peak of the Saint King realm directly made it impossible for Su Baiji to mobilize her power. Being forcibly held by Dongfang Yuan, he felt the softness of her body. You let me go. Dongfang Yuan, you are shameless. Su Baiji struggled frantically with a look of disgust on her face, but unfortunately it had no effect at all. Qian Jucho and other members of the Qian family looked at a loss at this moment, not knowing what to do. Su Baiji, you want to rob me of my things, and you also want to take my life. I didn't kill you. I've already opened the door to you. You should think carefully about the idea I proposed earlier. Next, I will lead the Heavenly Evolution dynasty into the sea area. As a force outside the sea area, you, Tiandi Pavilion, will bear the brunt of it. Surrender or be destroyed. There are only two options. If you persist in your obsession, I can send you to be with Feng Jingyao. I saw Dongfang Yuan's power shot into Su Baiji's body, sealing her entire body. Su Baiji's face was full of anger and she said angrily, do you think I'm afraid of death? If you have the ability, just kill me. If you want to get me with this, it's just a dream. Su Baiji spoke forcefully. Dongfang Yuan was not angry, but just smiled calmly. If I want to deal with you, I have many ways to deal with you. Medusa, I will leave her to you first. Take her back to the palace. Master Qian, please move the things separately. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Emperor Yuan. Afterwards, Medusa took Su Baiji and left first. After Dongfang Yuan and the Qian family allocated the cultivation resources from the Sun and Moon treasure, they all returned to their respective factions. 10 Sun and Moon puppets, Dongfang Yuan temporarily placed them in the secret realm of nothingness. Now in the secret realm of nothingness, the members of the Destruction Legion and the Blood Rain Legion worked together to build splendid palaces, forming a dense palace complex. It is gradually developing into a real small world, and Dongfang Yuan also has plans to turn the Void Secret Realm into a base camp for Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. Northern Domain, border. At this time, a figure flew over from the distance of the sea and arrived at the border of Northern Domain. This man was wearing the robes of the Eastern Holy Land, standing tall in the sky with a calm expression and a murderous anger on his face. Looking at the Northern Domain city beneath his feet, there are millions of human beings living in the Northern Domain. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, you need to pay the price for what you have done. I saw this man, exuding a powerful Great Saint power at the Great Saint realm level, covering the entire sky. In the cities below, many human warriors were frightened by this aura and fell to the ground, trembling with fear. Feng Gudian gathered strength in his palm and blasted a ray of holy light directly towards the city. Today, he wants to slaughter the entire Northern Domain. Let the world see how serious the consequences will be for anyone who dares to offend their Donggu Holy Land. And just when Feng Gudian's holy light of power was about to crash down, an arrow suddenly shot from a distance, with the power of flames, as if it was like a flaming vermilion bird, and it shot immediately. Destroyed Feng Gudian's Shengmang offensive. Who is it? Feng Gudian frowned and immediately looked towards the direction where the arrow light came from. I saw the figures of Zuo Xuanqi and Arrow God coming from a distance. Zuo Xuanqi looked disdainful and said proudly, Feng Gudian, the two of us have been waiting for you here for a long time under the orders of His Majesty Emperor Yuan. Now Zuo Xuanqi's cultivation is also at the 7th level of the Great Saint Realm, and he has an Arrow God at the peak of the Great Saint Realm beside him. Even if he had a head-on confrontation with Feng Gudian, he was not afraid at all. People from Dongfang Yuan. HMPH. You are looking for death. Feng Gudian locked onto the two of them, gathered strength in his palms to attack, and was about to take action. Wait a moment, Feng Gudian, don't you want to see what your daughter has become like now? Zuo Xuanqi said calmly. Feng Gudian paused his attack and frowned. What do you mean? Zuo Xuanqi took out a picture stone, projected its picture in midair, and said with a smile, you will understand if you look at this. Zuo Xuanqi looked at the projection screen. Gradually, when he saw the pain and torture his daughter was suffering, and even being trampled by wild beasts, his heart felt like a knife being twisted, and his heart ached endlessly. At this moment, his expression had completely changed, his face was filled with absolute anger, and his mind was completely overwhelmed by hatred. Zuo Xuanqi looked at the change in his expression and knew in his heart. The heart killing has been completed. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, you are seeking death. Feng Gudian seemed to have gone crazy, his pupils were red and bloodshot. With strong hatred and murderous intent in his eyes, he attacked Zuo Xuanqi directly. Looking at his posture, the power of the holy light gathered into countless sword energy, trying to cut Zuo Xuanqi into pieces. Destroy. However, the arrow god did not tolerate him at all. At this moment, he opened the flaming bow and shot out arrows with huge power like a blazing sun. The temperature of the entire sky rose instantly, as if a blazing sun descended and burned everything. All of Feng Gudian's sword energy was directly melted by the arrow god's arrow light, and the arrow light shot out of the air at a thunderous speed, without leaving even an afterimage, directly piercing Feng Gudian's body. Puff! How can it be? Feng Gudian's face was horrified and he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. His body was knocked away, leaving a huge bloody hole in his chest. Before he had time to react, Zuo Xuanqi suddenly appeared behind him and hit him hard on the back of the head. The Great Saint Realm level holy power blasted into Feng Gudian's mind, making him feel as if his brain was going to explode. Ah! Feng Gudian was severely injured for the second time in a row. Zuo Xuanqi's full blow directly hurt the origin of his soul. Great Saint Realm 7th Heaven. The pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm. How can you be the Great Saint Realm? Feng Gudian was seriously injured, blood kept coming out of his mouth, and he was very frightened and confused inside. How could the cultivation of these two people have improved so much in such a short period of time? This is not common sense. This is the consequence of messing with my heavenly evolution dynasty. Zuo Xuanqi didn't talk nonsense, and then directly destroyed Feng Gudian's entire body with one blow. And all his limbs were cut off. The scene was bloody and cruel. Feng Gudian turned into a human stick and hit the ground heavily. His face turned pale with fright and he was still in shock. He still wanted to struggle, but Zuo Xuanqi, who flew down, stepped on his chest. I didn't expect that the high-ranking elders of the Holy Land would one day be trampled under by me, Zuo Xuanqi. This feeling is so good. Ha 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 ha. Zuo Xuanqi laughed crazily and wantonly, trampled all of Feng Gudian's internal organs with force on his feet. Ah, I can't be a ghost. Feng Gudian screamed in heart-piercing pain, and his eyeballs burst from the pain. The last sentence was only halfway through, because the injury was too serious and the vitality was completely extinguished. The arrow god stood in the air, looking at Zuo Xuanqi as if he had climaxed. He couldn't help but wonder, is this old man crazy? Why not just kill someone? Is he so happy? Afterwards, the two of them returned to Heavenly Evolution Dynasty after disposing of Feng Gudian's body. Inside Tianyan Palace, in Dongfang Yuan's dormitory, Han Wanxiang, Qian Xinru, and Medusa were all sitting at the side. Only Xiao Qingli was not there. Even though she was pregnant, she still insisted on setting up the 9 Nether Spirit Array, and Dongfang Yuan did not object. After all, Xiao Qingli can improve his cultivation a lot, and it won't do him any harm. As for Qian Xinru and Han Wanxiang, their cultivation bases are now at Saint Realm level. Dongfang Yuan gave them, including Xiao Qingli, the 9th grade overhaul pill, allowing them to upgrade to Saint Realm. At least they have some self-protection power. At this moment, Su Baiji was tied to a chair with a bad face. No matter whether Qian Xinru or Han Wanxiang took the initiative to talk to her, she remained silent. My beloved concubines, the emperor is here. At this time, Dongfang Yuan's voice sounded, and his figure also walked in. I have met His Majesty. Qian Xinru and others saluted him one after another. Okay, dear concubine, you two are pregnant, don't be tired, sit down. After saying that, Dongfang Yuan looked at Su Baiji. Look at this, are you still persisting? Your Majesty, Sister Su seems to be quite resentful towards Your Majesty, and now she won't listen to anyone else's words. Qian Xinru said helplessly. Okay, I understand. Xinru, you three go down first. I'll talk to Mrs. Su. Dongfang Yuan came over with a fruit plate and motioned to the crowd. Yes, concubine, please retire. Qian Xinru and the other three also left the dormitory. At this time, only Dongfang Yuan and Su Baiji were left. Dongfang Yuan directly moved a chair and sat in front of Su Baiji. He picked up a small cherry and fed it to Su Baiji's mouth. Su Baiji turned her face away. Although her cultivation was imprisoned, she still refused to give in. Dongfang Yuan was not surprised and said with a smile, Mrs. Su, according to the information investigated by this emperor, the master of the Tiandi Pavilion is probably dead long ago, right? For so many years, Mrs. Su has been using seclusion as an excuse. In fact, she has tried every means to conceal the news of her death. How is it? Is this emperor right? After hearing this, Su Baiji's expression changed slightly, but she still endured it and remained silent. Seeing this, Dongfang Yuan turned his hand and ate the cherry himself, and then said, I know why you want the treasure of the sun and the moon, and I can tell you clearly. Within 2 months, Tiandi Pavilion will inevitably be destroyed. If you don't want to watch the destruction of Tiandi Pavilion, don't make a bad face for me. Otherwise, I can also let you feel what it would be like to have a mental breakdown caused by cold violence. Dongfang Yuan used a very calm tone and threatened both softly and hard. Sure enough, when Su Baiji heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Since you know that I am a 9-tailed fox, you should also know why I escaped from Zhongshengzhou to the sea. You want me. Once the matter is discovered, you and Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will also be doomed. If you are willing to let me go this time, I, Su Baiji, owe you a favor, and I will definitely repay it with my life in the future. Hearing Su Baiji's words, Dongfang Yuan was a little surprised. He really didn't know why Su Baiji escaped from Zhongshengzhou to the sea area, but from what she said, it seemed that there was something else hidden. I don't need your favor, Dongfang Yuan said. Then what do you want to do? Su Baiji was a little angry. She really didn't understand what Dongfang Yuan wanted to do. I think you've seen it too. My concubines in the harem are not ordinary people. Su Baiji, my empress likes you very much. I want you to be my empress's woman, and to bear children for my empress. It's that simple, Dongfang Yuan replied indifferently. Have children? Hey, Dongfang Yuan, are you afraid that you will die? Don't you know what I am now? You still want me to have children for you? Su Baiji felt a little funny. The emperor really doesn't know. But this empress only knows that no matter if it's you or the gentleman, as long as you become my empress women, this empress will protect them for the rest of their lives. No matter who they are, they will not be bullied. Dongfang Yuan's face became serious, and he spoke extremely firmly and affirmatively, exuding the imperial domineering arrogance all over his body, which made Su Baiji change his mind a little bit. You really don't know who I am? Su Baiji asked suspiciously. Dongfang Yuan shook his head. Su Baiji was silent. She was lost in thought. After a while, she said, Dongfang Yuan, I admit that your character, coupled with your enchanting talent and strength, are indeed very attractive to women. Even I, was a little shaken. But please believe me, if you stay with me, it will only harm you, and even your entire Heavenly Evolution dynasty. At that time, your Heavenly Evolution dynasty will bring about a real catastrophe. Su Baiji spoke earnestly and said with a serious expression. Dongfang Yuan stared at her, held Su Baiji's hand, and said seriously, the catastrophe you refer to is the nine-tailed fox family. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. No matter what force is in Zhongshengzhou, even if the great emperor comes, they won't be able to do anything to you. Su Baiji was a little shocked, feeling that Dongfang Yuan was a bit ignorant. Great emperor, does Dongfang Yuan know what the gold content is? Where did he get the confidence to say such a thing? It seems that you really don't know my identity. Forget it, since it's this time, I'll tell you. So that you can really give up. Su Baiji opened her mouth and told Dongfang Yuan about her true identity and why she fled to the sea. According to Su Baiji's words, Dongfang Yuan understood. It turned out that Su Baiji was the third princess of the nine-tailed fox clan. Because she was born by a maidservant and her mother died early, Su Baiji was not welcomed in the clan. 30 years ago, her father wanted to use her to marry the Golden Elephant clan, and the marriage partner was the young master of the Golden Elephant clan. The young master of the Golden Elephant clan has a very bad character and likes to flirt with others. It is rumored that he even raped his cousin, and the family relationship is very chaotic. Su Baiji was naturally very reluctant. It's a pity that this is a marriage between two great powers, so she can't help it. In the end, Su Baiji could only find an opportunity and run away from marriage directly. He left Zhongsheng continent directly and fled to the sea. This escape lasted for 30 years. She met the owner of the Tiandi Pavilion in the sea area. In fact, the owner of the Tiandi Pavilion is a woman disguised as a man. The two of them hit it off very much and became very close sisters. And Su Baiji, in the eyes of the outside world, is the wife of the owner of the Tiandi Pavilion, but in fact, both of them are women. Moreover, Su Baiji never revealed her real name. Outsiders only called her Mrs. Su, but they didn't know her real name. After listening to Su Baiji's words, Dongfang Yuan really understood why Su Baiji said that being with her would cause a catastrophe. She escaped from marriage. The nine-tailed fox clan and the Golden Elephant clan didn't give up looking for her. After finding Zhongshengzhou, I'm afraid they will find the sea area. If the two major forces know by then, Su Baiji will become Dongfang Yuan's woman. The Golden Elephant clan will definitely be furious, and at that time they will definitely send strong men to conquer the Tianyan Palace and destroy the Heavenly Evolution dynasty. Now you should know, I'm a disaster, you get me, you'll be comfortable for a while, but you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Su Baiji said with a sad expression. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuan put the fruit plate aside. Then, with a wave of his hand, the power restriction on Su Baiji was released. Su Baiji, whose cultivation was lifted from the imprisonment. The mood at the moment is not very happy and excited. On the contrary, it is a little lonely and helpless. Sure enough, I still have my own fantasies. That's right. After all, these two forces are so powerful that few in the entire Xuanzhou dare to provoke them. How about a small heavenly evolution dynasty? Su Baiji was conflicted and lost in her heart, and her inner feelings were indescribably special. She was just about to get up and leave. But in the blink of an eye, Dongfang Yuan appeared in front of his eyes, and he had already taken off his upper body clothes. You. Just as Su Baiji was about to say something, Dongfang Yuan kissed her directly. Su Baiji's eyes widened for a moment. The whole person is in a state of bewilderment. Dongfang Yuan had quick eyes and quick hands, and without leaving his mouth, he directly picked up Su Baiji and walked slowly to the bedside. He gently put Su Baiji on the bed, grabbed Su Baiji's forearm with both hands, and pulled it to the sides. Dongfang Yuan looked at her with sincere eyes. Su Baiji's heart beat faster, she felt her blood was burning, and the temperature of her skin rose rapidly. The Emperor also wants to tell you. Su Baiji, if you become the Emperor's woman, no matter whether it is the Nine-Tailed Fox clan or the Golden Elephant clan, nothing can do anything to you. If anyone wants to hurt you, I will send him to hell first. You have to trust your man. Dongfang Yuan's tone was domineering yet sincere and firm, and at this moment, it deeply touched Su Baiji's heart. Su Baiji also looked at him, with a touch of emotion on his face, touching Dongfang Yuan's face with his delicate and smooth hands, and finally asked, "Won't you regret it?" In my life, Dongfang Yuan, once I make a decision, I will never regret it. Dongfang Yuan said firmly. So far, Su Baiji had no worries at all. She took the initiative to kiss him, her mouth intersected with Dongfang Yuan, and she kissed Dongfang Yuan wildly. She felt Dongfang Yuan's love for her, felt Dongfang Yuan's true feelings, and was willing to have love with him. Tonight was the most unforgettable day for her. If you get this man to make a promise, you will have no regrets even if you die. 5 days later. Today, Heavenly Evolution Dynasty has unified the entire northern domain, and Dongfang Yuan's reputation has spread throughout the country. No force dares to disobey the jurisdiction of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. At this time, in Dongfang Yuan's sleeping hall, this battle lasted for 5 days, and it was a long and continuous battle. It's not as gradual as Xiao Qingli or Qian Xinru. The methods of Dongfang Yuan and Su Baiji were simple, crude, and extremely wild. As the body of a monster, Su Baiji has this primitive barbaric tendency, and instead likes Dongfang Yuan's rough treatment. On the jade bed at this moment, Dongfang Yuan was naked from the waist up, lying peacefully. Su Baiji's hair was a little messy and she leaned against his chest with a satisfied expression, holding Dongfang Yuan under the quilt with both hands. It was as if relying on him made me feel safe. Both of them were awake. Dongfang Yuan touched Su Baiji's hair, looked at her slightly rosy face, and said with a smile, "Ja, you are so beautiful." Su Baiji smiled shyly and said coquettishly, "Humph, no matter how beautiful she is, you will eat her dry and wipe her dry. You big bad guy. Ha 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 ha. I am not the only one who enjoys the benefits of my efforts." Dongfang Yuan laughed openly, stretched out his hand, and hugged Su Baiji tightly. Su Baiji was willing to be held by him. After thinking for a while, she said, "What are your plans next? Is Heavenly Evolution Dynasty going to the sea?" "Yes, the Emperor has made arrangements, and I have also received accurate information. Now the Yantian Pavilion is summoning the powerful people in the pavilion. If this situation continues, we should be able to attack Tiandi Pavilion within a month." Dongfang Yuan said calmly. As early as not long after the unification of the northern domain, he arranged for King Tianyu to enter the sea area as his vanguard and first help him detect the news in the sea area. Yantian Pavilion. No, the current Tiandi Pavilion cannot stop Yantian Pavilion's attack at all. Su Duo has already died in the hands of Yan Liating. I can't just watch Tiandi Pavilion be destroyed by him again. Su Baiji's attitude became extremely serious at this moment. Dongfang Yuan was also known from her before. Su Duo, the pavilion master of Tiandi Pavilion, was poisoned by Yan Liating's fire. After being rescued by Su Baiji, he eventually died tragically due to the lack of antidote. After Yan Liating was seriously injured by the master of the Tiandi Pavilion, he had been in seclusion to recuperate. Recently, it broke through. As the master of Yantian Pavilion, Yan Liating naturally planned to take revenge on Tiandi Pavilion after he came out of seclusion. The strength of Yantian Pavilion is higher than that of Tiandi Pavilion, which is the main reason why Su Baiji wants to obtain the sun and moon treasures so much. Seeing Su Baiji so anxious, Dongfang Yuan hugged her and comforted her. "Ja, don't worry, with me here, everything will be fine in Tiandi Pavilion." That mere Yan Liating is only at the level of Great Saint Realm. If Feipeng or Chonglo take action, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. Hearing Dongfang Yuan's words, Su Baiji felt relieved. Luckily there's you. But if you kill Feng Gudian, the people of Donggu Holy Land will probably not let you go. The Eastern Ancient Holy Land is no better than Yantian Pavilion. They are a superpower in the sea area, second only to a few ancient tribes and those monster masters. They must not be underestimated. Su Baiji reminded with concern. "Don't worry, the Emperor knows it well. By the way, I actually have a question that I've been curious about. Logically speaking, you are the sacred body of Jibing, which is extremely rare and rare even in Dusk Province. How could your father be willing to use it as a tool for marriage?" Dongfang Yuan was very curious about this. He had experienced the charm and taste of Jibing's sacred body before. Unlike the joyous union sacred bodies' warm and cold overlap. That kind of feeling can only be felt, not expressed. But this is not the point. Jibing's sacred body's physique, even the nine-tailed fox clan must attach great importance to it. But Su Baiji's father took her out to marry him without hesitation, which is really strange. Speaking of it, it's also a trick of good fortune. My Jibing sacred body was only awakened after I escaped from marriage. Before that, I didn't even know that my physique was still sacred body. Su Baiji said. "I see." Dongfang Yuan also wanted to laugh a little. If the nine-tailed fox clan knew, they would send a sacred body out for marriage, and they would regret it afterwards. "Ja, since you have become the Emperor's woman, then naturally I will not treat you badly. Here, this is for you. Going forward, the Emperor will also canonize you as concubine Su, and let Zuo Xuanqi announce it to the world immediately." Dongfang Yuan took out the inheritance of the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor and handed it to Su Baiji. Dongfang Yuan has never been stingy with his women. "Thank you B. Oh no. Thank you, Your Majesty." Seeing Dongfang Yuan's generosity, Su Baiji responded coquettishly with gratitude, and took the initiative to sit on his body, face down, and kissed him. Seeing this, Dongfang Yuan didn't keep his hands idle. He directly crossed his hands and hugged her waist, and kissed her passionately, and simply did it again. In broad daylight, Dongfang Yuan's bedroom has once again become a forbidden area. Sea area. On an island group in the inner sea of the sea area, there is a Tianshan mountain floating in the air and surrounded by clouds and mist. Here is one of the famous holy places in the sea area, the Eastern Ancient Holy Land. At this time, above the main hall of the Eastern Holy Land, the three guardian elders who were the same as Fenggu Heaven Grade, Wan Qi, Li Yike, and Wang Chu all sat in the hall with solemn and gloomy expressions. And at the top, there was an old man sitting upright. Hooked nose, triangular eyes, and gloomy expression give people a very sinister feeling. This person is Ling Juya, the great elder of the Eastern Ancient Holy Land. This is only due to the existence of the Holy Lord of the Eastern Ancient Holy Land. The fate card that Elder Feng left in the Holy Land is broken. I asked his disciples, the last place he left the Holy Land before his death was the Northern Domain. In other words, Elder Feng died on the Northern Domain. At this time, Ling Juya said with a heavy tone, "The death of a guardian elder is definitely not a small matter for the entire Eastern Ancient Holy Land. Grand Elder, this is the news from the Holy Land spies from the Northern Domain. Please take a look." Wan Qi, as the head of the four guardian elders, also handed over a summons paper to Ling Juya at this moment. After Ling Juya took it and read it, he frowned slightly. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, Dongfang Yuan. Elder Feng died at the hands of this force. Back to the Great Elder, this matter is basically certain. This Dongfang Yuan used some means to raise the strength of the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty to an astonishing level in a short period of time, and unified the Northern Domain. The disciple and daughter of the fourth child went back to Fengyan sect to visit their relatives, but they were captured and killed by the Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. The fourth child went to the northern domain, probably for revenge. It's just that I didn't expect that this heavenly evolution dynasty would be so extraordinary. He went there in person, and nothing happened. Wan Qi reported seriously at the moment. Of the 4 guardian elders, Fang Gutian's cultivation is the worst. But even so, it is absolutely invincible in the northern domain. And he died. This also means that within this heavenly evolution dynasty, there are existences above the 7th heaven of the Great Saint Realm. This force is really a bit too mysterious. Heavenly evolution dynasty. Dongfang Yuan unified the northern domain in just a few months. Hey, there are some skills. In that case, I will go there personally, elder. Just when Ling Juya was about to make a decision, suddenly Wan Qi received another message at this moment. His complexion changed, and he immediately said, Elder, this is the news from the Yi family. The head of the Yi family invited the elder and the holy master to go to the Morong coast to join the Yi family together. Young master, the engagement ceremony with the eldest daughter of the Morong family. Yi family, Morong family. These 2 families, placed in the entire sea area, belong to the ceiling level forces. The 2 ancient clans have a foundation of millions of years, and even have the invincible Saint Emperor sitting in the seat. The position is in the sea area, but it is an unshakable transcendent existence. The Yi family and the Morong family. HMPH, that's all, let that Dongfang Yuan live for a while longer. The Holy Master is now at a critical moment of retreat, and I can only go there alone. During this time, the 3 of you are sitting in the Holy Land. Don't make any troubles. If there is anything, please wait until I come back. Ling Juya said to the 3 after thinking for a while. Yes, great elder. The 3 of Wan Qi responded in unison. Heavenly Evolution Dynasty. After Dongfang Yuan handed over the inheritance of the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor to Su Baiji, he relied on his extraordinary comprehension. In less than a week, Su Baiji absorbed all the inheritance of the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, broke through 3 realms in a row, and reached the cultivation base of the Great Saint Realm 4th Heaven. The strength has risen greatly. During this period of time, Qian Shinru's stomach also slowly began to show signs, and it was slightly rounder than before. In the past 7 days, Dongfang Yuan has actually arranged everything. Today's Heavenly Evolution Dynasty is only the officials in the court and the generals in the army. Saint Realm added up to more than 100 places. He left 3 million elite soldiers to guard the northern domain, and 20 Saint Realm level officials in charge to prevent unrest. 8th day. Finally, Dongfang Yuan's last wait was finally completed. Xiao Qingli, finally out of the customs. And Dongfang Yuan was shocked when he saw Xiao Qingli for the first time. Xiao Qingli, relying on the 9 nether spirits attracting array, actually raised her cultivation to the 7th level of the Saint King realm. Same with Medusa. And Xiao Qingli's combat power is not bad compared to Medusa's. She has the experience of becoming an emperor in her previous life, and she is also practicing the legendary emperor grade exercises. In comparison, Medusa is still slightly inferior to her except for her physical fitness. And Xiao Qingli now has the 9 nether heart. As long as she is given time to accumulate, her 9 nether divine body will evolve into the 9 nether immortal physique. The chance is still very high. At this time, the backyard of the palace. Dongfang Yuan called the girls together, and finally he and Xiao Qingli arrived at the same time. Your Majesty, Sister Xiao. Qian Shinru and Han Wanxiang also bowed slightly to them. Especially now that Xiao Qingli's cultivation has become stronger, coupled with her demeanor that she used to be an enemy, the sense of oppression is still very strong. After Xiao Qingli came, she nodded, and then glanced at Su Baiji. She couldn't help saying, I didn't expect you to accept another one in just a few days after I retreated. Dongfang Yuan stood beside her, and smiled calmly. This emperor is naturally affectionate and loving, there is no way for this. Come, let me introduce you. Su Fei Su Shinji is the person behind the current Haiyu Tiandi Pavilion. This is the emperor's main palace, Queen Xiao Qingli. Su Baiji knew that Xiao Qingli was extraordinary. She was detected by her soul perception in the first place. Shinji has met Sister Xiao. Su Shinji saluted. No need to be polite. Jibing sacred body, very good. I will guide you in your cultivation from now on, and your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Xiao Qingli said with satisfaction. Shinji, Thank you, Sister Xiao. Su Shinji said very gratefully at this moment. Okay, Your Majesty, what do you plan to do by calling us here? Could it be that you want to be here with us? Han Wanxiang hesitated to speak at this time, with a leisurely smile on his face. But judging from her tone, it was obvious that she was joking. Okay, if you are willing, of course I can do it. I can do it at any time. You all come together. Within half an hour, you will all see blood. Dongfang Yuan also followed the words playfully and joked. Giggle, Your Majesty, we are all pregnant with dragons now, you can't touch us, Han Wanxiang said coquettishly. Shaner, you are so weird. Next time, let Baijia and Shinru teach you. There's more than one place that can make a man obsessed. Dongfang Yuan said directly without shyness. Han Wanxiang looked confused and found that Qian Shinru and Su Baiji had secretly covered their mouths and laughed. At this time, Xiao Qingli was still more serious and interrupted him. Okay, stop joking. What's the purpose of calling us here? Dongfang Yuan's face became serious now. Today, I have summoned all the concubines of the emperor to come here to take you to a place. Where? Xiao Qingli asked directly. Hey, you'll know when you get there. Don't resist, relax. After Dongfang Yuan finished speaking, he froze his fingers. A force began to spread out with him as the center, covering all the women. None of the girls resisted, and just followed his words and relaxed their minds. The next moment, Dongfang Yuan and all of them disappeared completely in an instant. When they reappeared, what caught the eyes of the girls was a huge floating island. There are splendid and majestic palaces on the island, as well as peaks, mountains, streets, attics, cities, etc. It is simply like a small world. At the end of the surrounding area is the endless starry sky, as if we are outside the star realm and separated from the northern domain. Their figures were all standing in midair. Below them, Zuo Xuanqi, Taipoyan and Heavenly Evolution dynasties' nearly 10 million troops had already rehearsed their formations on the school grounds here. In addition, the members of the Destruction Legion and the Blood Rain Legion are also active on the other side. The girls looked at the scene in front of them and were shocked. Everyone, including Xiao Qingli, was shocked. Your Majesty, what is this place? Qian Shinru looked around with shocked eyes and asked in surprise. This place is called the Secret Realm of Nothingness. It is a small world that I control. I can be free from space. In it, I am an invincible existence. Even if the great emperor comes, I still have to kneel. Dongfang Yuan smiled slowly and said calmly. What, small world? Su Baiji was also extremely shocked. Even though she had been in Xuanzhou, she had only heard that some super strong people in Xuanzhou had mastered several movable grotto heaven secret realms. But even so, it is definitely not a small world, and its scale is definitely not as huge as the Void Secret Realm. Xiao Qingli calmed down and asked, what level is this secret realm? Hey, the Void Secret Realm is a legendary secret realm, second only to the Chaos Secret Realm. Dongfang Yuan said with a smile. Secret realms are also divided into levels. They are Cave Heaven Grade, Holy Heaven Grade, Legendary Grade, Chaos Grade. These 4 levels are divided into those giants and powerful men of Xuanzhou. If they can master the secret realm of Heaven Grade, their ancestors' tombs are already smoking. Not to mention the Holy Heaven Grade and Legendary Grade. That's something they can't access. Xiao Qingli was shocked when she heard Dongfang Yuan's answer. Even though she was an emperor in her previous life, she had only heard of the legendary secret realm and had never seen it before. Unexpectedly, now my man has mastered it. In this way, she really doesn't have to worry about the dangers Heavenly Evolution Dynasty will encounter. With a legendary secret realm as their trump card, even if they provoke the great emperor now, they still have enough escape routes. Your Majesty, are we going to stay in the secret realm of nothingness and then head to the sea? After the girls learned about the power and function of the Void Secret Realm, Qian Shinru also asked immediately. After all, in the Void Secret Realm, the top officials of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, as well as the generals and soldiers have already entered. Dongfang Yuan's purpose is also obvious. Good. I have arranged everything for Northern Domain. Next, our goal. That's it, the sea area. Dongfang Yuan to the direction of the sea. The next moment, he controlled the entire secret realm of nothingness, shuttled directly through space, and headed for the sea. In the palace of the Void and Secret Realm. Dongfang Yuan sat leisurely on a chair, fishing quietly. Qian Xinru and Su Baiji sat next to him, feeding him fruits. Han Wanxiang and Medusa stood behind, squeezing his shoulders. The four women took turns serving him, making Dongfang Yuan feel so happy. At this time, Zuo Xuanqi suddenly came to report. It's not good. It's not good, Your Majesty. Problem occurs. Zuo Xuanqi hurried over and said. Don't worry, if you have something to say, just say it. What could happen in here? Dongfang Yuan closed his eyes and thoroughly enjoyed the massage services of the women. He didn't take Zuo Xuanqi's words seriously at all. After all, in this secret realm of nothingness, he is an invincible existence, and it is not an exaggeration to call him a god. No matter what it is, it cannot be ignored. Your Majesty, the Emperor, the Queen and Your Majesty's White Tiger are fighting. The Queen even threatened to kill White Tiger and roast it and eat it. Zuo Xuanqi reported with a nervous expression. What did you say? When Dongfang Yuan heard this, his eyes opened suddenly, he jumped up, and the fishing rod was overturned. He was full of confusion. What kind of situation is this? White Tiger fighting the Queen. It is true, Your Majesty. General Feipeng and Chonglo worshippers couldn't stop them, so I rushed to inform His Majesty immediately. Zuo Xuanqi said hastily. Be good, my Empress's harem is not messed up, and the pets here are messed up first. Dongfang Yuan also immediately cast spells to control the power in the void. With a wave of his hand, a wave of space power caused ripples, and White Tiger and Xiao Qingli, who was full of anger and looked like he was about to kill someone, appeared on the square one after another. I kill you. Xiao Qingli's temper exploded, and a force comparable to the peak of the Saint King's realm was directly punched out of her palm. Not to be outdone, White Tiger's thin and white body was clawing at the air with claws and teeth, and terrifying beast lights blasted forward. Stop it all for me. As soon as Dongfang Yuan pressed his hand, two powerful and irresistible forces from the secret realm fell directly from the sky. Isolated White Tiger and Xiao Qingli, and wiped out all their powers. After Dongfang Yuan shot, White Tiger and Xiao Qingli stopped. Qian Xinru and Su Baiji also leaned over, persuading, Sister Xiao, calm down, talk about something. Han Wanxiang and Medusa rely on White Tiger to prevent them from fighting again. White Tiger had a cute face, scratched his paws, jumped directly to Han Wanxiang's chest, and was hugged by Han Wanxiang. The White Tiger had a happy face, and stuck to the two giant mountains in front of Han Wanxiang, with a happy face, enjoying the sticking very much. Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled at this moment. Fei, what's going on with you and Xiaobai? Why are you still fighting? Xiao Qingli stared at him suddenly, and said angrily, it's not a good thing you did. What did you teach him all day long? Dongfang Yuan stood there with a dazed expression. He didn't teach it anything. Xiaobai, what's going on? Tell me. Seeing that Xiao Qingli was getting angry, Dongfang Yuan looked at White Tiger who was being held by Han Wanxiang and asked. Yay. White Tiger was standing on Han Wanxiang's hand at the moment, babbling, and then pointing to Dongfang Yuan's own and Xiao Qingli's ass. Of all the people on the field, only Dongfang Yuan, the master, knew what it was talking about. At this moment, Dongfang Yuan felt only embarrassment in his heart, his face twitched even more, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. Your Majesty, what is Xiaobai talking about? Su Baiji also asked curiously at the moment. Although the White Tiger is a mythical beast, it is still in its infancy at the moment, equivalent to a child of a few years old. It has no way to communicate perfectly with anyone other than its owner, Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan's face twitched, he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. It was impossible for him to say that White Tiger was curious and climbed to the roof of the palace and saw him playing games with Xiao Qingli. As a result, the coercion was eager to try, and when Xiao Qingli was practicing, it was not enough to climb on his body and pee. When Xiao Qingli was changing clothes, this guy actually followed Dongfang Yuan's sneak attack and hit him hard. This immediately angered Xiao Qingli, as if he was going to kill him on the spot, so a big fight broke out. The most important thing is that White Tiger didn't realize what was wrong with him at all. He was like a child, learning what he saw. Want to try what you learn? What a headache. Dongfang Yuan scratched his hair. Teach women, he's good at it. He really can't teach children this. White Tiger was still lying in front of Han Wanxiang at this moment, as if he was about to fall asleep comfortably, but Xiao Qingli, on the other hand, looked angry. She is angry with both White Tiger and Dongfang Yuan. My concubine, calm down first. Xiaobai's spiritual intelligence is not yet fully developed, and he still doesn't understand some things. I will ask Medusa to teach him well. Dongfang Yuan waved his hand, signaling for Medusa to take White Tiger away quickly, and take him down to teach him. Medusa also took White Tiger and took it down. Xiao Qingli's anger didn't dissipate. She didn't want to talk to Dongfang Yuan, and turned her head to leave. Wait a moment, Fei, come with me, I have something for you. Dongfang Yuan stopped in time. Xiao Qingli stopped, with a look of indifference, and said coldly, what is it? You come with the emperor. Shinru, Bai Jia, ask someone to put away the emperor's fishing rod. Dongfang Yuan said. Yes, your majesty. Afterwards, Xiao Qingli also followed Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan took her to the bedroom. If you have something, just say it. After entering the door, Xiao Qingli also spoke directly. You stand still and relax. Dongfang Yuan said very seriously. Although Xiao Qingli was still a little angry, she still listened to Dongfang Yuan very much. Relaxed. System, use the last unlimited cultivation base promotion card, the character used, Xiao Qingli. Dongfang Yuan was in his mind, let the system use Dao directly. There were originally 10 unlimited cultivation upgrade cards. Zuo Xuanqi, Tai Poyan and Tianyu Wang each used 3 cards, and now there is only 1 left. This one, Dongfang Yuan originally planned to leave it to Xiao Qingli. If her cultivation can be further improved, it will also be very beneficial to the children she will give birth to in the future. System. In use. Closing square bracket. System. Completed. Closing square bracket. After the sound of the system sounded, Xiao Qingli's cultivation level continued to soar and break through. Saint King Realm 8th Heaven. Saint King is in the 9 heavens. The pinnacle of Saint King. Saint Emperor is the 1st heaven. Xiao Qingli's realm was directly fixed at the 1st layer of the Saint Emperor realm. Even Xiao Qingli herself was shocked at this terrifying speed of improvement. It feels incredible. Dongfang Yuan was also a little surprised, he didn't expect Xiao Qingli to be so lucky. A random promotion card actually raised her cultivation base by 4 levels, allowing her to break into the realm of Saint Emperor immediately. This was obviously something he hadn't thought of either. What method did you use? Why did my cultivation break through so much all at once? Xiao Qingli asked in surprise and curiosity. Hey, this is your man's secret, I can't tell you. Dongfang Yuan pretended to be mysterious and said. Cut. Xiao Qingli pretended to be disdainful. But it can be seen that she is still in a good mood at this time. Her cultivation has reached the 1st level of the Saint Emperor realm, and her real combat power is enough to completely torment Xuanzhou's Saint Emperor realm of the 4th level. It can be said that in Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, her strength is the closest to that of Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan hooked his finger at this time, and a force directly pulled Xiao Qingli over. Dongfang Yuan hugged her directly and let her sit on his lap. Xiao Qingli was not unhappy either, and let Dongfang Yuan hug her. Does it hurt? Dongfang Yuan leaned against her ear and said softly. Xiao Qingli felt a numbness all over her body, her cheeks flushed, and she shook her head slightly. Xiaobai still doesn't understand the truth and doesn't understand anything. I'll ask Medusa to educate him, and he won't be able to do it next time. Dongfang Yuan comforted. Okay, I know. I was too angry at that time, so I was a little impulsive. Xiao Qingli's temper has completely disappeared at this moment. Dongfang Yuan smiled and turned his body to the front. Kissed towards Xiao Qingli's mouth, lips and tongue intertwined, Xiao Qingli gradually became addicted, and it took a long time for their lips to separate. My concubine, no matter where it is, the taste is sweet. Dongfang Yuan smiled slightly, and immediately hugged Xiao Qingli onto the bed. Xiao Qingli was lying on the bed, and when she saw Dongfang Yuan was about to undress, she also became nervous, and hurriedly stopped her. What are you doing? It's daytime. And I'm still pregnant, no way. Hearing this, Dongfang Yuan smiled lightly. What's the matter? Just learn from them and be gentle. And to do this kind of thing, who stipulates that it can only be done at night? Dongfang Yuan ignored Xiao Qingli's hands. Xiao Qingli still felt a little uncomfortable. No, this time is not suitable. Aha! Before Xiao Qingli could react, Dongfang Yuan had already gagged her. Sea area, outer sea, on the island group of Tiandi Pavilion. I saw that above a cloud top, the space suddenly cracked. Dongfang Yuan, Su Baiji, Medusa, Zuoxiang, Feipeng, and Chongluo walked out of the inner space and stood on the top of the mountain. As they looked around, the surroundings of this island group were all blue oceans, endless seas. Your Majesty, those palaces and pavilions are the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. At this time, Su Baiji pointed to the Tiandi Pavilion not far away, and introduced to Dongfang Yuan. There were not many people in their group, including White Tiger lying on Dongfang Yuan's shoulder. There were only 8 of them. As for Xiao Qingli and Qian Xinru and the others, some were resting in the dormitory of the Void Secret Realm, and some were raising their babies. Dongfang Yuan didn't intend to let them participate too much because they would have to go through some fighting and killing, so as not to move the fetal gas and affect the baby in the stomach. In that case, let's help concubine Su solve the troubles in the Tiandi Pavilion first, and then start our Heavenly Evolution Dynasty plan. Left Prime Minister, go find King Tianyu and ask him to give me a copy of all the information he has collected so far. God of Arrow, go to Neihai to find Shu Bai, and see how the Emperor asked him to investigate. Dongfang Yuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Arrow God and Zuo Xuanqi co-speak. Immediately, the two of them also left from different directions. Dongfang Yuan led several people and followed Su Baiji into the Tiandi Pavilion area. The attic halls of Tiandi Pavilion are huge, and the number of disciples is also over 1 million. As the wife of the pavilion master, Su Baiji personally brought people in, so naturally no one dared to disrespect Dongfang Yuan and the others. After arriving at the hall, Dongfang Yuan took the main seat, while Su Baiji and others sat beside him. White Tiger lay on Dongfang Yuan's lap, bored and dazed. Not long after, a beautiful woman with a slight trace of age on her face, but a hot figure, wearing a purple dress, had her own unique charm. She walked in with several female elders from Tiandi Pavilion. Sister Su, who are these? After the woman in the purple skirt came in, she looked at Dongfang Yuan who was sitting in the chair. She looked confused and asked Su Baiji. Sister Fang, this is His Majesty Yuan Huang of Heavenly Evolution Dynasty, and the one I love most. Your Majesty, this is Fang Qian, the Deputy Master of the Tiandi Pavilion that I mentioned to you before. As for the others, they are also the elders of Tiandi Pavilion. Since the death of Pavilion Master Su, the Tiandi Pavilion is now supported by a few of us. Su Baiji also opened her mouth to introduce each other to both sides. Fang Qian and her group were all shocked when they heard that Su Baiji had become Dongfang Yuan's woman. After all, in their impression, the northern domain is a remote place. How powerful can a dynasty emperor there be? But when Fang Qian planned to spy on the cultivation level of Dongfang Yuan and his party. But she was shocked to discover that the cultivation of these people was unfathomable. With her cultivation level of the Great Saint Realm, even White Tiger, who was dozing on Dongfang Yuan's lap, could not detect a trace of cultivation. May I ask, what are your cultivation levels? Fang Qian asked very carefully at this moment. Dongfang Yuan smiled indifferently. At this time, Su Baiji next to him interjected. Sister Fang, Your Majesty and the others are all at the Saint King level. Don't underestimate them just because they are from the northern domain. What? Saint King environment. Your Majesty Emperor Yuan, I was rude earlier. Don't blame me yet. When Fang Qian and the others heard that Dongfang Yuan and the others were experts at the Saint King level, they were immediately shocked. The one who knows current affairs bowed his head to Dongfang Yuan and saluted. Dongfang Yuan said calmly, You are so polite. Bai Jia is the emperor's concubine Su. I also heard her say that when she first came to Tiandi Pavilion, several people in the late master of Tiandi Pavilion took good care of her. This emperor has also remembered this friendship. This emperor will take action to help Tiandi Pavilion solve the Yantian Pavilion's troubles this time. When Fang Qian and others heard this, they were all excited and happy. His Majesty Yuan Huang is willing to take action, I am extremely grateful. Fang Qian expressed her sincere thanks. Afterwards, they also sat down one after another. Sister Fang, what's going on in Yantian Pavilion in the past few days? Su Baiji asked at this time. Fang Qian said with a serious face, Yan Liating summoned all the powerful men from Yantian Pavilion this time. According to rumors, he even seemed to have invited a prince from the Bingyan Holy Dynasty to come and help. This time, it should be with great determination that we want to eradicate our Tiandi Pavilion at once. Now they are ready to go. The shortest time should be within these 3 days. Bingyan Holy Dynasty. What kind of force is this? Fei Peng sat next to him and asked curiously when he heard the name. The Bingyan Holy Dynasty is a powerful force in the Inner Sea. The king of the Holy Dynasty is a strong man at the second heaven grade level of the Saint King realm. In addition, there are several ancestors who are in seclusion, all of the Saint King realm level. It can be said that the Bingyan Holy Dynasty is a powerful force in the Inner Sea second only to the Holy Earth grade. Su Baiji explained. I see. After hearing Su Baiji's introduction, Fei Peng nodded, but looking at the calm look on his face, it was obvious that he didn't take it to heart. By the way, Pavilion Master Fang Qian, your Tiandi Pavilion is also a relatively powerful force in the Outer Sea. Have you ever heard of Morong Shui from the Morong family? At this time, Dongfang Yuan suddenly asked. His next target is Morong Shui from the Morong family. Like Xiao Qingli, she is the reincarnation of the Empress and has awakened her memory. Dongfang Yuan takes Heavenly Evolution Dynasty into the sea this time. In addition to dominating this place, the most important thing is to bring Morong Shui into the palace. Morong Shui, Your Majesty Emperor Yuan, of course we have heard of Morong Shui. She is the eldest lady of the Morong family. The Morong family is one of the ancient clans. She is the apple of the eye of the head of the Morong family, and her status is extremely noble. And during this period, the Morong family and another ancient clan, the Yi family, are going to hold a marriage ceremony, and the person to marry is none other than Morong Shui and the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Chen. Fang Qian answered in detail. Oh, Morong Shui wants to marry Yi Chen. Dongfang Yuan couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Yes, Your Majesty Yuan Huang, this marriage between the two ancient clans is a major event that shakes the entire sea area. Many prominent figures in the sea area have all been invited, and many saints from the Great Saint lands have also been invited, Fang Qian continued. Do you know the specific day when the marriage ceremony will be held? Dongfang Yuan asked. Just kidding, how could he allow others to snatch the prey he was targeting? When Su Baiji heard Dongfang Yuan ask these words, she also felt a subtle connection. I know that the Morong family is now promoting it with great fanfare, and the specific date for the marriage will be held in half a month. Although Fang Qian didn't know why Dongfang Yuan asked about this, it was a matter that everyone knew, so she didn't worry too much and told him directly. After hearing this, Dongfang Yuan nodded, already making a plan in his heart. The two ancient tribes are going to hold a marriage ceremony, and most of the powerful people above the sea will definitely gather there. By then, if you steal the marriage, you can not only destroy the marriage, but also completely make Heavenly Evolution Dynasty famous. In the room of Tiandi Pavilion, Su Baiji arranged a gorgeous bedroom for Dongfang Yuan, and the two of them sat on the bed. Su Baiji leaned against him and asked slowly, Your Majesty, what happened when you asked Sister Fang about Morong Shui earlier? Do you like her? Dongfang Yuan did not hide anything and admitted generously, yes, the Emperor is indeed interested in her. So the marriage between the two ancient clans can only fail. Dongfang Yuan's tone was firm, and Su Baiji could tell from his words that Dongfang Yuan would probably go to the Morong family after the matter at Yantian Pavilion was resolved. You have just come to the sea area, and you have provoked the ancient tribes so early, and there are two of them at once. Isn't it too early? And, Your Majesty, do you know Morong Shui? Su Baiji asked softly, leaning against Dongfang Yuan's chest. Dongfang Yuan hugged her fragrant body, grabbed it with his hands naturally and skillfully, and said with a smile, Don't worry, I know it well. As for Morong Shui, her life experience is not simple. She is the same as Qingli. She was once the supreme empress who dominated a galaxy. Now she is reincarnated. If it can also assist my emperor in his great cause, then why should I worry about failing to achieve great things? Dongfang Yuan pinched Su Baiji's nose, looked at her worried look, and comforted her. Ja, don't worry. Just because I accept Murong Shui doesn't mean I will neglect you. Look at Xinru and Wanxiang. They are all equally exposed to rain and dew. They are all satisfied. You don't have to think too much. Su Baiji's neck turned red, and she crossed her legs behind Dongfang Yuan, pressing against him tightly. She said a little shyly, Your Majesty, you misunderstood. Just seeing Sister Xiao and Xinru and the others like that, I also want a child. Dongfang Yuan looked at her affectionately and smiled calmly. Ja, in that case, I will satisfy you. Dongfang Yuan didn't say anything else, and kissed directly. Su Baiji crossed her arms around Dongfang Yuan's neck, and the latter stood up straight away, intending to try something new. Yantian Pavilion. Yantian Pavilion is a relatively powerful force in the outer sea, and the strength of the strong in the pavilion is much better than that of Tiandi Pavilion. At this time, above the main hall of Yantian Pavilion, the figures of the pavilion master Yan Liating and the Grand Elder Yan Ziming were all sitting on the main hall. In addition, there is also a middle-aged man in brocade clothes, who looks extremely luxurious and imposing. This person is the 7th prince of the Frozen Cloud Sacred Dynasty, Luo Xuanliang. Brother Zan, please come here in person this time. I, Yan, will keep this in mind. Yan Liating thanked Luo Xuanliang sincerely at this moment. It's okay, it's just destroying a heaven and earth pavilion, it's a trivial matter. But let's say it first, Brother Yan, you also know my preferences. That Fang Qian and Mrs. Su, these two women are said to be beautiful and have their own unique charm. So at that time, these two people, I have to take them away. Luo Xuanliang smiled. In his prince's mansion, he raised more than 700 beautiful young women in captivity. Some were exchanged by him, and some were snatched by him. All in all, Luo Xuanliang had a strong liking for other people's wives. In the territory of Frozen Cloud Sacred Dynasty, he was the 7th prince, and he even had the title of killer of young women. To him, no matter how beautiful a girl is, she is not as comfortable and enjoyable as an experienced, mature and steady beautiful woman. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Brother Zan, let alone those two people, even if it's the other women in Tiandi Pavilion, you can take as many as you want with you. Yan Liating said with a smile. At this time, Yan Ziming received a message, and he immediately said, Pavilion Master, the 9th Elder and the 13th Elder led the last batch of disciples back, and now the people have assembled and they are all on standby on the battleship. Okay, that's the case. Brother Zan, let's go. Yan Liating stood up and said with a happy face. Walk. Luo Xuanliang then stood up and went to the warship with them. Dozens of huge warships from Yantian Pavilion were also launched and headed straight for Tiandi Pavilion. As one of the most powerful forces in the outer seas, Yantian Pavilion was mobilized in its entirety, with millions of disciples, and the Great Saint Realm personally led them. The movement was extremely huge. There are also many warriors in the sea area, and they are all paying attention to this war. The battleship of Yantian Pavilion has set off. My dear, it's such a huge battle. It seems that Yantian Pavilion is determined to destroy Tiandi Pavilion this time, and will not give Tiandi Pavilion a chance to breathe. I seem to have seen a man in brocade clothes standing side by side with Pavilion Master Yan on the battleship in the middle just now. Could he be the 7th prince of the Frozen Cloud Sacred Dynasty? I've heard about it a long time ago. Master Yan invited a nobleman from the royal family of the Frozen Cloud Sacred Dynasty to help out. I didn't expect it to be the young woman killer Luo Xuanliang. I'm afraid the Tiandi Pavilion is really over now. Luo Xuanliang is the 6th heaven of the Great Saint Realm. In the outer sea, only the two strongest forces in the outer sea, the two pavilion masters of Bihai Pavilion and Tianshui Pavilion, can beat him. This heaven and earth pavilion is doomed from now on. It's a pity that there are so many beautiful women and elders in it. When I think that they are about to fall into Luo Xuanliang's hands, when his little pet is tortured, my heart aches. Can you pull it down? Your expression is heartbroken. I think you are envious, jealous. The attack of Yantian Pavilion has aroused discussions among many fighters in the sea. Most of them regret that Tiandi Pavilion is about to disappear. And many people rushed to Tiandi Pavilion immediately, wanting to witness this power war. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.